Brilliance Audio presents the unabridged recording of Forbidden by Elizabeth Lowell, performed by Sarah Scott, for Marjorie Brayman, whose sense of humor has enlivened many a tedious editorial task. Chapter 1. He will come to you in shades of darkness. The words of the dire prophecy rang in Amber's mind as she looked at the naked, powerful man whom Sir Eric had dumped senseless at her feet. Candle flames bent and whipped as though alive, called by the cold autumn wind pouring through the cottage's open door. Light and darkness licked over the stranger's body, underlining the strength of his back and shoulders. Sleet shone in the near black of his hair. Icy rain gleamed on his skin. Amber felt the man's chill as though it were her own. Silently she looked up at Eric. Her wide golden eyes asked questions for which she had no words. It was just as well, for Eric had no answers. All he had was the slack body of a stranger found in a sacred place. "Do you know him?" Eric asked curtly. "Nay." "I think you are wrong. He wears your sign." With that, Eric turned the man over. Candlelight and water streamed across the muscular torso, but it wasn't the stranger's naked male strength that drew a gasp from Amber. A piece of amber shone against the intense darkness of the hair on his chest. Careful not to touch the stranger, Amber knelt at his side and held the candle so that she could study the talisman. Elegant runes had been incised on the gem. The runes commended the wearer to the protection of druids. "Turn the pendant over," she said in a low voice. Deftly, Eric flipped the amber talisman. On the other side, Latin words in the shape of a cross proclaimed the glory of God and asked his protection for the wearer. It was a common Christian prayer carried by knights who had gone off to battle the Saracen for possession of the Holy Land. Amber let out a long sigh, relieved that the stranger was not some black sorcerer dropped into the disputed lands for the sake of mischief. For the first time she looked at the stranger as a man rather than as an object brought to her so that she might discover truth or treachery. Wherever Amber looked, the overwhelming reality of the stranger's strength looked back at her. The only hints of delicacy in the man were his dense, faintly curling eyelashes and the clean, curving line of his lips. The stranger was handsome in the way a warrior is handsome, the beauty of a storm rather than the beauty of a flower. Recent bruises, cuts, and scrapes mingled with the scars of other older battles. The marks served to enhance rather than to diminish his aura of male power. Though he had no possessions beyond the talisman, not even clothes, Amber had no doubt that the stranger was someone to be reckoned with. "Where did you find him?" she asked. "The stone ring." Amber's head snapped up. "What?" she demanded, hardly able to believe. "You heard me." Amber waited expectantly. Eric simply watched her with unflinching wolf's eyes. "Don't make me pluck words from you like feathers from a chicken," Amber said in exasperation. "Speak!" The hard lines of Eric's face flowed into an amused smile. He stepped over the senseless stranger and shut the cottage door, putting an end to the frisking of the cold autumn wind through the room. "Do you have some mulled wine for an old friend?" Eric asked mildly. "And a blanket for whomever this might be? 'Tis too cold to be lolling there uncovered, friend or foe." "Aye, lord, your slightest wish is my greatest command." The dryness of Amber's voice was as unmistakable as the affection that lay beneath. Sir Eric was the son and heir of a great Scots thane, but Amber had always felt a curious ease with him despite her own lack of high birth and the fact that she had no more kin than the wild autumn wind. Eric shrugged out of his costly mantle. He covered the stranger with a swirl of thick, warm wool that was the indigo of twilight. There was very little of the mantle left over. "He is a big one," Eric said absently. "Even bigger than you," Amber said from the other side of the cottage. "The knight who felled this man must have been a mighty warrior." Eric watched through narrowed eyes as Amber hurried toward him, her arms overflowing with the thick fur cover that normally warmed her bed. "If the evidence of the tracks is to be believed, he was felled by a bolt from the sky," Eric said distinctly. The swirling length of Amber's nightclothes wrapped about her ankles, tripping her. She stumbled and would have fallen on the stranger if Eric hadn't caught her. He set Amber aright and released her in the same swift motion. "Forgive me," he said quickly. Though Eric had touched her for only the briefest moment, she couldn't conceal the unease it had caused. "There is nothing to forgive," Amber said. "Better your flesh than the stranger's." Despite her reassuring words, Eric watched Amber closely, wanting to be certain that whatever difficulty his touch had caused her was truly fleeting. "I can't say why your touch doesn't pain me," Amber said wryly. "God knows that your heart is no more pure than it must be." The smile that edged Eric's mouth was as brief as Amber's discomfort had been. "For you, Amber the Untouched," he said, "my heart is as pure as unfallen snow." She laughed softly. "Perhaps it is the legacy of our childhood sharing Cassandra's lessons." "Yes, perhaps." Eric smiled almost sadly. Then he bent and wrapped the unmoving stranger in the fur cover. Amber hastily pulled a mantle around her own shoulders and stirred up the fire in the center of the room. Soon the friendly leap of flames warmed the room and ran like sunlight through Amber's long golden braids. She suspended a pot from the trivet over the fire. "What of the man's companions?" she asked. "They scattered to the winds, and so did their horses." Eric smiled rather savagely. "The ancient stone ring must not have cared for Normans." "When did this happen?" "I don't know. Though the tracks were deeply cut, they were all but washed away by the rain. The lightning-struck oak was little more than a blackened stump in sullen embers." "Bring him closer to the fire," Amber said. "He must be sore chilled." Eric moved the stranger with an ease that belied the man's size. The dance of flames brought out the gold in Eric's hair and beard. The stranger's hair remained a rich shade of darkness. He was clean-shaven but for a mustache that was also dark. "Does he breathe?" she asked. "Aye. His heart beats as strongly as a war stallion's," Eric interrupted. Amber sighed with a relief that was too intense to be feeling for a stranger. Yet she felt it just the same. "Is one of your squires fetching Cassandra?" Amber asked. "No." "Why not?" she asked, startled. "Cassandra has greater skill at healing than I." "And far less skill at scrying." Amber took a deep, hidden breath. She had been afraid of this since the instant Eric had dumped the naked stranger at her feet. Slowly, she reached inside her mantle and nightgown. Though she had many necklaces and bracelets, pins and hair decorations of precious amber, there was only one piece of jewelry she wore at all times, even in bed. The necklace's chain was of gold wire finely twisted. A pendant of transparent amber, half the size of her palm, hung from a golden loop inscribed with tiny runes. Ancient, priceless, mysterious, the pendant had been given to Amber at her birth. Within the precious gem, captured sunlight pooled and flashed, brooded and laughed and burned, defined by the fragments of darkness that were also caught inside the golden pool. Murmuring ancient words, Amber held the pendant between her cupped palms. The heat of her body went into the fey stone as her breath bathed it. When the substance was infused with her living warmth, a haze formed. Quickly Amber bent to the fire, holding the pendant just beyond the reach of flames. As the haze began to clear, the stone shimmered with light and shadow shapes constantly changing. "What do you see?" Eric asked. "Nothing." He made an impatient sound and looked at the stranger, who still lay slack, seemingly unhurt save for his unnatural sleep. "Surely you see something," Eric muttered. "Even I can see into amber when I—" "Light," Amber interrupted. "A circle, ancient, the graceful line of a rowan tree. Shades of darkness, at the foot of the rowan, something—" Her voice faded. She looked up and found Eric watching her with eyes that were like amber seen at night, darkly golden, unreadable. "The stone ring and the sacred rowan," he said flatly. Amber shrugged. Body poised as though for battle, Eric waited. "There are many sacred circles," she said finally. "Many rowans growing, many shades of darkness." "You saw him as I found him." "Nay, the rowan is inside the stone ring." "So was he." Eric's calm statement sent chills racing through Amber. Speechless, she glanced from him to the stranger who lay wrapped in rich cloth and fur. And 1,000 shades of darkness. "Inside?" she whispered, crossing herself quickly. "Dear God, who is he?" "One of the learned, certainly. No other man could pass between the stones." Amber looked at the stranger as though seeking his identity written in runes on his face. She saw only what she already knew. His face was strongly made, very male. It appealed to her as nothing ever had but Amber itself. She wanted to breathe his breath, to learn his unique scent, to absorb his warmth. She wanted to know his textures, to savor his maleness. She wanted to touch him. The realization shocked Amber. She, the untouched, wanted to risk agony by touching a stranger. "Was the rowan blooming?" Eric asked. Amber started and looked at him wearily. "It hasn't bloomed in 1,000 years," she said. "Why would it offer this stranger a lifetime of blessings?" Eric said only, "What else did you see in the pendant?" "Nothing." "Talk about plucking feathers," he muttered. "All right, then, what did you sense?" "I felt—" Eric waited and waited. "God's teeth, speak to me," he demanded. "I have no words, simply a feeling as though—" "As though," he prodded, "I am balanced on a cliff's edge and have only to spread my wings to fly." Eric smiled with a combination of memory and anticipation. "A fine feeling, is it not?" he asked softly. "Only for those who have wings," Amber retorted. "I have none. I have only a long fall and a harsh landing." Eric's laughter filled the small cottage. "Ah, little one," he said finally, "if it wouldn't hurt you, I would hug and pat you like a child." Amber smiled. "You are a dear friend. Come, take this man to my bed until Cassandra can care for him." An odd look was Eric's only answer. "I would hate to lose to simple cold a man who can walk between the sacred stones," she explained. "Perhaps, but on the whole, I think it would be easier for me to order his death if he weren't a guest in your cottage. And your bed." Shocked, Amber stared at Eric. The smile he gave her was as cold as the wind prowling beyond the cottage. "Why would you condemn a stranger found in the sacred grove?" she asked. "I suspect he is one of Duncan of Maxwell's knights come to spy out the land." "Then the rumor is true? Had Norman granted his Saxon enemy the right to rule Stone Ring Keep?" "Aye," Eric said bitterly, "but Duncan is no longer Dominic's enemy. The Scots hammer swore fealty to Dominic at the point of a sword." Amber looked away from Eric. She didn't have to touch him to gauge the extent of his leashed rage. Duncan of Maxwell, the Scots hammer, was both bastard and landless. Nothing could change his bastardy, but Duncan had been given control of Stone Ring Keep and its surrounding land by Dominic Le Sabre. Yet Stone Ring Keep was part of Eric's estates. Eric had fought outlaws, bastards, and ambitious cousins for the right to rule Lord Robert's various estates in the disputed lands. There was little doubt that he would have to fight again. It was the nature of the disputed lands to belong only to the strong. "What clothes did you find with the stranger?" Amber asked. "I found him as you saw him, naked." "Then he isn't a knight." "Not all knights return from the Saracen with caskets of gold and gems." "Even the poorest knight has armor, arms, a horse, clothing," she protested. "Something." "He has something." "What?" "The pendant. Do you recognize it?" Amber shook her head, making her hair burn as though it were the sun itself. "Have you ever seen or heard of its like?" he persisted. "Nay." Eric let out an explosive sigh that was also a curse. "Perhaps Cassandra?" Amber offered. "Doubtful." The room seemed cold despite the cheerful fire, for Amber felt the jaws of a trap both delicate and insatiable closing around her. Eric had come to her as he had many times before, seeking the truth about a man who could not or would not speak the truth for himself. In the past, Amber had learned what she could in whatever way she could, even touching. The pain of touching was a small repayment to the son of the great lord who had been so generous to her. Touching hadn't frightened Amber before, yet she was frightened now. The prophecy that had attended her birth quivered in the room like a bowstring just released, and Amber feared the death that would be launched on the invisible, deadly arrow. But at the same time, a need to touch the stranger was growing inside her, pressing at her, barely leaving her room to breathe. She needed to know him as she had never needed to know anything, even her own true name, her own lost parents, her own hidden heritage. The ravenous need frightened Amber most of all. The stranger called to her in his silence, sung to her in a voice unheard, compelled her in a way she could not deny. "Cassandra knows more than both of us together," Amber said tightly. "We must wait for her." "At your birth, Cassandra named you Amber. Do you think it was a whim?" "No," she whispered. "You were born to things, Amber, in a way that Cassandra recognized but could not hope to equal." Amber looked away from Eric's intent eyes. "Do you deny that the stranger wears your sign?" Eric demanded. Amber said nothing. "God's blood," Eric muttered. "Why are you being so difficult?" "God's blood, why are you being so dense?" Shocked by Amber's unaccustomed anger, he simply stared at her. "Do you know this man's name?" she demanded. "If I knew that, I wouldn't have to—" "Have you forgotten Cassandra's prophecy?" Amber interrupted. "Which one?" he retorted. "Cassandra sheds bits of prophecy like an oak sheds leaves hard-kissed by frost." "Spoken like a man who has never seen beyond his own hands." "The sword-master praised the length of my reach," Eric countered, smiling thinly. Amber made a frustrated sound. "Arguing with you is like wrestling shadows." "Cassandra used to mention that even more often than she mentioned casting pearls before swine. Her wisdom, my swine, of course." For once Amber wasn't swayed by Eric's quick wit and wry tongue. "Hear me," she said urgently. "Listen to what Cassandra saw for me at my birth. I've heard what—" But Amber was already speaking, words tumbling out, retelling the prophecy that had been born with her, casting a shadow across her life. "A man with no name may you claim, heart and body and soul. Then rich life might grow, but death will surely flow. In shades of darkness he will come to you. If you touch him, you will know life that might or death that will. Be therefore as sunlight, hidden in amber, untouched by man, not touching. Forbidden." Eric glanced broodingly at the stranger and then at the girl who was indeed like sunlight captured within amber, colors of golden brightness defined by a single dark truth. Simple touch could cause her great pain. Yet he was going to ask her to touch the stranger. He had no choice. "I'm sorry," Eric said, "but if spies of Dominic LeSabre or the Scots Hammer are abroad and Stone Ring keeps land, I must know it." Slowly Amber nodded. "But most of all, I must know where the Scots Hammer himself is," Eric continued. "The sooner Duncan of Maxwell is dead, the safer Lord Robert's holdings in the disputed lands will be." Again Amber nodded, yet she made no move to touch the man who lay senseless at her feet. "No man gets to this stranger's age without having a name of some sort," Eric said reasonably. "Even slaves, serfs, and villeins have names. 'Tis foolish to fear Cassandra's prophecy." The pendant on Amber's palm burned like trapped flames. She stared at it, yet saw only what she had seen before. Sacred ring, sacred Rowan, shades of darkness. "So be it," Amber whispered. Clenching her teeth against the pain to come, she sank to her knees by the fire and laid her palm against the stranger's cheek. The pleasure was so sharp, Amber cried out and snatched her hand back. Then, realizing what she had done, she slowly reached for the stranger again. Involuntarily, Eric moved as though to protect Amber from more pain. Then he controlled himself and stood watching, his mouth flattened into a thin line beneath his short, tawny beard. He disliked causing Amber any discomfort, but he disliked the thought of killing a stranger needlessly even more. The second time Amber's hand touched the stranger, she didn't flinch. With a soft sound, she settled more closely to him. Closing her eyes, shutting out the rest of the world, she savored the purest pleasure she had ever known. It was like being suspended in a pool of sweet fire, caressed by warmth, knowing the heart of light. And beyond the golden warmth of the pool, knowledge lay in shades of darkness, waiting. Amber gave a low cry. She could think of few men who would have such a certainty of their own prowess in battle. Dominic LeSabre and Duncan of Maxwell were two. A third was Eric. "A great warrior lies beneath my hand, light and darkness, pleasure and pain, soulmate and deadly foe in one." Amber. Slowly she opened her eyes. The look on Eric's face told her that he had called to her more than once. Intent, tawny eyes watched her. His concern for her was tangible and warming. She forced a smile despite the turmoil seething beneath her calm surface. She owed Eric so much. His father had given her clothes, the cottage, men to work the land, and land for men to work. Eric trusted her as though she were a clansman, rather than a waif with neither parent nor sibling to call her own. And she knew she was going to betray Eric's trust for a stranger who might well prove to be Eric's foe. Having touched the stranger, Amber could not deliver him to death at Eric's hands, not until she was certain that the man was whom she feared. Perhaps not even then. He could simply be a stranger known to no one. The thought was as seductive as a hearth fire on a winter day. I, a stranger, other knights have come to the disputed lands. I have heard their tales of being tested in the Saracen crucible. They were confident of their own might. This man could be such a warrior. He must be. Amber. "Leave him here," she said huskily. "He belongs to me." The temptation to continue touching the stranger was very great. Reluctantly, she withdrew her hand. The emptiness she felt at the loss of touch dismayed her. Until that instant, she wouldn't have described herself as lonely. Eric let out a long, relieved sigh as he realized that touching the stranger had unsettled Amber, but hadn't caused her true pain. "God must be listening to my prayers," Eric said. Amber made a questioning sound. "I need skilled warriors," Eric said. "The Scots Hammer is only the first problem I must face." "What else?" Amber asked, concerned. "Norsemen have been seen just north of Winterlands, and my dear cousins grow restless once again." "Send them to fight the Norsemen." "More likely, they would ally themselves and attack my father's estates," Eric said, smiling thinly. Amber forced herself not to look at the stranger. Having a warrior such as Dominic LeSabre or the Scots Hammer fighting with Eric rather than against him could easily make the difference between peace and prolonged war for the disputed lands. Yet she could as well wish to pour sunlight from hand to hand like water as wish the great Norman lord or his Scots vassal to ally with Lord Robert of the North. "What is my new warrior's name?" Eric asked. "I'll ask him when he wakens," Amber said. "Why did he come to the disputed lands?" "That will be the second thing I ask him." "Where was he going?" Eric asked. "That will be the third," Eric grunted. "You didn't learn much when you touched him, did you?" "No." "The stranger's sleep isn't natural." Amber nodded. "Is he spellbound?" Eric pressed. "No." Eric's eyebrows rose at the quickness of her response. "You sound quite certain," he said. "I am." "Why?" Frowning, Amber probed her memory. The certainties that had flowed from the stranger into her were unlike any she had discovered by touch in the past. His basic nature, fierce, proud, generous, passionate, determined, bold, had been frighteningly easy to discover. Yet there were no shifting, chaotic images of the hours or days or weeks or years before he came to the stone ring and the sacred rowan. There was no bright sense of purpose stitching like lightning through darkness. There were no faces beloved or hated. It was as though the stranger had no memories. Without realizing it, Amber reached out to the man again. She willed herself to ignore the pleasure as she once had taught herself to ignore pain. Peeling away petal after petal of beguiling sensation, she searched for the stranger's memories. There were none. There were only faint, fading glimmers of light that retreated even as she pursued. The man was as though newly born. "I don't sense anything corrupt gnawing away inside him," she said finally. "It is like touching a babe." Eric snorted. "A babe? God blind me, but he is the biggest babe I've ever seen." Amber withdrew her hand. "What else can you tell me?" Eric asked. She laced her fingers together so tightly that they ached. She didn't want to share her fears with Eric, yet his questions were circling closer and closer to the core of her unease, a fear she acknowledged each time she denied it. Great warrior, deadly enemy, and soulmate in one. Nay, I don't know who he is. I know only that he is a man with no name who is supremely confident of his own fighting skills. "Normally you ask the question, the person I'm touching answers, and my touch tells me if the truth was spoken," Amber said slowly. "This time was different." Eric looked from the senseless stranger to Amber, who seemed almost a stranger herself at the moment. "Are you well?" he asked softly. She jumped. "Aye." "You seem dazed." A smile was difficult to manage, but Amber did. "'Tis the touching," she said. "I'm sorry." "Don't be. God sends us nothing that we can't endure." "Or die trying," Eric said dryly. Amber's smile slipped as the words of the prophecy rang once again in her mind. Death will surely flow. Chapter 2. The smell of timeless evergreens permeated Amber's cottage. Candles flickered in holders above the bed. They cast a shivering golden light over a man with no name, a man who lay captive in a sleep that had no dreams. Amber was certain he wasn't dreaming, for she had spent the past 2 days rubbing precious oils and warmth into his body. During that time she had sensed nothing new, nor had the pleasure that came with touching him changed. It was as keen now as it had been the first time. As Amber worked, she spoke to the stranger, trying to reach him with words as well as with the warmth of her touch and the pungent healing power of evergreen and amber. "My dark warrior," Amber murmured as she had many times before, "how did you come to the stone ring?" Her hands massaged first one powerful arm, then the other, shaping muscles that were firm even in relaxation. The dark hair on his forearms gleamed with oil and candlelight. The sight of the strong cords binding him to the bed frame made her frown. She touched one of the cords and sighed, but didn't remove it. Eric had said the stranger was to be bound, or else one of Eric's squires would be with Amber at all times. She had chosen the bonds, for she wanted no one else around if the man woke up and was discovered to be the enemy she feared. Amber didn't know what she would do if that happened. It was a thing she refused to think about, for there was no solution to the dilemma it would cause. Enemy and soulmate in one. "Were you afoot?" Amber asked. "Were you alone?" There was no answer but the rhythmic rise and fall of the stranger's broad chest. "Are your eyes the gray of ice and winter, The grey of Dominic LeSaber's, or are your eyes darker, as the Scots hammers are reputed to be? Or are you a third warrior, unknown, come back from the Saracen full of certainty of your own ability? There was no change in the stranger's deep, even breathing. I pray you are unknown, Amber whispered. With a sigh, she resumed stroking the patterns of hair across the man's chest. The masculine hair both intrigued and pleased her. She liked smoothing the crisp mat, feeling its resilience and tickling caress over her palms. Did you take off your clothes so that you could enter the sacred circle and sleep safely at the Rowan's feet? The man made a murmurous sound. Yes, Amber said eagerly. Oh, yes, my warrior. Come to the golden light. Leave all the shades of darkness behind. Though the man made no response, Amber was elated. Slowly, slowly, he was emerging from his unnatural sleep. She sensed his pleasure in being stroked and petted as clearly as if he could speak. Yet still no memories came from him to her, no images, no names, no faces. Where are you hiding, my dark warrior? She asked, and why? Amber smoothed thick, slightly wavy hair back from the stranger's forehead. Whatever you fear, you must awaken soon, else you will be lost forever in a darkness that won't end short of death. The stranger made no sound. It was as though she had imagined the brief stirring. Straightening wearily, Amber looked at the incense bowl that was set like a candle holder into the wall. The teardrop-shaped bit of gemstone was almost consumed. She added another precious fragment from her store of medicinal amber. A tendril of thin, fragrant smoke curled upward. The stranger's body twitched, but it didn't awaken. Amber was beginning to fear he wouldn't. Too often that was what happened to people who were struck by stone or broadsword or horse's hoof. They fell into dreamless sleep, nor did they awaken. Ever. That can't happen to this man. He is mine. The intensity of Amber's feelings startled her. Uneasily, she began pacing the cottage. After a time, she realized that dawn was sending tiny lances of light between the cottage's shutters. Beyond the walls, cocks crowed their triumph into the dying night. Amber peeked through a crack where the shutters didn't quite meet. The autumn storm that had been the stranger's undoing had passed over the land. In its wake lay a world newly made, glittering with dew and possibilities. Normally, Amber would have been up and about in the garden, checking on the herbs she grew for Cassandra and herself. Or she would walk into the fens to see if flights of plump geese had arrived, bringing with them the certainty of the coming winter. But there was nothing normal about today. There had been nothing normal since the instant Amber had touched a man with no name and discovered that she had been born to be this one man's mate. She went to the bed and rested her fingers lightly on his cheek. He was still in the coils of unnatural sleep. But not so deeply, I think. Something is changing. The cocks outside no longer crowed, telling Amber that the sun was lifting to its accustomed rounds. If you do waken, I'll scare you back to sleep with my appearance, she said. I must look as bedraggled as a winter garden. Amber refreshed herself with a basin of warm water and evergreen-scented soap. She put on a clean linen shift, tugged bright red stockings into place, and pulled a dress of thick, soft wool over her head. The dress was another gift of Lord Robert, through his son Eric, in thanks for the fine, dried herbs Amber supplied to Robert's household. The gold embroidery around the front neck opening made a rich contrast to the indigo color of the wool itself. The dress was lined with yellow linen, which showed inside the long, trailing sleeves and at the hem of the dress. When she was finished dressing, the soft cloth clung to the curving lines of her breasts and waist and hips. She caught the wide hem of the sleeves and bound them with ribbons around her wrists where the cloth would be out of her way. With flying fingers, she wrapped a triple strand of gold-painted leather around her hips and tied the belt in front. At the end of each of the 6 leather strands, opaque rings of amber glowed in shades of gold. A sheath of gilded leather hung securely from her waist. Within the sheath lay a silver dagger whose hilt held a single eye of blood-red amber. Grabbing a comb made of rowan wood set with orange amber, she hurried over to the stranger's bed. A brief touch told her that he was still swimming like a trout beneath the surface of unnatural sleep, and like a trout, he was struggling to rise toward the gleaming lure of the sun. Amber shook him lightly. There was no response other than a muttering that had no meaning. She stood next to the bed and combed tangles from her long golden hair while she watched him anxiously. You are closer to the sunlight with each heartbeat, she said hopefully. Please awaken and tell me your name. His head turned restlessly and a hand twitched. Amber touched him but discovered nothing new. Amber felt as restless as the stranger's sleep. Pacing, combing her hair, pacing again, she finally cracked the shutters just beyond the bed and looked out. No one was coming up the path from Stone Ring Keep to her secluded cottage. She pushed the shutters a bit apart and began braiding her hair, ignoring the bracing rush of air into the room. Her fingers were clumsy with impatience and anxiety. The comb slipped and fell onto the rush-covered floor next to the bed. She slammed the shutter closed. "What a bother my hair is," Amber muttered. As she bent down to retrieve the comb, her hair fell across the stranger's bound right hand. Long, powerful fingers clenched in her hair, holding her captive. Amber froze, then stared into piercing hazel eyes that were only a few inches from her own. "Not Gray. Thank God, not the Gray of Dominic LeSabre's. I haven't lost my heart to a man who is already wed." "Who are you?" demanded a deep male voice. "You have your wits. You have slept for 2 days, and I feared 2, he interrupted. "Don't you remember?" Amber asked softly, stroking the hand whose fingers were wrapped in her hair. "There was a storm." She waited hopefully. "I remember nothing," he said. Amber didn't doubt it. All that came to her from touching the stranger was the depth of his confusion. "I remember nothing," the stranger said violently. "By God's holy blood, what has happened to me?" There was fear as well as confusion in his voice. He tried to get up, only to realize that he was bound hand and foot. He could move his fingers and his head, but no more. He was so surprised that he released his grip on Amber's hair and began straining at the cords binding his right arm. His sword arm. "'Tis all right," Amber said, reaching for his hand. "I'm bound. Am I a prisoner?" "Nay, it's just what in the name of Jesus and Mary is going on?" She touched the stranger's clenched hand. She sensed fury at being bound, turmoil at lack of memory, fear at his own helplessness, but nowhere did she sense any desire to hurt her. "I wish you no harm," Amber said soothingly. "You've been ill and out of your senses." She might as well have been talking to the wind. The man's muscles bunched as he fought against his bonds. The wooden supports of the bed creaked and cords bit into his flesh, but none of the bonds gave way. A feral snarl rippled from his throat. His body bucked and covers flew as he struggled to free himself. Cords cut into flesh until blood flowed. He kept fighting. "Nay," Amber said urgently, "stop!" She threw herself across the stranger's body and hung onto him as though he were an unruly horse, trying to hold him still so that he wouldn't hurt himself anymore. The shock of being surrounded by a soft, fragrant woman and a wild fall of golden hair was so startling that the man stopped struggling for an instant. It was all Amber needed. She brushed a kiss across his naked chest, further shocking him into stillness. Then she touched his lips with her fingers as though to stop his cries. "Lie still, my dark warrior. I will free you." A shudder went through him. He counted each heartbeat in the savage agony hammering inside his head. Slowly, with a visible act of will, he forced himself not to fight against his bonds. The feel of Amber's hands on his bare skin sent another shudder through him, as did the silky fall of her hair across his groin. His heart raced with more than the brief fight to free himself. Then he saw the ancient silver dagger she had taken from her belt. "Nay," he said hoarsely. Abruptly he realized that the dagger was to be used on the knots rather than on him. With a groan he stopped struggling. When the force of his blood slowed, the pain in his head subsided. Amber looked up from her work and smiled encouragingly. "I'm sorry you were bound," she said. "You were not yourself." "Whomever that might be." "No one knew how it would go with you when you awoke," she added. The man let out a long breath as his right hand was freed. The other bonds gave way quickly to the flashing dagger. Before the sweat of his brief battle had dried on his body, he was free. "I'm sorry," Amber said again. "Eric insisted that you be tied for my safety, but I know you won't hurt me." A shake of the stranger's head was his only answer. For the space of several breaths he lay and watched Amber, trying to understand what had happened to him. All he knew for certain was that the less he moved, the less his head hurt. "Ill?" he asked after a few moments. "I've been ill?" Amber nodded. "What kind of illness is it that leaves a man with no memory, nothing, not even his own name?" A chill lanced through Amber. She sheathed the dagger with trembling hands. "This can't be what Cassandra prophesied. I haven't been reckless. I haven't been foolish. He can't be a man with no name." But he was. "You don't remember your name?" she asked in an aching voice. "Nay, nor anything but—" "Yes?" Amber asked eagerly. "Darkness. 1,000 shades of black." "Is that all?" Thick lashes flickered for a moment as the stranger rubbed his raw wrists and looked at the ceiling, searching for something only he could see. "A golden light," he said slowly. "A sweet voice calling to me, luring me from that fell night, breathing the scent of larch and pine over me." Hazel eyes flecked with gray and green and blue focused intently on Amber. His hand moved so swiftly that she was captive before she knew what had happened. His fingers slid into her hair all the way to her scalp. He held her gently this time, but so securely there was no chance to get away. Nor did Amber want to. A curious pleasure was coursing through her. She had touched a stranger so many times, but never had she been touched by him. The difference was quite thrilling, despite her clear understanding that his emotions were a seething, unpredictable storm that might slip his control at any moment. Slowly the man drew Amber down onto the bed next to him. He buried his face in her hair and inhaled deeply, drinking her scent. Amber brushed her lips across his cheek and chest, as had become her custom through the long hours that she had tended him. "It was you," he said huskily. "Yes." "Do I know you?" "You know only what is in your own mind," she said. "Do you know me?" she countered. "I think I have never seen a girl more beautiful. Not even—" The man's deep voice faded, and he frowned heavily. "What is it?" Amber asked. "I can't remember her name." "Whose?" "The one who was the most beautiful girl I had ever seen. Until you." As the stranger spoke, Amber deliberately flattened both palms against the naked skin of his shoulders. A vague image came to her of a girl with hair as red as flame and far-seeing eyes of jeweled green. The image faded, leaving him without a name to put to the delicate face. He shook his head and cursed roughly in frustration. "Give yourself time to heal," Amber said. "Your memory will return." Big hands clamped around her shoulders and strong fingers dug urgently into her flesh. "There is no time. I must... God's teeth, I can't remember." Tears came to Amber's eyes as the stranger's anguish swept through her. He was a man whose honor was his greatest possession. He had given vows that must be kept. But he could not remember who had accepted those vows. Nor could he remember what the vows had been. A cry was dragged from Amber's throat, for the man's pain and fear and rage were also hers while she touched him. Instantly the pressure on her shoulders was relieved. Battle-hardened hands began caressing rather than digging into soft flesh. "Forgive me," he said hoarsely. "I didn't mean to hurt you." Surprisingly gentle fingers brushed over Amber's eyelashes, taking her tears. Startled, she opened her eyes. The man's face was very close to hers. Despite his own agitation, he was concerned for her. It was as clear to her as the dark, thick lashes that framed his hazel eyes. "You didn't hurt me," Amber said. "Not in the way you mean." "You're crying." "'Tis your anguish. I sense it so very clearly." Dark eyebrows rose. The backs of the man's fingers brushed very lightly over Amber's cheek. Hot tears burned against his skin. "Don't cry, gentle fairy." Amber smiled despite her tears. "I'm not a fairy." "I don't believe you. Only a creature of magic could have pulled me from that savage darkness." "I'm a student of Cassandra the Wise." "Ah, that explains it," he said. "You're a witch." "Not at all. I'm simply one of the learned." "I meant no insult. I have a fondness for witches who can heal." "You do?" Amber asked, startled. "Have you known many?" "One," the man frowned. "Or is it two?" His control threatened to break at the new evidence that he had none of the memories other people take for granted. "Try not to fight so," Amber said. "It only makes things worse. Can't you feel that?" "'Tis hard not to fight," he said through his teeth. "Fighting is what I do best." "How do you know?" The man went still. "I don't know," he said finally, "but I know it's true just the same." "It's also true that a man who fights himself can't win." Silently the stranger absorbed that unhappy truth. "If you are meant to remember," Amber said, "you will." "And if I'm not?" he asked starkly. "Will I go through the rest of my life a man with no name?" His words were too close to the bleak prophecy that had haunted Amber's life. "Nay," she cried, "I will give you a name. I will call you Duncan." The echoes of the name beat at Amber, horrifying her. She hadn't meant to say that name. She truly hadn't. "He can't be Duncan of Maxwell. I refuse to believe it. Better that he remain forever a man with no name." But it was too late. She had given him a name. Duncan. Breath held, her hands clenched around one of his. Amber waited for Duncan's response. There was a distant sense of straining, of shifting, of focusing, of... Then it was gone, fading like an echo heard for the third time. "Duncan," he asked, "is that my name?" "I don't know," Amber said unhappily. "But the name suits you. It means dark warrior." His eyes narrowed. "Your body bears the marks of battle," Amber said, touching the scars on his chest, "and your hair is a most pleasing shade of darkness." The light caress of her fingers lured and beguiled Duncan, encouraging him to accept his strange awakening into a world both familiar and forever changed. And whether it was strange or familiar, Duncan was too spent to fight anymore. The long climb up from darkness had sapped even his great strength. "Promise you won't bind me if I sleep again," he said huskily. "I promise." Duncan looked at the intense maid who was watching him with such concern. Questions crowded his thoughts, too many questions to sort out, too many which had no answer. He might not remember the details of his life before he had awakened, but he hadn't forgotten everything. At some time in the past, he had learned that a frontal attack wasn't always the best way to take a fortified position. And in any case, at the moment he hadn't the strength to attack a butterfly. Every time he gathered himself to fight, the pain in his head all but blinded him. "Rest for a bit," Amber said encouragingly. "I'll make some tea to ease the pain in your head." "How did you know?" Amber reached for the fallen covers without answering. Her unbound hair fell over Duncan and was drawn beneath the covers as she pulled them up. With an impatient sound, she swept the long mass back over her shoulders, only to have a handful escape once more. "Your hair is like amber," Duncan said, stroking a soft lock. "Smooth and precious." "That is my name." "Precious?" he asked, smiling slowly. Amber's breath caught. Duncan had a smile to melt sleet and call meadowlarks from a midnight sky. "No," she said with a soft laugh, shaking her head. "My name is Amber." "Amber." Duncan looked from her long hair to her luminous golden eyes. "Yes," he said, "precious amber." Duncan released the silky strand of hair, stroked her wrist, and let his hand settle onto the thick fur cover. The lack of Duncan's touch was like having a fire go out. Amber had to swallow a sound of protest. "So I am Duncan and you are Amber," he said after a few moments. "For now." "Yes," she whispered. Desperately, Amber wished that she had called Duncan by any other name. Yet at the same time, she knew she couldn't have withheld what she feared could be his true name. She, called simply Amber, knew only too well the hole in the center of life that came from having no name, no real heritage. "Perhaps it is simply my fears playing upon me, drawing shadow monsters upon an empty wall. Do I fear that he is Duncan of Maxwell simply because I want so much for him to be someone else? Anyone else?" "Where am I?" Duncan asked. "In my cottage." He glanced around, seeing beyond Amber to the large room. There was a central fire burning cheerfully as smoke was drawn to the hole at the peak of the thatched roof. Something savory cooked in the small cauldron suspended from a trivet over the fire. The walls had been limed to whiteness, and the floor was covered with clean rushes. Shuttered windows were set in 3 walls. In the 4th was a door. Thoughtfully, Duncan fingered the bedding. Linen and soft wool and luxurious fur, rich curtains of cloth pulled aside for the day. Nearby was a table with a chair, an oil lamp, and, astonishingly, a handful of what appeared to be ancient manuscripts. Duncan looked back to the girl who had attended his illness, a girl who was familiar and unknown at once. Amber's clothes were like the bedding, wonderfully rich, soft, warm, and colorful. At her wrists and neck, amber gems gleamed in costly shades of warm yellow and gold. "You live far better than most cottagers," Duncan said. "I have been fortunate. Eric, heir to Lord Robert of the North, watches over me." Amber's affection for Eric was clear in her voice and in her smile. Duncan's expression darkened, making him look every bit the formidable warrior he was. For an instant, Amber wondered if she hadn't been a bit too hasty in untying him. "Are you his leman?" Duncan asked. At first, Amber didn't understand the blunt question. When she did, she flushed. "Nay, Lord Robert is a—" "Not Robert," Duncan interrupted curtly. "Eric, the mere mention of whose name makes you smile." Amber smiled widely. "Eric's leman?" she repeated. "He would laugh fit to choke at the thought. We've known one another since we were no bigger than goslings." "Does he give costly gifts to all his childhood friends?" Duncan asked coolly. "We were both students of Cassandra the Wise." So Eric's family befriended me." "At some expense to themselves," Duncan said pointedly. "Their gifts, though generous indeed, do not strain Lord Robert's wealth," Amber said in a dry tone. As Duncan opened his mouth to question Amber further, he realized that he was reacting with far too much jealousy over a maid he had just met. Or had he? He was quite naked in her bed. Her hands weren't hesitant to touch him. She had neither blushed nor turned away when the bedcovers went sliding in disarray, revealing his nakedness, nor had she been in any great haste to cover him again. But how did one delicately ask a maid if she was his betrothed, his wife, or his leman? Or, God forbid, his sister? Duncan grimaced. The thought that he and Amber might be close in blood appalled him. "Duncan, are you in pain?" "No." "Are you certain?" He made a harsh sound. "Tell me." His voice and his courage faded. The sensual heat in his blood did not. "Yes?" Amber said encouragingly. "Are we related by blood?" "Nay," she said instantly. "Thank God." Amber looked startled. "Is Cassandra one of those whom you call learned?" Duncan asked, changing the subject before Amber could pursue it. "Yes." "Is that a tribe or a clan or a priesthood?" At first Amber wondered if Duncan were toying with her. Any man who was found inside the stone ring asleep at the foot of the sacred rowan was certainly one of the learned. The thought was like a balm. She had heard many things about Duncan of Maxwell, the Scots hammer, but never had it been so much as hinted that he was one of the learned. Whatever or whomever the stranger she had named Duncan had once been, he was now a different man, riven from past learning by a bolt of lightning. Frowning, Amber tried to find the words to describe her relationship with Cassandra and Eric and the few other learned whom she had met. She didn't want Duncan to look at her with superstition or fear, as some of the simple folk did. "Many learned are related by blood, but not all," Amber said slowly. "It is a kind of discipline, like a school, but all those who attempt to learn aren't equally apt." "Like hounds or horses or knights?" Duncan asked after a time. She looked puzzled. "Some are always better than others at what they do," he said simply. "A few, a very few, are far better than any." "Yes," Amber said, relieved that Duncan understood. "Those who can't be taught say that those who can learn are cursed or blessed, usually cursed." Duncan smiled wryly. "But we aren't," she said. "We are simply what God made us to be. Different." "Aye, I have met a few people like that. Different." Absently, Duncan flexed his right hand as though to grasp a sword. It was a movement made without forethought, as much a part of him as breathing. He didn't even notice the act. Amber did. She remembered what she had heard about the Scots hammer, a warrior who had been defeated in battle only once, and that by the hated Norman usurper, Dominic Le Sabre. In exchange for his own life, Duncan had sworn fealty to the enemy. It was rumored that Dominic had defeated Duncan with the help of his Glendruid witch wife. Amber remembered the face she had glimpsed through Duncan's thick veil of forgetfulness, hair of flame and eyes of an unusually intense green. Glendruid green. Dear God, could he be Dominic Le Sabre, Eric's sworn enemy? Staring at Duncan's eyes, Amber tried to see them as gray, but honestly could not. Green, perhaps, or blue, or brown, but not gray. Amber let out a long sigh and prayed she wasn't deluding herself. "Where did you meet these unusual men?" she asked. "Or were they women?" Duncan opened his mouth, but no words came. He grimaced at the fresh evidence of his lack of memory. "I don't know," he said flatly, "but I know that I have met them." Amber went to Duncan and put her fingers over his restless sword hand. "Their names?" Amber asked in a soft voice. Silence answered her, followed by a curse. She sensed Duncan's raw frustration and growing anger, but no faces, no names, nothing to call forth memories. "Were they friend or foe?" she asked quietly. "Both," he said hoarsely, "but not quite." Duncan's hand clenched into a heavy fist. Gently, Amber tried to soothe the fingers into relaxation. He jerked his hand away and pounded on his thigh. "God's blood," he snarled. "What kind of dishonorable cur can't remember friend or foe or sacred vows?" Pain twisted through Amber, pain that was both Duncan's and, eerily, her own. "Have you made any such vows?" she asked in a low voice. "I don't know!" The words were almost a shout. "Gently, my warrior," Amber said. While she spoke, she stroked Duncan's hair and face as she had through the long hours when he had been lost in an odd kind of sleep. At the first touch, Duncan flinched. When he looked into Amber's troubled golden eyes, he groaned and unclenched his hands, allowing her gentle caresses to soothe him. "Sleep, Duncan. I can feel your exhaustion." "No," he said grimly. "You must let yourself heal." "I don't want to go into that fell darkness again." "You won't, and if I do, I'll call you forth again." "Why?" he asked. "Who am I to you?" Amber hesitated at the blunt question, then smiled an odd, bittersweet smile as Cassandra's prophecy echoed like distant thunder. He will come to you in shades of darkness. And he had. She had touched a man with no name, and he had claimed her heart. Amber didn't know if she could bend events so that life as well as death flowed from her reckless action. She knew only one thing, and she knew it with a certainty greater than that of the sun's burning progress across the sky. "Come heaven, come hell," Amber said in a low voice, "I will protect you with my life. We are joined." Duncan's eyes narrowed as he realized that Amber had just given him a vow that to her was every bit as binding as any that lords might make among themselves. The fierceness with which she was prepared to defend him against the darkness that had claimed his memory both reassured Duncan and made him smile. She was so fragile-looking, a handful of sunlight and softness, a fragrant breeze, a sweet warmth. "Are you another ruthless Boadicea, to lead men into battle?" Duncan teased gently. With a small smile, Amber shook her head. "I've never held a broadsword. They look like great clumsy things to me. Fairies weren't meant to wield swords. They have other weapons. But I am not a fairy." "So you say." Smiling, Duncan traced the long fall of Amber's unbound hair. "Odd to think that you are mine and I am yours," he murmured. Amber didn't correct Duncan's misunderstanding, for there was a curious difference in his touch now. It sent tendrils of sweet, secret fire through her. "Only if you wish it," she whispered. "I can't believe I would forget such a fey, beautiful creature as you." "That's because I'm not beautiful," she retorted. "To me, you are as beautiful as dawn after a long winter's night." The genuine belief in Duncan's voice and eyes was reinforced by his touch. He was not paying her courtly compliments. He had spoken what was to him the simple truth. Amber shivered as Duncan's thumb outlined the curve of her parted lips. He felt her response and smiled despite the headache that had returned with the renewed beating of his blood. The smile was nakedly male, frankly triumphant, as though he had been given an answer to a question he hadn't wanted to put into words. Duncan's other hand slid deeply into Amber's hair, both caressing and chaining her. Strange sensations coursed from his touch. Before she could put a name to them, she found herself stretched across his chest, her lips against his and his tongue within her mouth. Surprise overcame the other feelings racing wildly through Amber. Instinctively, she struggled against Duncan's heavy embrace. At first, his arms tightened. Then slowly, reluctantly, he loosened his grip on her just enough so that he could speak. "You said you were mine." "I said we were joined." "Aye, lass. That's what I had in mind. Joining." "I meant, that is, yes." Before Amber could answer, the excited yaps and howls of a pack of hunting dogs burst into the clearing that surrounded her cottage. She knew without looking that Eric had come to check on the stranger who had been left in her care. Eric would be furious that Amber had disobeyed him and untied the man who had no name. Chapter 3. Duncan sat up in a rush, then groaned at the hammer blow of pain behind his eyes. "Lie back," Amber said quickly. "'Tis only Eric." Duncan's eyes narrowed, but he did as she asked, giving way to the firm pressure of her hands on his shoulders. An outraged squawking and screeching from the yard announced that Eric's hounds had discovered the chickens. As Amber opened the front door, the hound master blew on his horn, calling the dogs back to order. The youngest hound in the pack didn't come to the command. The half-grown dog had just discovered an old goose. Certain of an easy route, the hound romped forward with delighted barks. The gander arched its long neck, lowered its head, spread its wings, and hissed menacingly. The hound kept coming. "Eric," Amber said, "call him off." "It will do him good." "But—" The rangy, rough-coated dog attacked. The gander's right wing came down in a blur of motion. The hound was knocked off its feet. Crying in surprise and pain, the dog scrambled upright and raced back to the pack, tail tucked low. Eric laughed so hard it upset the peregrine riding on a perch on the pommel of his saddle. Silver bells on the trailing ends of the jesses jangled harshly, telling of the bird's disturbance. The falcon flared its narrow, elegant wings and gave a sharp, piercing cry. Eric's answering whistle was as high and wild as the falcon's. The bird cocked her head and whistled again. This cry was different, as was Eric's whistled response. The falcon folded its wings and was quiet once more. Swift glances passed among the squires and knights who were hunting with Eric. His uncanny way with wild beasts was a matter of much speculation among the people. Though none called Eric sorcerer to his face, men whispered it among themselves. "Be easy, my beauty," Eric said softly. He stroked the bird with his bare hand. His other hand wore a thick leather gauntlet for protection when the falcon rode his wrist. "Robbie," Eric said to the houndmaster, "take the hounds and my men off to the forest. You're disturbing Amber's peace." Amber opened her mouth to say that wasn't true. A glance from Eric silenced her. Without a word, Amber waited until the hounds, horses, and men rode back into the forest in a flurry of noise and motion. "How fares the stranger?" Eric asked bluntly. "Better than your hound. Maybe next time trouble will come when Robbie sounds the hunting horn." "Doubtful. Half-grown males have much passion and little brain." "I'd be insulted if I weren't fully grown," Eric said. Amber widened her eyes. "Are you? Since when, my lord?" A smile flashed and faded on Eric's handsome face. Silently, he waited for Amber to speak of the fully grown male who lay within her cottage. "He is awake," she said. Eric's right hand settled on the hilt of the sword he always wore. "His name?" Eric demanded. "He doesn't remember." "What?" "He remembers no names from his past, not even his own." "He is as cunning as a fox," Eric said flatly. "He knows he is in enemy hands, and—" "Nay," Amber interrupted. "He knows not whether he is Norman or Saxon, serf or thane." "Is he bewitched?" Amber shook her head. The sudden weight and shimmer of her hair falling around her shoulders reminded her that she hadn't yet managed to bind the locks properly. Impatiently, she tossed her head and pulled the mantle's cowl over her hair, concealing it. "There is no feel of compulsion about him," Amber said. "What else did you sense?" "Courage, strength, honor, generosity." Eric's eyebrows rose. "A saint," he said dryly. "How unexpected." Color showed along Amber's slanting cheekbones as she remembered Duncan's distinctly unsaintly desire for her. "There was also confusion and pain and fear," she said crisply. "Ah, he is human then. How disappointing." "You're a devil, Eric, son of Robert of the North." He smiled. "Thank you. 'Tis nice to have my true character appreciated." Amber laughed despite trying not to. "What else?" he asked. Her amusement faded. "Nothing." "What?" "Nothing." The falcon's wings flared in swift reflection of its master's irritation. "Why is he in the disputed lands?" asked Eric in a clipped voice. "He doesn't remember." "Where was he going?" "He doesn't know," she said. "Does he owe fealty to a lord, or is he a free lance?" "He doesn't know." "God's wounds," Eric hissed. "Is he a fool?" "Nay, he just doesn't remember. Have you questioned him with your touch?" Amber took a deep breath and nodded slightly. "What did you sense?" Eric pressed. "When he tries to remember, there is confusion. If he pursues, there is a blinding light, harsh pain." "Like lightning striking?" "It could be," she said. Eric's eyes narrowed into amber slits. "What's wrong?" he asked after a moment. "You've never been so uncertain before." "You've never brought me a man found senseless within Stone Ring before," she retorted. "Is that a complaint?" Amber sighed. "I'm sorry. I've slept little since you brought him. It was very difficult to call him from the darkness." "Yes, I can see that in the shadows beneath your eyes." She smiled wanly. "Amber, is he friend or foe?" The blunt question was the very one that she had feared. "Friend," she whispered. Then honesty and affection compelled her to add, "Until he regains his memory. Then he will be whatever he was before you brought him to me. Friend or enemy or freelance bound to no lord." "Is that the best you can do in assessing him?" "He isn't a criminal or a beast to savage his own kind. He was gentle with me despite his fear." Eric grunted. But if he regains his memory, he might not consider himself our friend. Or he might be a long-lost cousin, happy to find himself at home. Only he can say." "If he regains his memory." Silently, Eric stroked his peregrine's shining back while he considered the possibilities. A persistent sense of uneasiness threaded through his thoughts. Something was wrong. He knew it. He just didn't know what it was. "Will he regain his memory?" Eric asked. "I don't know." "Guess," he said succinctly. A chill went through Amber. She didn't like to think of what would happen if Duncan's memory returned. If he were enemy and soulmate in one, it would tear her apart. Nor did she want to think of what it would be like for Duncan if he didn't remember. He would be restless, savage, driven mad by names never remembered, sacred vows never honored, a man forsworn. It would tear him apart. Amber's breath froze in her chest. She wouldn't cause such dishonor and anguish even to an enemy, much less to the man who had stolen her heart with a touch, a smile, a kiss. Her voice died. "Little one?" Eric asked, troubled by Amber's haunted golden eyes. "I don't know," she said in a shaking voice. "So much ill could come, so little good. Rich life might grow, but death will surely flow." "Perhaps I had better take the stranger to Stone Ring Keep," Eric said. "Nay." "Why not?" "He wears sacred amber. He is mine." The flat certainty in Amber's voice both surprised and worried Eric. What if he regains his memory? Eric asked. Then he will. You could be in danger. As God wills. A surge of anger went through Eric. The falcon cried and his horse moved restlessly and champed at the bit. Eric curbed his mount and soothed his falcon without looking away from Amber's steady gaze. You make no sense, he said finally. I'll send my squires for the stranger as soon as we're through hawking. Amber's head came up defiantly. As you will, Lord. God's teeth, are you possessed? I'm trying only to protect you from a man with no name. He has a name. You told me he didn't remember his name. He doesn't, Amber retorted. I gave him one. What is it? Duncan. Eric's mouth opened, then snapped shut with a distinct sound of clicking teeth. Explain, he demanded. Well, I had to call him something. Dark warrior suits him. Duncan, Eric said neutrally. Yes. In the distance a horn blew, telling of hounds being sent after birds, scaring them into flight for the hawks that rode on the arms of knights. The peregrine on Eric's saddle keened restlessly, recognizing the call to a hunt that had left her behind. Overhead, a merlin's cry announced yet another hawk on the wing. Eric looked up, searching the brilliant sky with eyes that were the equal of any hunting bird's. A small fierce falcon shot down like a dark bolt from the blue, trailing silver jesses that flashed in the sunlight. Though the falcon's stoop ended behind a rocky rise, Eric had no doubt about the outcome. Cassandra will have partridge before I have mallard, he said. Maid Marian flies with her customary lethal grace. Amber closed her eyes and let out a soundless sigh of relief that Eric was no longer pursuing the uncomfortable subject of the stranger whom she had named Duncan. Cassandra will come to you at supper, Eric said, and so will I. Be here. See that the man you call Duncan is here as well. Amber found herself looking into the cold, topaz glance of the wolf that lived within her childhood friend. Her chin came up. She watched him through narrowed yellow eyes that were as cold as his own. Aye, Lord. Eric's smile flashed beneath his dark gold beard. Do you still have smoked venison? She nodded. Good, he said. I'll be hungry. You're always hungry. Laughing, Eric urged the peregrine onto his wrist, set his spurs lightly to his mount, and galloped off into the forest. Sun struck golden fire from his hair and stormy gray from his mount. Amber watched until there was nothing to see but the rocky rise. Just as she turned to go back to the cottage, the merlin rose, keening on the wind, seeking other prey. Amber cocked her head, listening, but heard no sound of hoofbeats approaching. Unlike Eric, Cassandra would wait until the hunt was over to talk with Amber. Relieved, Amber went into the cottage and shut the door quietly behind. Just as quietly, she lowered a stout piece of wood across the frame. Until she lifted that board, no one could enter short of chopping through the door. Duncan? Amber asked softly. There was no answer. Fear sank cold talons into her. She ran to the bed and yanked aside the curtain. Duncan lay on his side, his body relaxed, his eyes closed. Amber put her hand out and touched his forehead. Her breath came out in a rushing sigh of relief. His sleep was deep, but normal. The contrast between the powerful line of Duncan's shoulders and the pale lace on the linen bedding made Amber smile. Gently she brushed his hair back from his forehead, savoring the warmth and smoothness of his skin. Duncan stirred, but not to turn away. Instead, he moved toward her touch. Blindly his hand found hers, circled it, and held on. When she would have withdrawn, his grip tightened. She sensed him awakening. Nay, she whispered, stroking Duncan's cheek with her free hand. Sleep, Duncan. Heal. He slid back toward sleep, but he didn't release Amber's hand. She kicked off her shoes and sat on the edge of the bed, fighting against the exhaustion that she had held at bay through the long days and nights since Duncan had been dropped naked on her doorstep. She couldn't sleep yet. She needed to think, to plan, to find the single thread in the tangled tapestry of Duncan's and her own fate that would lead to enriched life rather than untimely death. So much depends on his memory, or lack of it. So much depends on the prophecy. Aye, the prophecy. I must be certain that no more of his words come true. I fear my heart has been given, but not my body, not my soul. It must stay that way. I must not touch him. Yet even as the thought came, protest welled up from deep within Amber. Touching Duncan was the greatest pleasure she, the untouched, had ever known. He is forbidden to me. Nay, only the special touching of lovers is forbidden between us. Then my body will remain my own, untouched. The prophecy will remain unfulfilled. Weariness finally claimed Amber. Her eyelids closed and she swayed forward, asleep before her head touched the bed. As her weight stretched along Duncan's side, he woke slightly, gathered her closer along his body, and fell back into a healing sleep. Held within the very arms that were forbidden to her, Amber enjoyed the most peaceful sleep of her life. She didn't awaken until a wolf's harmonic howl rose into the twilight. Her first sensation was that of extraordinary peace. Her second was of a warmth like that of the sun behind her. Her third was the realization that Duncan's naked body was cradling her, and his sword hand was cupped around her breast. A curious heat shot through Amber. In its wake came a flush that made her cheeks burn. She began to ease out of Duncan's grasp. He made a sleepy, protesting sound and tightened his hand. She gasped at the sensations radiating from her breast. "Nay, this is the very kind of touching that is forbidden to us. Dear God, why is it so sweet?" The wolf howled again, calling kindred spirits to a twilight hunt. As quickly as Amber dared, she eased from the bed. When Duncan threatened to awaken again, she soothed him with light touches and soft words until he lay quietly once more. Letting out a long sigh of relief, Amber hurried from the bed. She had to be alone when she talked to Eric and Cassandra. It would be much safer for Duncan that way. Amber threw on a mantle of green wool and fastened it with a large silver pin in the shape of a crescent moon. Ancient runes ran down the crescent, giving texture and grace to the beaten silver. When she set aside the board barring the door and stepped into the twilight, the pin shimmered as though made to gather light and hold it against the coming night. No sooner had Amber closed the door behind her than Cassandra appeared on the path from the forest. She was afoot, wearing her customary robes of scarlet embroidered at the edges with blue and green, but twilight turned the colors nearly black. Her pale, almost colorless hair was plaited and concealed beneath a headdress of fine red cloth. The cloth was held in place by a ring of woven silver strands. The sleeves on her dress were long and deeply flared at the cuff. Despite a lack of family that equaled Amber's, Cassandra looked every inch a high-born lady. Older than Amber, wiser, Cassandra had raised Amber as though she were her own. Yet Cassandra made no move to embrace the child she had raised. She had come to the cottage as Stone Ring Keep's wise woman, rather than as Amber's friend and mentor. Uneasiness prickled along Amber's skin. "Where is Eric?" Amber asked, looking beyond Cassandra. "I asked to see you alone for a time." Amber smiled with a brightness she was far from feeling. "Was Maid Marian's hunt successful?" she asked. "Very, was yours. I didn't go hawking." "I refer to your quest for information about the man Eric found asleep within the stone ring," Cassandra said mildly. Saying no more, Cassandra watched Amber with penetrating gray eyes. Amber had to fight not to fidget or mumble the first words that came to her mind. At times, Cassandra's silences were as unnerving as her prophecies. "He hasn't awakened since morning," Amber said, "and then only for a few moments." "What were his first words upon awakening?" Frowning, Amber cast about in her memory. "He asked me who I was," she said after a moment. "In what language?" "Ours." "Accented?" Cassandra asked. "No." "Continue." Amber felt as though she were being quizzed on a lesson, but she didn't know what the lesson was, didn't know the answers to the questions, and feared true answers in any case. "He asked if he was a prisoner," Amber said. "Did he? An odd thing for a friend to ask." "Not at all," Amber retorted. "Eric had bound him hand and foot to my bed." Was all Cassandra offered. Amber said no more. "You have few words," Cassandra said. "I follow your teaching, learned," Amber replied firmly. "Why are you so distant? Why are you quizzing me like a stranger caught within the keep's walls?" Cassandra sighed and held out her hand. "Come," she said. "Walk with me in the hour that is neither day nor yet night." Amber's eyes widened. Cassandra rarely offered to touch anyone, especially Amber, to whom touch was often painful and always uncomfortable. Except for the stranger. His touch had been purest pleasure. "Cassandra," Amber whispered, "why?" "You look hunted, daughter. Touch me and know that I am not one of your pursuers." Hesitantly, Amber brushed her fingers along the other woman's hand. As always, a sense of fierce intelligence and deep affection flowed from Cassandra. "I want only joy for you, Amber." The truth of Cassandra's words flowed through the touch like a bright scarlet ribbon. A bittersweet smile curved Amber's lips as her hand dropped to her side. She doubted that Cassandra knew what a joy touching Duncan was to Amber. And if Cassandra had known, Amber doubted that she would wish more of it for her pupil. When the wise woman turned and walked slowly toward the moonlight pooled in the meadow just beyond the cottage, Amber followed, walking by Cassandra's side. "Tell me about the man you have chosen to call Duncan," Cassandra said. The words were as soft as twilight, but the command just beneath them was not soft at all. "Whatever he was before he came to the stone ring," Amber said, "he knows none of it. And you?" "I saw the marks of battle on his body." "Dark warrior." "Yes," Amber whispered, "Duncan." Is he a brute, then? No? How can you be so certain? A bound man can do little save to try to free himself by strength or guile. I cut his bonds. Cassandra's breath came out in an audible rush as she crossed herself. Why? She asked in a strained voice. I knew he meant me no harm. How? Cassandra asked, fearing the answer even as she demanded it. The usual way. I touched him. Hands clasped, Cassandra stood swaying like a willow in a slow wind. When he came to you, she asked in a strained voice, was it night? Yes, Amber said. In shades of darkness he will come to you. Are you mad? Cassandra asked in horrified tone. Have you forgotten? Be therefore as sunlight, hidden in amber, untouched by man, not touching man, forbidden. Eric required that I touch the stranger. You should have refused. I did at first. Then Eric pointed out that no man gets fully grown without a name. Therefore the prophecy holds no— Don't presume to teach a falcon how to fly, Cassandra interrupted angrily. Did the man know his own name when he awakened? No, but that could change at any moment. By Mother Mary's sweet smile, I have raised a reckless fool. Amber wanted to defend herself, but could think of nothing to say. When she was away from Duncan, the recklessness of her own actions in touching him appalled her. Yet when she was with him, no other action seemed possible. As one, both women turned around to go back to the cottage. As one, they stopped. Eric was standing a few feet ahead of them. Are you proud of your work? Cassandra asked him acidly. And a good evening to you, too, Eric said. What have I done now to earn the sharp side of a learned woman's tongue? Amber has touched a man with no name, who came to her in shades of darkness, brought, I might add, by a young thane with no more brains than a dry stone wall. What would you have had me do? Eric asked. Gut him as though he were a salmon to be salted? You could have waited until I— You do not rule Stone Ring Keep, madam, Eric interrupted coolly. I do. Just so, Cassandra said with a thin smile. Eric let out an explosive breath. I respect your wisdom, Cassandra, but I am no longer yours to order about like a squire. Aye, and that is as it should be. We are in agreement on that, at least. But Eric smiled as he spoke. Since it is impossible to undo that which has been done, what do you suggest we do? Try to bend events so that life rather than death follows, Cassandra said succinctly. Eric shrugged. Death always follows life. 'Tis the nature of living and dying. 'Tis the nature of my prophecies to be accurate. In any event, the prophecy's requirements haven't been met, Eric pointed out. He came to her and— Yes, Eric interrupted impatiently, but her heart and soul and body aren't his. I can't speak for her soul or body, Cassandra retorted, but her heart is already his. Eric shot Amber a surprised look. Is that true? I understand the prophecy's 3 requirements better than anyone, Amber said. All 3 have not been met. Perhaps I should gut him like a salmon after all, Eric muttered. You might be gutting yourself at the same time, Amber said with a composure she didn't feel. How so? You need to be in the north to hold Winterlance against the Norse raiders. Yet if you don't stay here, you will lose Stone Ring Keep to your cousins. Eric looked at Cassandra. You need no prophetess to tell you of your cousin's ambitions, Cassandra said dryly. They were so certain that Lady Emma would die without conceiving an heir for Robert that they had already begun fighting among themselves as to who would rule Stone Ring, Seaholm, Winterlance, and all the rest of Robert's estates. Without a word, Eric looked to Amber. Duncan thinks of himself as a powerful warrior, Amber said to Eric. He could be very useful to you. She gave Eric a shuddered look, wondering if he was truly listening or merely humoring her. There was no way to tell short of touching him. In the moonlight his eyes had the veiled gleam of a wolf's. Go on, Eric said to Amber. Give him time to heal. If his memory doesn't return, he will vow fealty to you. So you think he is a Saxon or Scottish freelance looking for a powerful lord? He would not be the first such knight to come to you. 'Tis true enough, Eric muttered. Cassandra started to object again, but was cut off by Eric. You may have a fortnight's grace while I search out the stranger's past, he said to Amber, but only if you will answer one question. Amber waited, breath held. Why do you care what happens to the man you call Duncan? Eric asked. The calmness of his voice was at odds with the intensity of his eyes. When I touched Duncan, Amber's voice died. Eric waited. She clenched her hands within her long, loose sleeves and tried to think of a way to tell Eric that she suspected he had within his grasp one of the finest warriors ever to be born of human woman. Duncan has no memories as such, Amber said slowly, yet I would vow on my soul that he is one of the greatest warriors ever to hold a sword, And that includes even you, Eric, whom men call the undefeated almost as often as they call you the sorcerer. Cassandra and Eric exchanged a long look. With Duncan on your side, you could hold Lord Robert's land against Norsemen, Normans, and cousins combined, Amber said flatly. Perhaps, Eric said, but I'm afraid that your great dark warrior belongs to Dominic LeSabre or the Scots Hammer. That might be true, but not if Duncan's memory doesn't return. Amber drew a deep breath. Then he is yours. Silence spread while Cassandra and Eric considered Amber's suggestion. Such a ruthless little thing, Eric said, grinning. You would have made a fine peregrine. And he laughed. Cassandra did not. Are you certain Duncan won't regain his memory? No, Amber said. What if he does? The other woman asked. He will be either friend or enemy. If he is a friend, Eric has an invaluable knight, a risk well worth taking, surely. And if he is an enemy? Eric asked. At least you won't have on your soul the cowardly murder of a man struck senseless by lightning. Eric turned to Cassandra. Madam. I like it not. Why? The prophecy, she said curtly. What would you have me do? He asked. Take the stranger out into the disputed lands and leave him naked to find his own way. Nay, Amber said before she could stop herself. Why not? Cassandra said. He is mine. The fierceness in Amber's soft voice shocked the others. Eric glanced aside at Cassandra. She was watching Amber as though she had never seen her before. Tell me, Cassandra said wearily, when you touched him, what was it like for you? Sunrise, Amber whispered. What? It was sunrise after a night as long as time. Cassandra closed her eyes and crossed herself. I will consult my runestones, she said. Amber let out a sigh of relief and looked hopefully at Eric. I will wait a fortnight, no more, Eric said. If your Duncan is revealed as my enemy during that time... Yes, she whispered. Eric shrugged. I will treat him just as I would any other outlaw found skulking about my keeps. I will hang him where I find him. Chapter 4. Duncan spun toward the soft, unexpected sound. The movement drew the folds of his new undertunic tightly across his body, outlining its muscular lines in swaths of pale linen and shadow. As he turned, his right hand went to his left side, fingers grasping for the sword that wasn't there. When the cottage door opened to reveal only Amber, his hand relaxed. You make no more sound than a butterfly, Duncan said. It's a dreary day for butterflies. The rain is like buckets upended. Amber shook water from her hooded mantle, shrugged it off, and hung it on a peg to dry. The other mantle, the one she had kept dry beneath her own, she kept folded over one arm. When she turned back to Duncan, he was pulling an outer tunic into place. The costly green wool was sewn with embroidered ribbons in gold and red and blue at the hem. You look like a thane, Amber said admiringly. A thane would have a sword. She smiled despite the fear that had become her constant attendant since talking with Eric 4 days ago. Each day, Duncan revealed his warrior heritage in many ways, but never more so than when he was taken by surprise. And each day was another drop in the pool of fear that grew uneasily in Amber. She could not bear to think of what Eric would do if Duncan proved to be the Scots Hammer rather than a bold knight looking for a worthy lord to serve. If he is my enemy, I will hang him where I find him. Is this clothing more comfortable than the last? Amber asked in a strained voice. Duncan stretched his arms and flexed his shoulders, testing the width of the fabric. It was tight, but better than the first tunic Amber had brought. That one barely had taken his head through the neck opening, much less the breadth of his chest and shoulders across the back. It's much better, Duncan said, though I fear it would give way in a battle. You're among friends, she said quickly. There is no need to fight. For a moment Duncan said nothing. Then he frowned as though searching for a memory that was no longer there. I hope you're right, lass. I just keep feeling... Heart in her throat, Amber waited. With a throttled curse, Duncan abandoned the hunt among the shadow memories that mocked and teased him, retreating as soon as he approached. Something is not right, he said flatly. I'm a man out of place. I know it as surely as I know that I breathe. It has been only a handful of days since you awakened. Healing takes time. Time. God's teeth, I have no time to stand around like a squire, waiting for his lord to sleep off a night of folly. I must... Duncan's words ended as though cut off by a sword. He didn't know what he had to do. It was worse than a fox gnawing at his vitals. He struck his fist against his hand and turned away from Amber. Though he said nothing more, tension radiated from him like heat from a hearth fire. When Amber approached and stood close, his nostrils flared at the evergreen freshness of her scent. Be at peace, Duncan. A warm, gentle hand caressed his fist. He flinched subtly, surprised. She had been very careful not to touch him since he had stolen that single hungry kiss from her, just as he had been careful not to touch her again. Duncan told himself that he was wary because he had no way of knowing whom Amber had been to him in the past, or would be in the future. They might very well be lovers separated by conflicting vows. Yet the instant Duncan felt the sweetness of Amber's brief caress, he knew the real reason he hadn't touched her again. The torrent of passion and yearning she aroused in him was like nothing he had ever felt for a woman. The passion Duncan understood, for he was a healthy man in the presence of a girl whose very scent made him harden in a wild rush of blood. But the hungry yearning to hold and be held was as new and unexpected as his lack of memory. The surprise that came each time Duncan confronted the depth of his response to Amber was what finally had convinced him that he had never felt such passion for a woman before, just as the fact that he kept reaching for a sword told him that he had worn one in his unremembered past. "Duncan," Amber whispered. "Duncan," he repeated sardonically. "A dark warrior am I, but there is no sword at my side, no cold weight of metal to keep me company when danger calls." "Eric—" "Aye," Duncan interrupted. "The all-powerful Eric, who is your protector, the great Thane who decreed I would go unarmed for a fortnight, yet still his squire lounges ever within reach of your shout." "Egbert the lazy?" Amber asked. "Is he still about?" "Dozing in the shed. The fowl are quite put out to share the roost." "Turn to face me," she said, changing the subject. "Let me see to the fit." Slowly Duncan complied. Amber tugged at a lace here and there, tucked in a stray fold of cloth, and handed over the beautiful indigo mantle that she had brought through the rain from Stone Ring Keep. "For you," she said. Duncan looked down into the golden eyes that watched him with such transparent eagerness to bring him ease. "You are very kind to a man with no name, no past, and no future," he said broodingly. "We have been over that many times to no avail, unless— Are you remembering more?" "Not in the way you mean. No names, no faces, no deeds, no vows. Yet I feel that something both grand and dangerous is waiting for me, just beyond my grasp." Amber's slender hand settled on Duncan's fist again. She sensed no memories looming from his past, no condensing of the shadow memories that swirled and faded, only to be reborn, taunting and hinting. Everything was as it had been, especially the sensual hunger for her that pervaded Duncan's being as deeply as the shadows of his lost memory. Knowing of Duncan's need made a curious kind of heat uncurl throughout Amber's body. It was as though an invisible fire lived in the pit of her stomach, waiting only for the breath of Duncan's desire to burst into flame. Amber told herself that she must lift her hand and not approach Duncan again, but her hand remained where it was, touching him. Such contact was a sweet, subtle drug. The joy it gave her should have terrified her, yet it only lured her even more deeply. "Life is both grand and dangerous," Amber said in a low voice. "Is it? I don't remember." Duncan's barely restrained emotions lashed through Amber, a seething mixture of frustration, anger, and impatience. With an act of will that left Amber aching, she forced herself not to thread her fingers deeply into Duncan's hair and hold him until pleasure at her caresses overcame all other emotions. Yet she couldn't prevent herself from touching Duncan just a little. So little. Just her fingertip tracing the clenched power of his fist. "Has it been so bad for you here, then?" Amber whispered unhappily. Duncan looked down at the bent head of the girl who had done nothing to earn his anger and much to earn his gratitude. Slowly his fist uncurled. Just as slowly he caught Amber's right hand in his own. Her body jerked suddenly at his touch. "Don't be afraid, Golden Fairy. I won't hurt you." "I know." The certainty in Amber's voice was reflected in her eyes. Duncan was too pleased by her trust to ask why she was so confident. He lifted her hand to his lips for a kiss. The sound of Amber's breath rushing out made Duncan's heartbeat speed. He had meant only to kiss her hand, but her response was an irresistible lure. He turned her hand over, cradling it in his palm while his lips found the pulse point of her wrist and brushed it repeatedly. When his lips parted and the tip of his tongue traced the fragile blue vein, her heart's blood visibly raced in response to the caress. Desire arced through Duncan like a bolt from an invisible storm. Yet the gentleness of his caress never varied. He remembered too well Amber's retreat when he had tried a bolder kind of love play. "Duncan," Amber whispered, I— Her voice vanished as a sensuous shiver took her. Being touched by Duncan under any circumstances was a piercing pleasure. Knowing the full force of his passion for her while being kissed so very tenderly by him was like being wrapped in delicate, consuming fire. Duncan lifted his head and looked down into the dazed golden eyes of the girl who was as much a mystery to him as his own past. "You come to my lure like a falcon to its master's call," he said in a deep voice. "You burn for me and I for you. Were we lovers in the time I don't remember?" With a small cry, Amber jerked her hand free and turned her back. "I was never your lover," she said in a strained voice. "I find that hard to believe." "'Tis true just the same." "God's teeth," Duncan hissed. "I can't believe that. We are too strongly drawn. You know something about my past that you aren't telling me." Amber shook her head. "I don't believe you," he repeated. She spun back to Duncan with a speed that made her clothing flare. "As you will," she said angrily. "Before you came to the disputed lands, you were a prince." Duncan was too shocked to speak. "You were a freeholder," Amber continued. "What are you? You were a traitor," she said ruthlessly. Stunned, Duncan simply stared at Amber. "You were a hero," she said. "You were a knight. You were a squire. You were a priest. You were a lord. You were—" "Enough," Duncan interrupted in a savage voice. "Well," she demanded. "Well, what?" "One of those things is the truth." "Is it?" Amber shrugged. "What else could you have been?" "A serf or a sailor?" he said sardonically. "No, you haven't the calluses for it, nor the thick head, though lately I begin to wonder." Abruptly, Duncan laughed. Against her will, Amber smiled. "You see, whatever I tell you isn't the same as knowing. That you must do for yourself. No one can do it for you." Duncan's laughter stopped. For the space of several breaths, he said nothing. The temptation to touch him and discover what he was feeling almost overwhelmed Amber. She fought her own hunger, her own need. And she lost. Her fingertips smoothed lightly over Duncan's clean-shaven cheek. Anger, bafflement, a loss so great it couldn't be described, only felt like thunder from a distant storm, quivering through the air. "Duncan," Amber whispered painfully, "my dark warrior." He watched her with eyes that were narrowed, glittering, the eyes of an animal caught within a trap. "Fighting yourself only wounds you more," she said. "Let yourself grow used to the life you have now." "How can I?" Duncan asked in a rough voice. "What of the life I left behind? What if there is a lord expecting me to honor my vow? What if there is a wife, heirs, land?" When Duncan spoke of lord and land, Amber sensed the dark seething of his memory. No such response came at the mention of wife or heirs. Her relief was so acute that Amber's knees weakened. The thought of Duncan bound by sacred vow to another woman had been like a knife turning in Amber's heart. She hadn't known how great her fear had been until it was banished by the unspeakable certainty that lay beneath Duncan's elusive memory. Pray God that his memory doesn't return. The more he remembers, the more I fear. Enemy, not friend, soulmate. In shades of darkness Duncan came to me. In shades of darkness he must remain. Or die. And that thought was even more unbearable than Duncan alive and bound to another woman. The merlin's quick, shallow wing beats brought it swiftly toward the lure Duncan was casting with smooth, powerful sweeps of his arm. "Well done," Amber said, clapping her hands in excitement. "You must have cast the lure many times before." The lure jerked, then resumed its steady circling. Instantly, Amber regretted her words. For the last 5 days she had refused to discuss Duncan's past in any way at all, nor had his memory returned, though it had been 9 days since he had awakened. After that first, swift look at Amber, Duncan concentrated only on the smooth circling of the lure, calling the winged predator down from the cloud-tossed sky. Without warning, the small falcon stooped, hit the lure with deadly speed, and settled to the ground to feed, mantling its wings protectively over its prey. Quickly, Amber lured the merlin with a bit of meat and piercing whistles. After a few sharp protests, the falcon surrendered and came to Amber's wrist. "Don't sulk, little beauty," Amber murmured as she smoothed the jesses so that they hung evenly over her gauntlet. "You did very well." "Well enough to earn a true hunt?" Duncan asked. She smiled. "You sound as eager as a falcon." "I am. I'm not used to being shut up in a cottage with only a wary maid and my own thoughts for company, or lack thereof," he added ironically. Amber winced. Duncan had shown little interest in her prescribed course of rest, food, and more rest. When the cold rains came, it wasn't difficult to keep Duncan indoors, for all that he paced like a caged wolf. But today, when the sun poured down until mist lifted in great silver flags from the land, keeping Duncan inside hadn't been possible. "I was afraid," she said. "Of what? I'm not ice to melt in sunshine or rain." "I feared enemies." "Who?" he asked swiftly. "The disputed lands are disputed. Landless knights, ambitious bastards, second and third sons, outlaws, all of them roam, seeking prey." "Yet you went to Stone Ring Keep alone to bring clothes for me." Amber shrugged. I don't fear for myself. No man will touch me. Duncan looked skeptical. 'Tis true, she said. It is known throughout the disputed lands that Eric will hang the man who touches me. I have touched you. Besides, you grumbled so about having to wear bed covers like a Saracen, Amber said, changing the subject. Duncan said a few profane words in the language he had learned in the Holy Land. What does that mean? She asked curiously. You don't want to know. Oh, she sighed. In any case, I wanted to make sure you were healed from all the effects of the storm before you went out. All, Duncan retorted. Almost all, Amber said tartly. If I waited for your temper to mend, I would be wrapped in winding sheets and on my way to the grave. Duncan shot her a glittering hazel glance, but had the grace to realize she was right. He had been in a foul temper since morning, when he had awakened from dreams that seethed with shadows and sensual heat. I'm sorry, he said. Bad enough that my memory of the past is gone, but having the past stand in the way of my present and future is more than I can bear with a smile. There is a future for you here if you want it, Amber said. As a freeholder or squire? She nodded. That's generous of you, Duncan said. Not I, Eric. He is Lord of Stone Ring Keep. Duncan frowned. He had yet to meet the young lord, but doubted that they would do well together. Amber was too fond of Eric for Duncan's ease. As always, the depth of his possessiveness toward Amber bothered Duncan, but he was helpless to change it, just as he was helpless to know why he felt as he did. We must have been lovers, or wished to be. Duncan waited, testing his response the way a tongue tests a sore tooth, cautiously, relentlessly. Nothing happened. Absolutely nothing. He felt neither a sense of right nor of wrong, as had been the case when he noted the absence of a sword, and the certainty that he had never felt so strongly about a woman before. Duncan? Amber said softly. He blinked and came back from his thoughts. I don't think I would be happy as a freeholder or a squire, Duncan said slowly. Then what do you want? Whatever I lost. Dark warrior, she whispered, you must let go of the past. That would be like dying. Unhappily, Amber turned aside and hooded the merlin. The bird tolerated it calmly, satisfied for the moment by the recent flight and taste of blood. Even the most fierce falcon accepts the hood without great complaint, she said. It knows the hood will be removed, Duncan retorted. Amber turned and walked toward the mews that were nestled along one side of the cottage. Squire Egbert, more boy than man, came slowly to his feet, stretched, and opened the door for her to enter. When the merlin was safely inside, Amber shut the door behind her and waved the red-haired Egbert back to his idle counting of clouds. As soon as she and Duncan were beyond the reach of the squire's eyes, Amber turned to her companion. Delicately, she put her hand on his. If you can't have the past, she asked in a low voice, what do you most want? The answer was immediate. You. A stillness came over Amber. Joy and fear warred within her, shaking her. But that won't be, Duncan continued evenly. I won't take one maid without knowing what I might have vowed to another. I don't believe you are joined to another woman. Nor do I. But I was born of an adulterous union, he said distinctly. I'll leave neither bastard son to beg his way through the world, nor bastard daughter to become a nobleman's whore. Duncan, Amber whispered, how do you know? What? That you were born a bastard. That one of your parents committed adultery. Duncan's mouth opened, but no words came. He shook his head sharply, as though to banish a blow. I don't know, he groaned. I don't know. But he had known, just for an instant. Amber had sensed it as clearly as she sensed the heat of his body. For a moment, the shadows had lost some of their power. A few bright stars had glimmered through the dense night that shrouded Duncan's past. Why can't I remember? He asked savagely. Let it be, Amber said softly. You can't batter down shadows. You can only slide between them. She sensed the tension leaving Duncan before he did. Taking her hand from his, she gave him a bittersweet smile and opened the cottage door. Before she could cross the threshold, Duncan pulled her back. Startled, Amber turned to him. His hard hand fitted beneath her chin with surprising delicacy. She closed her eyes for a moment to savor the sweetness pouring through her from Duncan's touch. His concern for her was like spring sunlight, warming without burning. And the passion just beneath his concern was a wild torrent of fire. I didn't mean to make you unhappy, Duncan said. I know, she whispered, opening her eyes. Duncan stood so close that Amber could see the shards of green and blue, gold and silver that made up the hazel of his eyes. Then why do tears cling to your eyelashes? He asked. I am afraid for you, for me, for us. Because I can't remember. No, because you might. His breath came in sharply. Why? What could be wrong with that? What if you were married? I think not. Surely I would feel its absence as I do my missing sword. What if you owed fealty to a Norman lord? Amber asked desperately, trying to quench the passion in Duncan's eyes. What would it matter? Saxon and Norman are at peace. That could change. The sky could fall too. But what if you are Lord Robert's enemy, or Sir Eric's? Would Eric have brought an enemy to you? Duncan countered. When Amber started to speak, he talked over her. What if I'm merely a knight back from the Holy Land looking for a lord to serve? Duncan's words went through Amber like delicate lightning, making even darkness bright, if only for a moment. Amber's smile trembled uncertainly. Have you fought the Saracen? Yes. Duncan's smile flashed against the silky darkness of his mustache as a memory gleamed briefly. I fought them in a place called... God's blood, 'tis gone again. It will return, but I fought, I know it, he said, just as surely as I know I want this. Duncan bent until his lips were all but brushing Amber's. When she would have withdrawn, his hand tightened on her chin and his arm slid around her body. Just a single kiss. 'Tis all I ask. One kiss for the man you brought out of darkness. Amber stiffened, but couldn't fight against the lure of his passion and her own. We shouldn't, she said. Aye, he murmured, smiling. 'Tis dangerous. 'Tis sweet beyond belief. Amber tried to argue but could not. It was indeed sweet beyond belief to be held by her dark warrior. Open your lips for me, Duncan whispered against her mouth. Let me taste your nectar as delicately as a bee tastes a violet. Duncan, yes, like that. This time Amber wasn't shocked to feel the living warmth of Duncan's tongue gliding into her mouth, but she was amazed by his restraint. She could feel the passion in him like a wild sea battering against the shores of his will. His whole body was taut, fierce. He quivered with hunger. Yet his kiss was barely a breath of warmth, a fragile pressure that came and went like a flame. Without knowing it, Amber made a soft, tiny sound and opened her lips wider, seeking more than Duncan had offered. Hands, hardened by war, shifted gently on her body, coaxing her closer and then closer still, luring her nearer the fire that was burning in his loins. Duncan, she whispered. Yes. You taste of sunlight and storm at once. His breath caught as his heartbeat quickened. You taste like spiced honey, Duncan said. I want to lick up every sweet drop. And I want you too, Amber admitted. His breath came out in a groan. His mouth came down over hers less gently, seeking a deeper mating. His arms molded her supple warmth to his body until she could feel every bit of his strength. His strong hands rocked her hips in a rhythm as ancient as desire and as new to her as dawn. After a long time, Duncan lifted his head and took a deep, harsh breath. My body knows you, he said in a gritty voice. It responds to you as to none other. Amber trembled and fought against the twin torrents of passion, his own, hers, their hunger combining until it was like a river in flood, and she stood on crumbling banks, ripe to fall at any moment. How many times have we lain in darkness together, our bodies joined and slick with desire? He asked. Amber started to speak, but the feel of Duncan's hand over her breast stole her thoughts. How many times have I undressed you, kissed your breasts, your belly, the creamy smoothness of your thighs? He asked. A broken sound of desire was her only answer. How many times have I opened your legs and sheathed myself within your eager heat? Duncan, she said raggedly, we mustn't. Nay, lass, why not do again what we must have done so many times before? We have... Her breath fragmented. Never. Always, Duncan countered. But... Gently he caught Amber's lower lip in his teeth, stopping her words. When his fingers slid beneath her mantle, finding and teasing nipples that hardened at his touch, her knees buckled. Desire is a road we've traveled many times together, Duncan said, smiling, bending to her breast. That's why our bodies respond to each other so quickly. No, it's... Amber's voice splintered as she felt the heat and pressure of Duncan's mouth over her breast. When his teeth raked lightly, she could barely stand. Duncan, Amber said brokenly, you are a fire burning me. It is you who burns me. We must stop touching... Duncan smiled rather darkly. In time, he agreed. But first I will quench the fire within your body, and you will quench mine. Trembling, Amber thought of being naked with Duncan, no clothing to dull the piercing joy of his touch, nothing between them but the sultry heat of their shared breath as she gave her body to her dark warrior. A man with no name may you claim, heart and body and soul. Nay, she cried suddenly, it's too dangerous. Strong hands tightened, holding Amber when she would have wrenched herself away. Let me go, she cried. I can't. You must. Duncan looked down into Amber's wild golden eyes. What he saw there so astonished him that he released her. Instantly she retreated beyond his reach. You're afraid, he said, hardly able to believe it. Yes. I wouldn't hurt you, precious Amber. You must know that, don't you? Amber backed away from Duncan's outstretched hand. With a savage curse, Duncan turned on his heel and stalked back out into the yard. Chapter 5. Young Egbert told me that you want to go to Seaholm with me and watch my men train for battle, Eric said. Yes, Amber and Duncan said as one. The three of them stood just inside the cottage. A few steps outside, Egbert waited with outward patience in the drizzle, holding the horses Amber and Duncan were to ride. One of the spare horses stamped and snorted, irritated by a trickle of rainwater down its leg. Eric shot a hooded glance at Duncan before he turned his attention to Amber. You were never keen to watch my men train before, Eric said mildly. Like Duncan, I tire of the four walls of my cottage, Amber said in a tight voice. Autumn rains can be tedious. Eric turned toward the other man. Duncan offered a smile that lacked both humor and comfort. The witch and I, excuse me, Duncan said sardonically, the learned female and I are weary of shadow games, unanswerable questions, and Squire Egbert's company. The squire in question gave a heartfelt sigh. He was heartily tired of tiptoeing around a witch of uncertain temper and a warrior whose temper was very certain and quite vile. Then by all means, Eric said, stepping away from the cottage door, let's be off to Seaholm. Amber pulled the hood of her mantle over her hair and walked across grass that shone with thick drops of water. The smoke of wood and peat fires curled through the early morning, finding space between drops of moisture that were too fine to be rain and too thick to be mist. When Amber approached, Egbert whisked a protective cloth from the saddle of a dainty little chestnut mare. The squire made no move to help Amber into the saddle. That would have required touching her, and Egbert knew that no man touched Amber without her specific invitation. Duncan didn't know any such thing. He threw a disbelieving look at the stripling squire, stepped forward quickly, and lifted Amber into the saddle before the other men realized what he was doing. Eric drew his sword half out of its sheath before he saw that Amber made no protest. With narrowed eyes, he watched Duncan and Amber together. Even in the act of releasing her, Duncan let his hands caress subtly, testing the resilience of Amber's waist and hips, brushing over her thigh. Thank you, she said. Amber's voice was breathless and her cheeks were flushed. The desire that Duncan had for her burned more brightly with each touch, each look, each day of enforced intimacy in the one-room cottage. Once Duncan had gotten over his anger at Amber's fear of him as a lover. He had set about seducing her with a single-minded focus that was in itself seductive. Instead of banking the fires of mutual desire, Egbert's presence had acted to heighten the intimacy of the ordinary. Stolen caresses, a smile revealed and then hidden, strong fingers closing over a more delicate hand as a pot was lifted from the fire, all of these worked to increase passion until the very air quivered with it. Amber had felt nothing similar in her life. It was as though she were a harp being plucked by a master's fingers. Each of Duncan's touches vibrated through her, setting off haunting harmonies in unexpected places. The racing of her heart combined with a curious melting deep inside her body. Her shortened breath was matched by the exquisite sensitivity of her skin. Sometimes just watching Duncan was enough to make a sweet lassitude steal through Amber, turning her bones to honey. Now was one of those times. Duncan mounted the spare horse with the grace of a cat leaping onto a fence. His hand rubbed reassuringly down the length of the horse's neck. With a deep, aching breath, Amber tried to still the clamor of her body for the one man she must not have. Yet she couldn't stop her memory of Duncan's eyes as he watched her, and his lips as he spoke the words that set her on fire. How many times have I undressed you, kissed your breasts, your belly, the creamy smoothness of your thighs? Are you all right? Eric asked. Yes, Amber said faintly. You don't sound it. Turning, Eric gave Duncan a narrow look. No one touches Amber without her permission, Eric said. Is that quite clear? Why? Duncan asked. She is forbidden. Surprise showed in Duncan's expression, but he controlled it immediately. I don't understand, he said carefully. You don't have to, Eric retorted. Just don't touch her. She doesn't wish it. Duncan smiled slightly. Truly? Aye. In that case, I will do as the lady wishes. With a darkly sensual smile, Duncan turned his horse aside and waited for Eric to lead off into the liquid gray of the morning. Eric turned to Amber. Haven't you warned him about touching you? He asked. There was no need. Why? Even after Duncan awakened, his touch didn't distress me. Odd. Yes. Does Cassandra know? Eric asked. Yes. What did she say? She is still consulting her runes. Eric grunted. I've never known Cassandra to labor so long over a prophecy before. No. God's blood, no wonder Duncan is eager to be free of the cottage, Eric muttered. Amber gave him a sideways look from golden eyes, but said nothing. You're as talkative as a turnip, Eric said. She nodded, and spoke not one word. With an impatient oath, Eric reined his horse aside and spurred into the lead. 2 knights and their squires trotted across the meadow to join the small party. The men were wearing chainmail hauberks beneath their mantles. They also had metal helms on their heads and carried the long teardrop-shaped shields that Saxons had adopted from their Norman conquerors. Both knights were mounted on war stallions. Duncan looked from the fully armed knights to Eric. Despite the clothes Stone Ring Keep has provided, suddenly I feel as naked as when I was found, Duncan said dryly. Do you think you once wore armor? Eric asked. I know it. There was no doubting the certainty in Duncan's voice. It makes me wonder if perhaps the man who discovered me didn't take my armor to pay for his trouble, Duncan added. He didn't. You sound confident. I am. I was the man who found you. Duncan's right eyebrow rose in a questioning arc. Amber told me only that you had brought me to her, Duncan said. At Eric's signal, the knights turned and rode from the cottage yard. After a time, Eric reined his horse alongside Duncan's. Is your memory returning? Eric asked. Bits and fragments, no more. Such as? Though asked politely, the question was a command. Both men knew it. I fought the Saracen, Duncan said, but I don't know when or where. Eric nodded, unsurprised. I feel naked without weapons or armor, Duncan said. I have some skill at hawking. You ride well, Eric added. Duncan looked surprised, then thoughtful. Odd. I assumed everyone did. Knights, squires, and warriors, yes, Eric said. Serfs, villeins, merchants, and the like, no. Some priests ride well. Most don't, unless they came of high-born families. I doubt I'm a priest. Why not? Many a fine warrior priest has ridden against the Saracen for church and Christ. But the church desires, yea, of late it even demands celibacy. Without realizing it, Duncan looked over his shoulder where Amber rode alone. She saw his glance and smiled. Duncan smiled in return, watching Amber with a longing he couldn't conceal. Even in the gray drizzle, she seemed to gather light into herself, becoming a golden presence that warmed everything within reach. He wished he were free to ride next to Amber, his leg brushing hers occasionally. He loved to see the color flood her cheeks at his touch, to hear her breath shorten, and to sense the hidden stirring of her sensuality. No, Duncan said, turning back to Eric. Celibacy is not for me, now or ever. Don't even think of it, Eric said icily. Duncan gave the younger man a wary look. Think of what, my lord? Duncan asked. Seducing Amber. No maid is seduced without her permission. Amber is called the Untouched. She is totally innocent. She wouldn't have the least idea of what a man wanted until it was far too late. Duncan laughed, shocking Eric. No untouched maiden would be so vividly, sensually aware of a man, Duncan said, amused. Eric's shock gave way to cold fury. Understand this, Duncan the Nameless, Eric said distinctly. If you seduce Amber, you will face me in single combat, and you will die. For a moment, Duncan said nothing. Then he looked at Eric with the coolly measuring glance of a man to whom battles were neither new nor feared. Don't force me to fight you, Duncan said, for I will win. Your death would grieve Amber, and I have no desire to bring her sadness. Then keep your hands off her. As the lady wills. If she is, as you say, untouched, there will be no difficulty. She won't respond to the sensual lure. Don't offer it, Eric said in a clipped tone. Why not? She is well beyond the age of marriage, yet she is neither betrothed nor under a lord's private seal. Duncan paused, then added, Is she? Betrothed, nay. Is she some lord's leman? I just told you, Amber is untouched. Is she yours? Duncan pressed. Mine? Haven't you been listening? She is... Untouched, Duncan interrupted. Aye, so you say. Duncan frowned, wondering why Eric was so intent on believing that Amber was a virgin, when Duncan had no doubt that the opposite was the case. Do you fancy Amber for yourself? Duncan asked after a moment. Nay. I find that hard to believe. Why? Amber is extraordinary. No man could look at her without wanting her. I can, Eric said bluntly. I no more desire Amber carnally than I would a sister. Duncan gave the other man a startled look. We were raised together, Eric explained. Then why do you object to my touching her? Do you have a marriage in mind for her? Does she feel a calling to the nunnery? Eric shook his head. Let me be certain I understand, Duncan said carefully. You have no desire for Amber yourself. None. You have no marriage planned for her. None, Eric said. Yet you forbid me to touch her. Yes. It is because I have no memory of who or what I was before I woke up in Amber's cottage? Duncan asked. It is because Amber is what she is. Forbidden. With that, Eric spurred his horse forward, joining his knights. He didn't speak to Duncan again until they had finally reached and passed through the hamlets and stubble fields that radiated outward from Seaholm. When the group of riders was within the first ring of palisades that defended Seaholm, Eric turned his horse and waved for Amber and Duncan to join him on a hillock overlooking the lower earthworks. From that vantage point, it was obvious that the defenses of Seaholm Manor were being reshaped into those of a true keep. Many men labored in the wet day, dragging stones on sledges, hauling logs, ramming earth between stone walls. A second log and earth palisade was being raised just beyond the base of a rocky knoll that overlooked the fen and the salty sweep of the firth. On top of the knoll, the manor itself was nearly invisible behind the newly erected stone walls of what would become the keep itself. Gatehouse and turrets, parapets and inner bailey, moat and drawbridge could all be seen either in outline or in finished form. Beyond the defensive rings, little was visible but dense mist, darkly gleaming saltwater channels, and rain-beaten grass. Though hidden by cloud, the vast presence of the ocean could be tasted in the air. The bay that Seaholm defended was wide and shallow, ringed with mud flats at low tide and salt marsh at high tide. Fresh water welled up throughout the marsh and small streams trickled in from the green and rumpled countryside. How do you like it? Eric asked Amber as she and Duncan came alongside. The work has gone so fast, Amber said. I can barely believe it. Last time I was at Seaholm, there was little more than a palisade to protect the manor house. The import of the frenzied building hadn't escaped Duncan. Seaholm was being fortified as quickly as men could drag log, stone, and baskets of earth into place. After the defenses are finished, I'm going to rebuild the house entirely of cut stone, Eric said. Then I will replace the outer palisades with stone walls and put yet another log and earth palisade beyond the inner and outer baileys. It will be quite grand, Amber said. Seaholm deserves no less. When I marry, this will be my primary residence. Has Lord Robert chosen a suitable wife for you? Amber asked. Duncan's eyes narrowed as he searched for any hint of jealousy in Amber's voice. Eric might not be drawn to Amber as a man is to a desirable woman, but Duncan found it hard to believe that Amber wasn't attracted to the handsome lord. Yet no matter how carefully Duncan searched, there was nothing in her voice and expression but simple affection. No, Eric said. It's difficult to find a girl who fulfills the needs of both Scots and English kings. The buried anger in Eric's voice was noted by Duncan. It was an anger that appeared whenever the proud young thane was brought up against the reality of the power of Henry, King of England. What will become of Stone Ring Keep after you marry? Amber asked. I can't imagine it without you. You will be safe enough with Cassandra, my seneschal in residence, Eric said. Ah, then you've finally chosen a seneschal? No. I found no one I can trust with a plum as rich as Stone Ring Keep. Until I do, or until I marry. Eric shrugged. I'll miss you. Amber's words were so soft that Eric almost didn't hear them. Duncan did hear. The new evidence of affection between Eric and Amber irritated Duncan. I'll still live part of each year at Stone Ring and Winterlands, Eric said, married or no. Amber simply smiled, shook her head, and said, You have done a grand job preparing Seaholm. Thank you. Talking to knights who came back from the Holy Land gave me many ideas. Not to mention the Normans, Duncan said. They are masters of motte and bailey construction. Aye. I don't intend to lose my land to the Norman usurpers. Are you expecting trouble soon? Why do you ask? Eric said sharply. Your laborers have the look of a long, hard summer behind them. Eric watched Duncan for the space of several breaths. There was nothing about Duncan's posture or eyes that suggested a man asking questions for a hidden purpose. Far from it. Duncan was one of the most open men Eric had ever encountered. He would have staked a great deal on Duncan's basic honesty. In fact, Eric already had. Leaving Duncan with Amber had been a calculated risk, even with Egbert's constant presence. But in all the days of enforced closeness, Amber had learned nothing that suggested Duncan was a Norman wolf disguised as a nameless Saxon sheep. Of all my father's holdings, Seaholm is the most vulnerable to Norman interference, Eric said bluntly. My cousins also covet it. Because it guards the sea approach to the disputed lands? Duncan asked. Does it? Eric asked gently. Your eyes see very far in the stew of rain and cloud. Amber gave Eric a wary look. Whenever he took that special, gentle tone of voice, wise men looked for a place to hide. There would be no other reason to have a keep here at the edge of unproductive salt fens, Duncan said. There is no narrowing of the sea, no cliffs, no river passage, no natural ramparts, nothing to use against an enemy but what you build yourself. Apparently strategy was part of your learning in the time that you don't remember, Eric said. All leaders should know how to choose the time and the place of their battles. Were you such a man? Eric asked softly. Did you lead others rather than follow? Afraid not to speak, afraid to speak, Amber held her breath and waited for Duncan's answer. I think... yes, Duncan said. You don't sound certain, Eric retorted. It's difficult to be certain without memory, Duncan said crisply. If you remember, tell me. I have use for men who can lead others. Defending Stone Ring Keep. Aye, Eric said. The Norsemen covet it as much as they covet Winterlance. And Seaholm is coveted by Normans. So is Stone Ring Keep. A chill came over Amber. The challenge in Eric's voice was subtle but unmistakable. Memories of her conversation with Eric on the night that Duncan had been found echoed through her. Then the rumor is true? A Norman granted his Saxon enemy the right to rule Stone Ring Keep? Aye, but Duncan is no longer Dominic's enemy. The Scots hammer swore fealty to Dominic at the point of a sword. Your father is lucky to have a strong son, Duncan said matter-of-factly. It's the nature of men to fight for honor, God, and land. Especially land like Seaholm, Eric agreed. It's the richest of my father's holdings. The pastures fatten many cattle and sheep. The sea yields fresh fish all year. The croplands are fertile. Waterfowl abound in the fens and deer are thick in the forests. Duncan heard the clear love of land in Eric's voice and knew a swift stroke of jealousy. It would be a fine thing to have land, Duncan said softly. Oh no, groaned Eric in mock despair. Not another loud in armor pining to take Seaholm from me. Seaholm? Nay, Duncan said, smiling. The land around Stone Ring Keep is more to my liking, higher, rockier, wilder. Amber closed her eyes and prayed that Eric would see in Duncan only what she was seeing, a man speaking the truth among people he considered his friends. I prefer the salt wind and the cry of sea eagles, Eric said. You have them, and Stone Ring Keep besides, Duncan said. So long as I hold them, yes. In the disputed lands, a man's future is only as long as his sword arm. Duncan laughed. The gleam in your eyes says you don't regret being tested. You have the same gleam in yours, Eric retorted. Amber opened her eyes and let out her breath in relief. Eric was teasing Duncan as he would a friend. Aye, Duncan said, I love a good fight. Nay, Amber interrupted firmly, I'll not have it. Have what? Eric asked with transparent innocence. You are planning to have Duncan join your battle games. Are you willing? Eric asked Duncan. Give me a sword and I'll show you. Fear lanced through Amber. Without thinking, she leaned forward and wrapped her fingers around Duncan's wrist. The warmth and sheer maleness of him swept through her. She ignored her response, for the fear that drove her was equally strong. No, Amber said urgently. You nearly died in that storm. It's much too soon for you to fight unless there is real need. Duncan looked down into her anxious golden eyes and felt something taut within him loosen. She had avoided his touch for days, yet she cared for him deeply. Her emotion was so clear to him that he barely refrained from kissing away the lines of fear around her full mouth. Don't worry, precious Amber, Duncan whispered against her cheek. I won't be thrashed by ill-trained knights. Duncan's humor, passion, and supreme self-confidence flowed through the touch to Amber. He wasn't the least afraid of testing himself against the best Eric had to offer. In fact, Duncan was anticipating it with the pleasure of a hungry wolf looking over a sheepfold. Reluctantly, Amber loosened her hold on Duncan's wrist. Though she no longer held him, her fingertips lingered on his wrist with a hunger that was reflected in the shadowed depths of her eyes. Duncan saw the yearning in her gaze and felt fire flare through his loins. His fingers curled over hers, holding them, needing the contact with a force he couldn't question. Eric watched with a combination of wonder and unease. You told me, Eric said to Amber, but I didn't truly believe. Touching him doesn't hurt you. It pleases you. Yes, greatly. Eric looked from Amber's face, pleasure and unhappiness combined, to Duncan. There, defiance and pleasure were mingled, making him appear warrior and lover both. I do hope, Eric said distinctly to Amber, that Cassandra finishes casting the runestones before I'm forced to decide between what pleases you and the safety of the disputed lands. Fear rippled through Amber. She closed her eyes and said nothing. Nor did she pull her fingers away from Duncan's clasp. A shout from one of Eric's knights came through the mist. As one, Eric and Duncan turned. 4 knights were riding out from the stables toward the place where Eric waited. 3 of the knights were familiar to Eric. The 4th wasn't. Duncan straightened and leaned forward as though to see better through the seething mists. 3 of the knights were unknown to him. The fourth made shadows stir and condense into something that was neither memory nor forgetfulness. Chapter 6. Clouds separated, allowing pale gold sunlight to stream over the rain-drenched land. The green of grass and trees became incandescent. Pale stone gleamed like pearl, bark was an ebony richness. Water drops gathered on every surface, making the land shimmer as though with secret laughter. Amber shared none of the land's hidden amusement. She had felt Duncan's memories twitch and shiver, a dragon awakening deep within his shadows. "Who is the fourth man?" she asked Eric. "I don't know," he said. "Find out." The sharp demand in Amber's voice surprised Eric. What surprised Duncan was the feel of her nails digging into his wrist. "Is something amiss?" Eric asked. Belatedly, Amber realized what she had done. If the fourth man was indeed from Duncan's past, and if Duncan was indeed the enemy she feared, she had put him in danger with her incautious demand. "No," Amber said, making certain that her voice was calm. "I'm simply wary of new warriors in the disputed lands." "So is Alfred," Eric said dryly. Amber's smile was a brief shadow of her usual one, but only Duncan noticed. Only he knew of her nails biting into its flesh. "Who is Alfred?" Duncan asked. "One of my best knights. He is the one on the white stallion, next to the stranger." "Alfred," Duncan said, memorizing the man. "Alfred the Sly," Amber corrected. "You have never forgiven him for calling you a sorceress," Eric said wryly. "He had the church believing him." Eric shrugged. "The priest was a fat old fool. That fat old fool laid hands on me." Eric turned toward Amber so quickly that his horse started in alarm. "What are you saying?" he demanded. "The priest sought an alliance with the devil through carnal knowledge of me," Amber said. "When I refused him, he tried to take by force what I wouldn't give." "God's teeth," Duncan hissed. Eric was too shocked to speak. Abruptly, his features flattened beneath his beard, pulling his mouth into a thin line. "I will hang that cursed priest where I find him," Eric vowed softly. Amber's smile was chilling. "You won't find him this side of Judgment Day." "What do you mean?" "Several years passed. The priest went to the stone ring with darkness in his mind. Lightning came. When it left, it took the priest to the very hell that so fascinated him. Or so Cassandra tells me." "Ah, Cassandra. A very wise woman indeed," Eric said, smiling like a wolf. "The priest," Duncan said harshly to Amber. "He didn't harm you?" "I used the dagger Eric gave me." Duncan remembered the silver dagger she had used to cut his own bonds. "I wasn't wrong to be wary of you, was I?" he asked dryly. Amber smiled at Duncan, a smile as warm as her other one had been cold. "I would never harm you, Duncan. It would be like harming myself." "But I," Eric cut in, "have no such problem. I will most certainly harm any man who forces himself on Amber." Duncan looked past Amber to the cold wolf's eyes of the young lord. "You will note, Sir Eric, who is holding and who is being held," Duncan said flatly. Amber looked at her own hand, her fingers clenched on Duncan's wrist, her nails biting into his hard flesh. "I'm sorry," she said, snatching her hand back. "Precious Amber," Duncan murmured. He held out his hand, smiling. Without hesitation, she put her fingers in his. "You could stick silver daggers into me," Duncan said, "and I would ask only for more of your sweet touch." Amber laughed and colored, ignoring Eric's look of concern and the disbelief on the faces of 3 of the 4 knights whose horses were trotting closer. "Do you understand now?" Duncan asked Eric. There was a challenge in Duncan's voice that Eric could not mistake. "You have no claims of family or clan or duty on Amber, nor any intent other than to see that she is protected," Duncan continued. "When my memory returns, I will claim the right to woo Amber for my wife." "What if your memory doesn't return?" Eric asked. "It must." "Really? Why?" "Until I know what obligations I carry from my past, I can't make new vows, and I find that I must." "Why?" "Amber," Duncan said simply. "I must have her, yet I should not offer marriage until I know myself." "Amber?" Eric asked, turning toward her. "I have always been Duncan's. I always will be." Eric closed his eyes for an instant. When they opened, they were clear and cold. "What of Cassandra's warning?" he asked gently. "There are 3 conditions. Only one has been met. Only one will be met." "You sound very certain." "I am." Amber smiled with a bittersweet beauty that was haunting. She knew that Duncan wouldn't take her unless he remembered his past. And if he did remember, she was afraid he wouldn't have her at all. Enemy and soulmate. "I wonder if prophecies can be so neatly divided and thereby neutralized," Eric muttered, "or if it even matters." "You speak in circles," Amber said. "Both of you," said Duncan. The other 2 ignored him. Death always flows, Eric said. Rich life is always a possibility. Remember that, Amber, when you are offered a choice between a rock and a hard place. With that enigmatic advice, Eric turned away to face the knights who were riding up alongside him. Silently, Duncan watched while greetings were exchanged among Sir Eric's knights. 3 of the men he looked at briefly, but without great curiosity. The 4th man was different. Duncan stared at him intently, feeling almost certain that he had met the night before. Almost certain, but not quite. He would have questioned the knight, but a stark sense of danger sealed Duncan's lips. It was the 2nd time since the Holy Land that Duncan had felt such a warning deep within himself. Duncan couldn't remember what the other time had been, but he knew that it had occurred. If the 4th knight recognized Duncan, he didn't show it. In fact, other than an incisive glance from eyes like black crystal, the knight had shown little interest in Duncan at all. Duncan couldn't say the same. He kept staring at the knight's features, half revealed beneath his helm. The blonde hair and high, sharply carved cheekbones plucked at chords of memories within Duncan. Candles and voices chanting, a sword unsheathed. No, not a sword, something else. Something living. A man? Duncan shook his head fiercely, willing memory to stay rather than to slip back among the shadows. Green flames. No, not flames. Eyes. Eyes as green as spring itself. Eyes burning with 1,000 years of Glendruid hope. And other eyes as well. A man's eyes. Eyes black as midnight in hell. A knife blade cold between my thighs. A chill coursed through Duncan. It was a memory he could have died happy without ever recalling. The instant he had felt an enemy's knife blade slide cold between his thighs, threatening to castrate him if he so much as twitched. Duncan's eyes narrowed as he looked at the 4th knight. The man had eyes as black as midnight in hell. Was he once my enemy? Is he my enemy still? Wary, motionless, Duncan strained to hear whatever message the shadows would grudgingly yield. Nothing came to him but 2 conflicting certainties. He is not my enemy. He is dangerous to me. Slowly Duncan straightened in his saddle, forcing himself to look away from the unknown knight. As Duncan moved, he realized that he was holding onto Amber's hand as though to a sword on the brink of battle. "I'm sorry," he said in a voice that went no farther than her ears. "I've crushed your fingers." "I'm not hurt," she whispered unsteadily. "You're pale." Amber didn't know how to tell Duncan that it was the stirring of his memories rather than his harsh grip on her hand that was causing her pain. Her thoughts beat as frantically as birds caught in a hunter's net. Not now! Not with so many knights nearby. If Duncan is the enemy I fear, he will be killed before my very eyes, and then I shall go mad. Just before Duncan released Amber, he lifted her hand to his mouth. When his breath and mustache brushed over her sensitive fingers, it gave her a pleasure so great that she trembled. Amber didn't know that color returned to her face in a rush, and that her eyes suddenly burned like candle flames caught within transparent golden gems. Nor did she realize that she leaned toward Duncan with unconscious longing as soon as his touch left her skin. The 4th knight noticed everything, and felt as though someone had slid a knife blade between his legs. Never would he have believed it if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. Long, powerful fingers flexed around the pommel of his sword, while black eyes measured Duncan for a shroud. "I've found 2 warriors for you, Lord," Alfred said. "He and his squire are on a quest, but he is willing to stay and fight outlaws for a time." Eric looked at the 4th knight. "2?" Eric said. "I see only 1, though God knows he's big enough for 2. How are you called?" "Simon." "Simon. I had 2 men-at-arms with that name." Simon nodded. It was hardly an uncommon name. "Who was your last lord?" Eric asked. "Robert." "There are many Roberts." "Aye." Eric turned to Alfred. The knight's features were as blunt as a fist, but he was a fine man in a fight. "Not much for talk, is he?" Eric asked Alfred dryly. "Has he taken a vow?" "He is talkative enough with that black sword he wears," Alfred said. "He had Donald and Malcolm on their backs before they knew what happened." Eric turned back to Simon. "Impressive," Eric said. "Have you been blooded?" "Aye." "Where?" "In the Holy War." Eric nodded, unsurprised. "There is a Saracen look to your blade." "It drinks outlaw blood as readily as Turkish," Simon said calmly. Eric smiled. "And Norse?" "The blade cares not." "Well, we have outlaws in plenty." "You have 3 less than formerly." Tawny eyebrows lifted in a combination of amusement and surprise. "When?" Eric asked. 2 days past. Where? Near a lightning-struck tree and a stream coming from a cleft in the mountainside, Simon said. 'Tis the boundary of Lord Robert's lands, Eric said. Simon shrugged. It looked like no man's land to me. That will change. In silence, Eric measured the night for a long moment, taking in the well-used, well-made clothes and weapons, and the excellent lines of the horse Simon rode. Have you armor? He asked. Aye, it is in your keep's armory. Simon smiled oddly. It was that which made me stay. The armory? How so? I wanted to know more about a lord who builds a secure well, barracks, and armory before he builds quarters for his own comfort. Your accent tells me you spent time in the Norman lands, Eric said after a moment. 'Tis hard not to. They rule so much. Eric grimaced. Too much. Why did you leave? The continent is too settled. There is nothing for a landless knight to do but hone his sword and dream of better days. Laughing, Eric turned to Alfred and nodded his acceptance of Simon. What of the other man? Eric asked. The Norseman is tracking outlaws, Alfred replied. A Norseman? He looks it, though he speaks our language. Pale as a ghost, called Sven. Fights like a ghost, too. Never seen a man so hard to pin down, except maybe you. He can be a ghost for all of me, Eric retorted, so long as he haunts outlaws rather than my vassals. Alfred laughed and then nodded toward Duncan. I see that I'm not the only one who went fishing for warriors and came up with a prize. A glance at Duncan was Eric's only response. Then he looked at Amber. Though he said nothing, she knew him well enough to understand that she wasn't to argue with whatever might happen next. He is an unusual man, Eric said calmly. Almost a fortnight ago, I found him near Stone Ring. A murmuring went through the knights, followed by a flurry of movement as they crossed themselves. He was sick unto death, Eric continued. I took him to Amber. She healed him, but not without cost. He remembers nothing of his life before he came to the disputed lands. Eric paused, then said distinctly, not even his name. Simon's eyes became measuring black slits as he looked from Eric to Duncan, and from there to Amber. Against the 100 shades of gray that were the mist and clouds, she burned like a shaft of sunlight. Yet he had to answer to something, Eric continued. Amber saw the marks of battle on him, knew the shadows veiling his mind, and named him Dark Warrior, Duncan. A subtle tension went through Simon, a tightening of the body as though for battle or flight. None noticed but Duncan, who had been watching the fair-haired, dark-eyed stranger out of the corner of his eye. Yet Simon was looking not at him, but at Amber. Are you especially skilled with herbs and potions? Simon asked her. The question was polite and his tone was gentle, but the bleak midnight of his eyes was neither. No, Amber said. Then why was he brought to you? Is there no wise woman to heal men in the disputed lands? Duncan wore an amber talisman, Amber said, and all things amber are mine. Simon looked puzzled. So did Duncan. I thought you gave the talisman to me while I lay senseless, he said to Amber, frowning. Not I, she said. Why do you think that? Duncan shook his head, baffled. I don't know. Without hesitation, Amber lifted her hand to his cheek. Try to remember when you first saw the pendant, she whispered. Duncan went still. Pieces of memory tumbled in his mind, but they had no more form and substance than bright leaves torn from their moorings by a wild autumn wind. Concerned Glendruid eyes, a golden flash of amber, a kiss brushed against his cheek. God be with you. I was so certain a lass gave me the talisman. Duncan's voice trailed off into a muffled curse. His fist hit the pommel of the saddle with enough force to startle the horse. To be so teased and taunted by shadows is worse than no memory at all, he said savagely. Amber snatched her hand back from Duncan's skin. His rage was like a brand waved close to her flesh, hinting at the searing pain that waited for her if she continued touching him while he was so enraged. Eric looked sharply at Amber. What is it? He demanded. She simply shook her head. Amber? Duncan asked. A woman gave you the talisman, Amber said unhappily. A woman with eyes of Glendruid green. The word went through the nights like a fitful breeze through the marsh. Glendruid. He has been bewitched, Alfred said fearfully, crossing himself. Amber opened her mouth to deny it, but Eric was faster. Aye, like enough, Eric said smoothly. It would explain much. But Amber is certain that whatever spell Duncan was under in the past, he is free of compulsion now. Isn't he, Amber? Aye, she said quickly. He is not the devil's tool, or he couldn't wear the amber talisman at all. Show them, Eric ordered. Without a word, Duncan unlaced his shirt and pulled out the amber pendant. There is a cross on one side in the form of a knight's prayer to God for safekeeping, Eric said. Look at it, Alfred. Know that Duncan belongs to God rather than to Satan." Alfred urged his horse forward until he could see the pendant dangling from Duncan's big fist. The incised letters of the prayer clearly formed a cross with a double bar. Slowly, painfully, Alfred spelled out the first words of the prayer. "As you say, Lord, 'tis a common prayer." "The runes on the other side are also a prayer for protection," Amber said. Alfred shrugged. "The church didn't teach me runes, lass, but I know you. If you say there is no evil in the runes, I believe it." "Exactly," Eric said. "So greet Duncan as your equal. Don't fear him for what he has gone through. It is his future that matters, and that future lies with me." There was silence while Eric looked from night to night. All nights, save Simon, nodded, accepting Duncan as Eric already had. Simon simply shrugged as though it were no great matter to him either way. Amber let out a long, soundless sigh. She knew that rumors of a strange man under her care had rippled through the countryside in the past 12 days. Still, Eric had taken a great risk in springing Duncan's lost past on his knight so boldly. They might easily have turned against Duncan and driven him out as a tool of dark sorcery. As though hearing Amber's fretful thoughts, Eric winked at her, silently reminding her that he was quite skillful at predicting how men would react. "Let us see what we have in the way of fighting men," Eric said. "Alfred, have you tested Simon's skill yourself?" "No, Lord." Eric turned to Duncan. "Would you like to hold a sword in hand again?" "Aye." "Nay," Amber said just as quickly. "You are still healing from the sickness that—" "Leave off," Eric interrupted curtly. "'Tis no true battle I'm proposing, but merely an exercise." "But my knights and I must know the mettle of the men who will fight by our sides," he said, ignoring her attempt to interrupt. A look at Eric's topaz eyes told Amber that arguments would be futile, yet she spoke again anyway. "Duncan has no sword." With a casual grace that spoke of skill and strength combined, Eric drew his own sword and offered it to Duncan. "Use mine," Eric said. It wasn't a request. "It would be an honor," Duncan said. The instant Duncan grasped the sword, a subtle change came over him. It was as though a veil had been lifted, revealing the warrior poised within the richly dressed exterior of the man. The weapon gleamed and sliced through the air with wicked sounds as Duncan tried the blade's balance and reach. Eric watched Duncan and wanted to laugh aloud with sheer pleasure. Amber had been right. Duncan was indeed a warrior among warriors, first among equals. "A fine weapon," Duncan said after a minute. "Quite the finest I've ever held. I shall try to do it honor." "Simon?" Eric asked blandly. "I have my own sword, sir." "Then out with it, man. 'Tis past time to hear the music of steel on steel." Simon's blade-thin smile made Amber bite her lip anxiously. While Donald and Malcolm weren't as skilled as some of Eric's other knights, they were courageous, strong, dogged fighters, and Simon had defeated both of them with ease. "No blood, no broken bones," Eric said abruptly. "I simply want to see what manner of fighter you both are. Do you understand me?" Duncan and Simon nodded. "Shall we fight here?" Simon asked. "Down there, and afoot," Eric added. "Duncan's horse is no match for yours." The battleground Eric had chosen was a meadow whose autumn stubble had been softened by rain. Beneath the thickening clouds, mist flickered like silver flames. Together, Duncan and Simon dismounted, cast mantles over their saddles, and walked to the meadow. The smell of sun-cured, rain-drenched stubble permeated the air. When they reached a relatively level, mud-free stretch of ground, they turned and faced each other. "I ask forgiveness for any wound I might give," Simon said, "and offer the same for any I receive." "Aye," Duncan said. "I ask and offer the same." Simon smiled and unsheathed his sword with a feline grace and speed that was as startling as the black finish on the blade. "You are very quick," Duncan said. "And you are very strong," Simon smiled oddly. "'Tis a battle I'm accustomed to." "Are you? Not many men are as strong as I." "My brother is. That is one of the 2 advantages I have over you today." "What is the other?" Duncan asked, raising his blade to meet Simon's. "Knowledge." The blades kissed ritually with a muted metal cry, then slid away. Both men began circling and feinting, testing for weakness in the other. Without warning, Simon made a cat-like leap forward and sent the flat of his blade whistling toward Duncan. It was the same lightning attack that had felled Donald and Malcolm. At the last possible instant, Duncan twisted and brought up his borrowed sword. Steel met steel with a horrible clash. Then Duncan whipped his blade back as though it weighed no more than a breath, leaving Simon only air to lean on. Most other men would have gone to their knees at the sudden loss of balance. Simon managed to catch himself and simultaneously twist under Duncan's descending blade, delivering a blow to Duncan's legs at the same time with the flat of his sword. Very few men could have remained standing after such an attack. Duncan was one of them. He grunted and pivoted on one foot, turning with the force of the attack. The turn took much of the power from the blow. Before Simon could follow his advantage, Duncan made a backhanded slash with his heavy broadsword. The move was unexpected, for it required a sheer strength of arm and shoulder that was rarely found. Simon slipped the attack with a cat's grace. Sword met sword with a force that clashed up and down the meadow. For long moments the swords stayed crossed, each man straining for the advantage. Finally, inevitably, Simon gave way to Duncan's greater strength. One half step backward, then two, then more. Duncan followed eagerly. Too eagerly. Simon twisted aside, leaving Duncan off balance. He went down on one knee and then lunged quickly to the left, barely avoiding Simon's attack. Duncan scrambled upright just in time to lift his sword to meet Simon's attack. Steel clashed and screamed. The heavy blades crossed and held as though chained together. For a brief time both men stood braced, breathing hard, their breath rising in silver plumes above the crossed swords. With each breath they took came the sharp fragrance of harvest past, wet earth and cured grass. "It smells like Blackthorn Keep's best hay meadow, doesn't it?" Simon asked casually. Blackthorn. The word went into Duncan like a dagger, slicing through shadows to the truth beneath. But before he could see that truth, the shadows flowed together over the wound, healing the tear in the darkness as though it had never existed. Disoriented, Duncan shook his head. It was all the advantage Simon needed. He twisted aside with the speed of lightning, unlocking the swords and delivering a blow to Duncan's body that knocked the breath from him. An instant later, Simon tripped Duncan and sent him to the cold ground. Swiftly, Simon knelt close to his fallen opponent. He bent over Duncan and spoke urgently, knowing it would be a very short time before the others came running to the stubble field to see how Duncan fared. "Can you hear me?" Simon asked. Duncan nodded, for he had no breath to speak. "Is what the witch said true?" Simon demanded. "You have no memory of any time before you came here?" Painfully, Duncan nodded. Simon turned away, concealing his savage expression. "Pray God that Sven returns soon. I've found what we were seeking. But he is still lost. Cursed hell witch, to steal a man's mind and smile." Chapter 7. "A man of your skill should not go unarmed," Simon said. "Surely there is a weapon in all this armory that Sir Eric could spare." Duncan rubbed his midriff ruefully. It still ached from the blow Simon had given him yesterday. "Right now I feel about as skilled as a green squire," Duncan said. Simon laughed. After a moment so did Duncan. He felt a kinship with the blonde knight that was as unexpected as it was strong. "I had the advantage in our battle," Simon said. "I've spent a lifetime battling a man of your strength. You've had little practice against a man of my quickness, except, perhaps, Sir Eric. There is a lean grace about the man that makes me wary." "I've never seen Eric fight, or if I have, I don't remember it," Duncan added broodingly. "If you haven't seen him fight since you awakened in the disputed lands, you haven't seen him fight at all," Simon said beneath his breath. "What was that?" "Nothing of importance," Simon said. He looked around the armory, cataloguing the weapons with reluctant admiration for Eric's foresight. The young lord would be a formidable enemy, if it came to that, and Simon suspected that it would. The sound of people walking toward the armory drifted like smoke through the half-finished stone keep. First came a man's deep voice, then a woman's musical laughter. Eric and Amber. Duncan turned toward the doorway with an eagerness that made Simon both furious and deadly cold. Hell witch. Duncan comes to her lure like a starving hound to a meal of garbage. "There you are," Eric said to Simon. "Alfred said you were likely here, seeing to the repair of your arms." "Just appreciating the skill of your armorer," Simon said, watching Amber run to Duncan. "Not since the Saracens have I seen such work." "That is what I wanted to talk to you about," Eric said. "The repairs made to my hauberk?" "No. Saracen arms. Something you said yesterday about their archers intrigued me." With an effort of will, Simon forced himself to concentrate on Eric, rather than on the girl who looked so innocent, yet who was so deeply steeped in evil that she could steal a man's mind with neither hesitation nor regret. "What was that, Lord?" Simon asked. "Did their warriors truly shoot from horseback at a gallop?" "Yes." "Accurately? At good distance?" "Aye," Simon said. "And as quickly as hail falling." Eric looked into the darkness of Simon's eyes, and had no doubt that whatever memories of war lay there were much of the reason for the man's bleak, chilling competence. "How did they manage?" Eric asked. "A crossbow has to be armed by a man standing on the ground." "The Saracen used a single bow. It was half the length of our longer English bows, yet shot arrows with a force like that of a crossbow." "How can that be?" "It was a question that Simon covered his error by clearing his throat and quickly speaking again. "It was a question my brother and I often argued." "What did you decide?" "The Saracen curved and recurved their bows in such a way as to double or redouble their power without the penalty of heaviness that the crossbow bears." "How?" Eric asked. "We don't know. Every time we tried to make one for ourselves, we broke the bow." God's teeth, what I wouldn't give for a handful of Saracen bows, Eric said. You'll need Saracen archers, too, Simon said dryly. There is a trick to using the bow that non-Saracen warriors have trouble mastering. In the end, honest Christian swords and pikes carried the day. Still, think what an advantage those bows would be. Treachery is better. Startled, Eric stared at Simon. So did Duncan. My brother, Simon said, often told me that there is no better way to take a well-defended position than by treachery. A shrewd man, your brother, Eric muttered. Did he survive the Holy War? Aye. Is he what you are seeking in the disputed lands? Simon's expression changed. Forgive me, Lord, Simon said softly. What I seek in these lands is a matter between me and God. For the space of a breath, Eric paused. Then he smiled faintly and turned back to the hauberk that had recently been hung in the armory. A fine hauberk, Eric said. Your armorer repaired the chainmail so deftly that it is better than when new, Simon said. My armorer's skill is famed throughout the disputed lands, Eric said matter-of-factly. Justly so. Will he make Duncan a sword and dagger, and a chainmail hauberk and hood to take into battle? He will have to, Eric said in a dry tone. There isn't a hauberk already made in all of the islands that will fit Duncan's breadth of shoulder. There is one, Duncan said absently. Oh? Dominic LeSabre's, Duncan said. Amber looked intently at him, but said nothing, for she feared the consequences if his memory returned. Simon stared with equal intensity at Duncan, yet asked no questions for the same reason. Eric, however, didn't fear Duncan's memory returning. Then you have seen the infamous Norman? Eric asked. Yes. When? Duncan opened his mouth to answer before he realized that he didn't know. I don't know, he said in a clipped voice. I simply know that I have. Eric shot a quick glance at Amber. She looked back at him in silence. Is your memory returning? Eric asked. Simon and Amber held their breath. Fragments, no more, Duncan said. What does that mean? Duncan shrugged, winced at the discomfort to his bruised body, and prodded his chest with impatient fingers. A pity that she isn't here to take the ache with her clever balms and lotions. Then Duncan heard his own thoughts and froze, wondering who she was. Green eyes, the smell of Glendruid herbs, water warmed for bathing, the scent of her soap. Duncan, Eric pressed, are your memories returning? Have you ever seen the moon's reflection in a still pond? Duncan asked with buried savagery. Yes. Throw a bucket of stones in the pond and look at the moon's reflection again. That's what I have of my memory. The bitterness in Duncan's voice made Amber long to touch him, to soothe him, to give him a sensual ease that would balance the ache of loss. So I remember that I have seen the Glendruid wolf, Duncan said, but I don't remember when or where or how or why, or even what he looked like. Glendruid wolf, Eric murmured. So he is truly called that. I had heard rumors. What rumors? Amber asked, anxious to change the subject. That the English king's sword has become the Glendruid wolf, Eric said. Amber looked baffled. One of Cassandra's prophecies was accurate. Again, Eric said. Which one? 2 wolves circling, one ancient, one not, Eric said. 2 wolves testing each other while the land held its breath and waited. For what? Simon asked. Death or life? You didn't tell me, Amber said quickly. You were having enough trouble with your own prophecy, he said dryly. Which wolf won? Simon asked. Cassandra's prophecies aren't like that, Eric said. She sees future crossroads, not which road is taken. With a shudder, Amber turned away. She didn't want to hear about Cassandra's prophecies. Duncan, she said. He made a questioning sound, only half listening. One of the weapons hanging on the armory wall had caught his attention. Will you go with me to the Whispering Fen? Amber asked. Cassandra asked me to see if the geese have arrived. Then Amber realized which weapon Duncan was staring at. Her heart turned over with raw fear. Quickly she stepped in front of him and put her hand on his cheek. Bright pleasure leaped. Dark memories writhed. Duncan, Amber said in a low voice. He blinked and focused on Amber rather than on the weapon whose length of thick chain and heavy, bristling ball had made memories swirl and seethe in darkness. Aye, lass? Amber's lips trembled slightly, pleasure and pain in one. Her pleasure, his pain that was also hers. Go with me to Whispering Fen, Amber said softly. You have had enough of battles. Duncan looked past her bright golden hair to the gray steel chain draped along the wall. Aye, he said, but have they had enough of me? Duncan reached over Amber's shoulder and took the weapon from its rest with an ease that belied the weapon's weight. I'll take this with me, he said. Amber's teeth sank into her lower lip as she saw what lay in Duncan's hands. Simon saw it as well. Quietly he began preparing for the battle that would come if the pond of Duncan's memory stilled long enough for the fragments of light to flow into a true image of the past. Eric simply stared. He didn't realize he had drawn his own sword until he felt its cold, familiar weight in his hand. "The hammer," Eric said in a neutral voice. "Why did you choose that from all the weapons in the armory?" Surprised, Duncan looked at the weapon that felt so right in his hands. "I have no sword," Duncan said simply. "So?" "There is no better battle weapon than the hammer for a man with no sword." Slowly, both Simon and Eric nodded. "May I borrow it?" Duncan asked. "Or is it the special favorite of one of your knights?" "No," Eric said in a soft voice. "You may keep it." "Thank you, Lord. Daggers are fine for close fighting or slicing roasts, but a man needs a weapon with reach for serious fighting." "Are you planning to fight soon?" Eric probed. Grinning, Duncan let the chain slip and rattle through his fingers, testing the hammer's weight and length. "If I came upon some outlaws bent upon an early grave," Duncan said, "I would hate to disappoint them for lack of a weapon." Simon laughed outright. Eric smiled like the wolf he was reputed to be. All three men looked at one another in silent recognition and appreciation of the hot, fighting blood that ran through each of them. Abruptly, Eric clapped both Duncan and Simon on the shoulder, as though they were brothers by blood as well as by inclination. "With men like you at my side, I wouldn't fear taking on the Glendruid wolf himself," Eric said. Simon's smile faded. The Scots hammer tried, and failed. For a moment, Duncan became so still that it seemed as though his very heart had stopped beating. Amber's had. Then it lurched and beat frantically. "Duncan," she asked, nakedly pleading, "won't you come now with me to the fen?" He didn't answer for the space of 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3. Then he made a low sound. His fingers clenched on the hammer until it seemed that steel must give way before flesh. "Aye, lass," Duncan said in a low voice. "I will go with you." "It may storm before sunset," Eric warned. Smiling gently, Duncan touched a lock of Amber's hair. "With Amber nearby," he said, "I never lack for sunlight." She smiled in return, though her lips trembled with a fear for him that was so great she was afraid she would scream. "Won't you leave that behind?" Amber asked, pointing to the hammer. "Nay, now I can defend you." "It isn't necessary. There are no outlaws this close to Seaholm." Ignoring the others in the room, Duncan leaned down until his lips all but brushed Amber's hair. He inhaled her scent deeply and looked into her anxious golden eyes. "I won't take a chance with you, precious Amber," he murmured. "If someone cut you, I fear I would bleed." Though the words were very soft, Simon heard them. He looked at Amber with an anger that was difficult to conceal. "Cursed hell witch, to steal a man's mind and smile." "Duncan," Amber whispered. The sound was as much a sigh as a name. She took his hard hand between hers, ignoring the cold weight of chain. "Let us hurry, my dark warrior. I have already packed a supper and sent word for 2 horses to be made ready." 3, corrected Eric. "Are you going?" Amber asked, surprised. "No, Egbert is." "Ah, Egbert, of course. Well, we shall just ignore him." Duncan shifted carefully and then looked over his shoulder, not wanting to cause the nervous horse any alarm. They had crept away from the picnic, leaving Egbert asleep with his own horse and Duncan's grazing nearby. Amber had insisted that they take only her horse when they stole away to the fen. The trail out of Seaholm's gentle fields had quickly become rugged, especially for a horse carrying double. There were places they had ridden over that had made Duncan blink. At first glance, the way looked impassable, but a few steps aside from the obvious path, another look, and there was always a surprisingly easy course to follow. It was enough to make a man nervous. Apparently the horse wasn't happy about it either, or perhaps the animal was simply uneasy about carrying 2 riders. "No sign of him," Duncan said, looking forward once again. "Poor Egbert," Amber said, but she sounded more amused than alarmed. "Eric will be quite put out." "Poor Egbert is asleep on the other side of that ridge," Duncan muttered. "He lies at ease in a field warmed by a sun that doesn't know summer has fled. Is that such a harsh fate?" "Only if Eric discovers it." "If the squire is half as clever as he is lazy, he won't tell Eric that he fell asleep." "If Egbert were that clever, he wouldn't be that lazy." Duncan gave a crack of laughter and tightened his right arm around Amber's supple waist. His left arm held the reins. Amber's hands rested on his arms as though she enjoyed the simple warmth of his body. "In any case, we left your mount with him," Amber said, "and instructions to wait for us." "Are you certain the lad can read?" "Better than he can write, according to Cassandra." "Does he write?" Duncan asked, surprised. "Badly. Eric despairs of ever making him skilled enough to tally a keep's crops, animals, and taxes." "Then why doesn't he send the boy back to his father?" "Egbert has none," Amber said. "Eric found him by a cart road. His father had been killed by a falling tree." "Does Eric make it a habit to pick up and care for stray people?" "If they can't care for themselves, someone must." "Is that why you cared for me?" Duncan asked. "Duty and compassion?" "Nay." Amber remembered what it had felt like when she first touched Duncan, a pleasure so great it shocked her into snatching her hand back. Then she had touched him again, and lost her heart. "It was different with you," Amber said in a low voice. "Touching you pleased me." "Does it please you still?" A telltale wash of color across her cheeks silently answered Duncan's question. "I'm glad," he said, "very, very glad." With subtle pressures of his arms, Duncan gathered Amber even closer to his body. The hunger for her that was never far beneath his thoughts flooded his body with anticipation, even as his conscience railed him. He shouldn't seduce her until he had more answers to the dark questions from his past. Unknown vows haunted him. And yet, it was surpassingly sweet to ride through an autumn land with slanting yellow sunlight warming his face and an amber fairy relaxed within the circle of his arms. "The sun," Amber murmured. "What an unexpected glory." She lifted her arms and pushed the wool cowl from her head. The indigo cloth fell in folds over her nape and shoulders, allowing the gentle golden warmth of the sun to bathe her. "Aye," Duncan said, "it is indeed glorious." But it was Amber rather than the sunlight that Duncan praised. "Your hair," he murmured. "'Tis 1,000 shades of golden light. I've seen nothing more beautiful." Amber's breath caught as a fine shiver went over her body. The hunger in Duncan summoned her. She wanted nothing more than to pull his strength around her like a living mantle, shutting out the world, giving herself to him in a secret silence that no other person could violate. Yet she must not give herself to him, heart and body and soul. "Amber," Duncan whispered. "Yes," she said, stilling a shiver of response. "Nothing. I simply like whispering your name against your bright hair." Pleasure expanded through Amber. Without thinking, she lifted her hand to touch Duncan's cheek. The faintly rough texture of his skin where beard lay just beneath the surface pleased her. The strength of his arm around her waist pleased her. The heat and resilience of his chest pleased her. Duncan pleased her to the center of her soul. "There is no man like you." Amber didn't know she'd spoken the thought aloud until she felt a tremor ripple through Duncan's strength. "Nor is there a woman to equal you," he whispered as he kissed the palm of her hand. When Duncan bent to put his cheek against Amber's hair, the delicate scent of sunlight and evergreen swept through him. She smelled of summer and warmth, of Scots pine and a clean wind. The fragrance was uniquely Amber. He could not get enough of it. Amber heard the hesitation in Duncan's breathing, sensed the piercing pleasure that he took from her simple presence, and longed to be free of prophecy. But she was not. "I pity the warmth won't last," Amber said raggedly. Duncan made a questioning sound as he nuzzled a wisp of hair that lay against her neck. "Eric was right," she said, her voice quick, almost frightened. "A storm is coming, but it simply serves to make the sunlight even more precious." Reluctantly, Duncan lifted his head and looked to the north. A thick line of clouds loomed there, held back by a southerly wind. Overhead, the sky was a sapphire bowl arching above fells whose rocky peaks wore a pearly cowl of cloud. "It won't storm by sunset," Duncan said. Amber said nothing. "Perhaps by moonrise," he added, "but I think not." Duncan looked over his shoulder once more. Behind them, a narrow crease cut into the rugged highlands that rose between Seaholm and Stone Ring Keep. The crease was the beginning of Ghost Glen, named for the pale-barked trees clinging to its steep sides, and for the haunting wail of autumnal winds. No other rider was following Duncan and Amber down the ridge they had just descended. No other rider was visible ahead, where land and sea mingled to make Whispering Fen. The way they would take to the fen was unmarked, known only to the Amber girl who fitted so perfectly in Duncan's arms. There had been no sign of habitation at all on this side of the ridge. No cart road, no smoke lifting above a clearing, no plowed fields, no dry stone fences, no deer parks, no mark of axe on trees. Small, steep-sided, stitched together by the fey conversations of a brook. Ghost Glen had neither hamlet, nor farm, nor walking paths. It was a place of ancient forest and primeval silence. The land was both savage and oddly innocent, removed from the strife of the disputed lands. Had Duncan not seen standing stones grouped in solitary glades, he would have sworn no other person had ever passed this way. Yet people had lived here once. Some named them druids, some named them sorcerers, some named them not men at all, but devils or gods. And some, the few who might know, called those vanished people learned. "Egbert won't follow us," Amber said as she felt Duncan twist to look behind once more. "How can you be sure?" "He is lazy but not blind. We left a trail." She hesitated. wondering how to explain to Duncan the combination of knowledge and instinct that made her so certain they were safe from intrusion here. "Egbert can't follow us," Amber said. "Even if he weren't afraid, he wouldn't be able to see where we went." "Why not?" "He isn't learned," she said simply. "What does that have to do with it?" "Egbert would see obstacles and turn aside, certain that no one could pass the way we did." A cool breath blew down Duncan's spine as he remembered how impassable parts of the trail had looked, at first. "That's why I made you leave your horse," Amber added. "It wasn't learned," Duncan retorted dryly. She laughed and shook her head, making sunlight gleam and run like liquid amber through her hair. "Whitefoot is used to my ways," Amber said. "She goes where I guide her." "You see a path," Duncan said. It wasn't quite a question, but Amber answered anyway, shrugging. "I'm learned." Then she added with a sigh, "But, according to Cassandra, I'm not very learned and never will be unless I settle to it and stop roaming the wild places. Like this one?" "Aye." Duncan looked at the smooth curve of Amber's cheek and wondered how he, who had never been taught, had managed to see both obstacle and trail. Before he could ask Amber, she was talking again. "Despite my feelings as a student, I have absorbed enough learning to walk a few of the ancient trails. Ghost Glen is my special place. I've never shared it with anyone. Until now." Her quiet words went through Duncan like distant thunder, as much felt as heard, a tremor of the earth itself. "Amber?" Duncan's voice was low, aching, nearly rough. She sensed the leap of sensual hunger in him. She also sensed a nameless yearning that pervaded him as surely as sun pervaded the day. "What is it?" she whispered, turning to Duncan. "Why did you bring me here?" "To count Cassandra's geese." Hazel eyes searched Amber's face. "Geese?" he asked. "Aye. They come here from the north in the autumn, pulling winter behind them like a bleak banner." "'Tis early for geese, isn't it?" "Yes," Amber said. "Then why are you looking for them?" "Cassandra asked me to. The rune stones foretold an early, harsh winter. If the geese are here, we'll know Cassandra cast the stones correctly." "What do your serfs say?" Duncan asked. "They say the signs are mixed." "How so?" "The sheep are growing very thick coats, yet the birds still call from the trees. The sun is still warm, yet joints and old wounds ache. The good priests pray and dream their dreams, yet none agree as to God's answers." "Signs, prophecies, priests, dreams," Duncan grimaced. "It's enough to make a warrior's head ache. Give me a sword and a shield and I'll make my own way, come what will, or what has." The open wound of Duncan's lost memory drew harsh brackets on either side of his mouth. Amber traced the lines with a fingertip, but she was unable to reach past Duncan's pain and anger. Unhappily, she turned away, facing the wild green glen once more. On both sides of the path, rowan trees clung to gray rock cliffs, like fallen angels. The few berries that had been overlooked by birds glowed in ruby bursts at the ends of branches. Ghostly birches thronged in creases and crowded ridgelines, their leafless branches lifted to the autumn sky in silent query about the lost summer and the winter to come. Ahead and to the right, a low circle of reclining stones marked an ancient place. A larger, more ragged circle of standing stones loomed on an oddly flattened ridgeline. An eagle's high, untamed cry pierced the silence. The call was repeated once, twice, thrice. Duncan tilted back his head and returned the wild whistle with uncanny accuracy. The bird of prey wheeled aside as though reassured of Duncan's and Amber's right to be within the Fey Glen. As they watched, the eagle rode a transparent torrent of air to the far side of the ridge and disappeared. "Who taught you to answer the eagle's question?" Amber asked softly. "My mother's mother." "She was learned." "I doubt it," Duncan said. "We had none we called learned." "Sometimes, in some places, it is safer to have no name." Neither Duncan nor Amber spoke again until they had followed the hurtling Silver Creek into a small dale and down to the restless sea. The grasses of the marsh were equally alive, combed by a fairy wind. For the man and woman poised on a low rise above the fen, the sound of wind and marsh was that of score upon score of people whispering, murmuring, sighing, confiding, 1,000 hushed breaths stirring the air. "I know now why it is called Whispering Fen," Duncan said quietly. "Until the winter geese come, yes. Then the air resounds with their honking and whistling, and the fen whispers only in the smallest hours of the night. I'm glad to know it this way, with the sun turning the tips of marsh grass into candles. 'Tis like a church in the instants before the mass is chanted." "Yes," Amber whispered, "it is exactly that, filled with imminence." For a few moments Duncan and Amber sat in silence, absorbing the special peace of the fen. Then Whitefoot stretched her neck and tugged at the bit, wanting the freedom to graze. "Will she wander if we dismount?" Duncan asked. "Nay, Whitefoot is almost as lazy as Egbert." "Then we will rest her for a time before we start back." Duncan dismounted and lifted Amber from the horse's back. When he set her on her feet, her fingers caressed his cheek and the thick, dark silk of his mustache. He turned his head and kissed her hand with a tender, lingering heat that shortened her breath. When Amber looked up into Duncan's eyes, she knew she should draw away. She didn't have to be touching him to be certain that he wanted her with a wildness that equaled the eagle's cry. "We should start back very soon," she said. "Aye, but first." "First?" "First I will teach you not to fear my desire." Chapter 8. That wouldn't be wise," Amber said raggedly. "On the contrary, precious Amber, it would be the wisest thing I have ever done." "But we shouldn't, we can't." The slow drawing of Duncan's fingertips over Amber's lips scattered her words and her thoughts. She could sense his desire so clearly that it made her tremble. And even more clearly she sensed his restraint. "Duncan?" Amber asked, confused. "I won't take you," he said simply. "I don't know what I did to you in the past that you fear my desire now, but I do know that you fear it. It is not what you... Dear God, you must not take me." "Hush, precious Amber." Duncan sealed her lips with a gentle pressure of his thumb. "I won't take you. Do you believe me?" Amber felt the truth in Duncan, a certainty even stronger than the passion that burned within him. "Yes," she whispered, "I believe you." A long, low breath that was almost a groan came from deep in his chest. "Thank you," Duncan said. "In the past, no one would have questioned my oath, but here I must prove my worth and honor all over again." "Not to me. I sensed your honor and your pride very clearly the first time I touched you." Duncan gave Amber's mouth a tender, brushing movement of his lips that was almost too light to be called a kiss. "Come," he said softly, holding out his hand. "Walk with me." Amber laced her fingers through Duncan's and trembled at the banked fires of passion that burned so intensely in his body. "Where are we going?" she asked. "To find a place of shelter." "The wind isn't cold." "Not while we wear our mantles," he agreed. What Duncan left unsaid rippled through Amber in a wave of unease and anticipation combined. The murmuring of sea and grass and wind followed both of them to the base of a low rise. There man had once smoothed the circle to raise tall stones within. Though the builders had long since vanished, the grassy circle and stones remained. "This place is sheltered," Amber said, "unless you fear the stones." For a moment Duncan closed his eyes. Senses that slept within him until times of danger quivered to alertness at his prodding, found nothing of concern, and sank into timeless sleep again. Amber, whose hand was still joined with Duncan's, watched him with amazement. Because of Cassandra's teaching, Amber knew that if ancient evil had ever lingered near the circle of stones, the evil had long since fled from the place. And so did Duncan, who had never been taught. "He must be an unknown knight. I am silly to keep fearing he is the Scots hammer, enemy of Eric." "There is nothing to fear in the stones," he said after a moment. "You are learned," Amber said. Duncan laughed. "Nay, my golden witch, I'm simply a warrior who fights with everything available, including my head." Amber started to quarrel about being named a witch before she realized that he had used the term with affection rather than with accusation. When she saw that Duncan was watching her with amusement and approval in his vivid hazel eyes, she decided that she liked being his golden witch. "That's what learning is," Amber said absently. "Using your head." "In that event," Duncan said, looking around the circle of stones, "I learned during the Holy Crusade what every hound is born knowing. Danger has a special scent and feel." "I think there is more to it than that." "And I think there is less." Duncan glanced sideways at Amber. She was watching him with luminous golden eyes and an intensity that made him want to ravish her both tenderly and very thoroughly. "Come, my Amber delight." "Ah, so I'm a delight now rather than a witch. You must be learned." The smile Duncan gave Amber was like a caress. "Delightful witch," he said in a low voice. "Sit against this stone with me, and we'll argue about what is learned and what is simply common sense." Smiling, Amber answered the tug on her hand by settling into the grass beside Duncan. The stone he had chosen to shelter them from the fitful wind was taller than a man. Its face was seamed by time and salt air. Within blade-thin crevices on the stone surface grew gardens so tiny that a man could scarce see the moss bloom. Yet bloom it certainly did. Growing things thrived on the surface of the stone, weaving a thick, vibrantly colored mantle over much of the ancient monolith. Amber tested the moss with her fingertips, then closed her eyes and settled back against it with a sigh. "How long do you think the stones have waited thus?" she murmured. "Not half so long as I've wanted to do this." Amber's eyes opened. Duncan was so close that she could feel the warmth of his breath and see the individual splinters of color in his hazel eyes. She drew back slightly, wanting to touch the clean line of his mouth beneath his mustache. "Nay, lass," Duncan said. "There is nothing to fear." "I know. I just wanted to touch you." "Did you? How?" Like this. Amber's fingertip traced the rim of Duncan's upper lip. The keen thrill of pleasure that coursed through him at her touch was as much a reward to Amber as the intimate rush of his breath caressing her fingertips. "You like that," she said, delighted at the discovery. Duncan's breath caught as another caress skimmed his lip, sending a tongue of fire through him. "Aye," he said huskily. "I like that, do you?" "Like touching you? Yes. Too much, I fear." "There is no place for fear between us." The rush of Duncan's breath was replaced by the smooth heat of his mouth against Amber's. He felt the hesitation in her. Then he felt the subtle yielding as she allowed the kiss. His heartbeat speeded as fire surged through his body. Yet Duncan did no more than increase the pressure of his mouth on hers just a bit. It was barely enough to part Amber's lips for a skimming caress from the tip of his tongue, but it was enough to make her sigh and yield more of her mouth to the gentle kiss. Again he delicately traced her lips. "Duncan," Amber whispered, "you are—" His tongue moved again, this time more deeply. Breath and words caught in Amber's throat. The gliding caress along the sensitive inner side of her lips was as delicate as a butterfly's wing. If she hadn't been touching Duncan, she would have thought that he was as gentle as a butterfly too. But she was touching him. She felt the banked heat of his fiery hunger. The contrast between his actions and his intense need should have frightened her. Instead, it beguiled her as no caress could have. "Truly I am safe with you," Amber whispered. "Always, my golden witch. I would sooner cut off my own sword hand than harm you." When Duncan's arms eased around her, Amber made no move to withdraw. He lifted and settled her across his thighs with a slow movement that was also a caress, telling her that he was frankly savoring her warm weight in his lap. "Open my mantle and put your hands inside," Duncan said softly. Amber hesitated. "Do you not want to share my warmth?" he asked. "I'm afraid to." Duncan's eyelashes lowered. The sadness that went through him drew a low cry from Amber. "You don't trust me," he said. "What did I do to you in the past that you so fear me now? Did I force myself on you?" "Nay," she whispered. Then she whispered it again and again, torn by his uncertainty and grief, the wound to his self-esteem that she did not believe his vow that she was safe with him. She couldn't bear to hurt him so. Unbidden, Amber's hand slid into the opening of Duncan's mantle. With a need she couldn't conceal, she fought through clothing until she could feel once more the living heat of his naked skin against her own. The small consummation drew a low cry from the back of her throat. Baffled, Duncan looked at Amber's closed eyes and taut features as she experienced the textures of his body. When he realized that simply touching his naked skin was such a keen pleasure for her, he was both shaken and violently aroused. "Amber." "Yes," she whispered. "It is myself I fear, not you." She lowered her head against Duncan until her breath could bathe what her fingers were caressing. "It is myself." Her whisper merged with the heat of her mouth against Duncan's throat. A current of fire ripped through him. The feel of Amber's tongue caressing his skin was so sweet and unexpected that it made him groan. "Every touch I give you, even the least," Amber whispered. Her tongue stroked Duncan as delicately as a cat's. His whole body tightened in response. "See," she whispered, "I touch you and you burn. I feel you burning and I burn as well. Then I touch you again and the flames leap higher." "By God's holy blood," Duncan said hoarsely, finally understanding the source of Amber's fear. "You want me as much as I want you." Her smile was bittersweet. She let out a ragged breath. "Nay, Duncan, I want you more. Your desire and my own combined." "That's why you're afraid?" "Yes. I fear... this." Again Amber touched Duncan's flesh with the tip of her tongue, savoring the taste and warmth of his body, the smooth texture, and most of all the rapid, heavy beating of his blood just beneath his skin. "Don't fear it," Duncan said, his voice low and almost rough. "Passion such as this is a gift from God." She laughed sadly. Is it a gift to see paradise from afar and know that you must never enter?" One of Duncan's hands slid beneath Amber's cowl. His fingers eased into her loosely braided hair until he held her securely. A steady pressure of his palm turned her head up so that he could look into her golden eyes. "We can taste paradise without breaching its coral gates," Duncan said. "Is that possible?" "Aye." "How?" "Follow me. I'll show you." Duncan closed the scant distance between their mouths. Amber's lips parted at the touch of his tongue. She felt again the delicious sensation as he skimmed the inside of her lips. Then the touch of his tongue became firmer, more insistent, prowling the edges of her mouth, seeking entry to the warm darkness just beyond his reach. "What are you—" Amber began. She never finished asking what Duncan wanted, for his tongue glided between her teeth, taking her words and giving her fire in return. The rhythmic slide and retreat and return of his tongue made fire lick unexpectedly through her body. Yet almost as soon as the heat bloomed within her, it faded, for the firm, provocative warmth of his tongue had been withdrawn. The small sound that escaped Amber's throat flicked Duncan like a whip. The eager searching of her tongue for his was a stroke of pure flame in his loins. He laughed low in his chest and tightened his arms, drawing her even closer to the part of him that burned most hotly. "Is this what you seek?" Duncan asked. His tongue surged between Amber's teeth even as he rocked her hips against his. Her answering hunger made his head spin. She uttered a low sound and pressed even closer to the hot pleasures of his body. When he would have moved to bank the wild flames rising between them, her arms wrapped around his neck and her tongue sought his in a sensual duel that neither could lose. Without releasing her mouth, Duncan lifted Amber and eased her down into the grass. Beneath her mantle, one of his hands tugged laces free. Suddenly he turned his head just enough so that his teeth could catch her lips in a series of gentle, burning bites. A honeyed fire burst within Amber, dragging a moan from her. Duncan's teeth tenderly stinging her neck sent more heat through her flushed skin. When she felt him pulling her arms from around his neck, she protested. "I know we must stop," Amber said, "but not yet." "No, not yet," Duncan agreed. "We have much farther to go before we turn back at the final gate." His mouth closed over hers once more. Gently, steadily, while his tongue teased and tormented her with promises of paradise, he pulled her arms away from his neck and pressed them against her own body. Amber didn't realize what Duncan wanted until she felt cool air wash over her breasts. Her mantle had been pushed to either side of her body. She was bare to the waist, and her arms were bound against her hips by half-shed clothing. Duncan was no longer touching her. He was simply looking at her with eyes that blazed. She was beautifully formed, neither too full nor too small, warm and taut, with nipples the pink of wild rosebuds. He ached to hold each bud in his mouth, to caress it with his tongue, to test the creamy softness of her breasts with his teeth. Between her breasts golden light pooled, caught within timeless amber. The pendant shimmered and rippled with radiance as though it were infused with Amber's very life. He touched the pendant in silent greeting. Then he lifted his fingers and simply looked at the beauty that had lain hidden beneath heavy folds of clothing. "Duncan?" Amber whispered. She looked into his eyes and trembled at what she saw. "Are you cold?" Duncan asked, seeing her shiver. Amber trembled again, for his voice was like the rasp of a cat's tongue. She tried to answer his question, but her mouth was dry and her heart was beating frantically. Without Duncan's touch pouring his hunger into her, her own desire was being quenched by unease. "Dinna worry, Golden Witch," Duncan said thickly, bending down to Amber. "I will warm you." The searing heat of Duncan's hands and mouth on her breast was both unexpected and fiercely arousing to Amber. As he kissed first one pink tip and then the other, they hardened magically. His mustache caressed the sensitive flesh while his tongue licked slowly, hotly. Fire lanced through the center of Amber's body, setting aflame places that had been secret even from her, until Duncan touched her and she burned. When he finally lifted his head, the breeze found Amber's heated skin. He smiled to see her nipples tighten even more. His fingertips closed over the flushed pink tips of her breasts. He rolled the velvet flesh lightly, pressed sensuously. When heat bloomed just beneath her creamy skin, he felt as though he were being stretched upon a rack of fire. "How could I have forgotten your response to me?" Duncan asked wonderingly. "God must feel like this when he causes the sun to rise." "We've never before—" "Nay," he interrupted softly. "You would not fly so high, so quickly, unless you knew the lure of the hunt as surely as I." Amber shook her head, the only answer she could make, for passion had stolen her voice. "Don't be shy of the truth, precious Amber. Your response is a greater gift than any maidenly restraint." She tried to answer, but all that came from her lips was a ragged cry. The passion she felt should have frightened her, but when he touched her, whatever virginal wariness and learned caution she had were burned away in the overwhelming heat of Duncan's desire. And her own. Duncan's desire and hers combined. When he bent once more to draw one of her aching nipples into his mouth, Amber's breath came out in another low cry. When he shaped her with slow rhythms of his tongue, tender lightning burned from her breasts to her hips. Her back arched in abandoned response until she strained against the bonds of cloth holding her elbows to her sides. Reluctantly, Duncan lifted his head, wondering if the hungry intimacy of the caress had alarmed Amber. "Don't struggle," he said gently. "I won't hurt you." "I know, but I can't." She made a sound of frustration and jerked her arms. All she managed to do was tangle them more closely to her body. "What can't you do?" Duncan asked. The sweet swaying of Amber's breast made sensual heat flush Duncan's body. The thought of her arching like that against his chest while he lay naked between her legs brought him to the edge of bursting. "I can't touch you while I'm tangled in clothes this way," Amber said. Duncan set his jaw against the temptation she was offering. "I think that's just as well," he said raggedly. "Don't you want me to touch you?" He smiled at the confusion in Amber's eyes, even though the thought of feeling her hands on his body brought a leap of need so great that it was indistinguishable from pain. "I," Duncan groaned, brushing his mustache over one taut nipple. "And I," he brushed again, and I 1,000 times more." The sound Amber made could have been pleasure or fear. Even she couldn't have said which. She had never felt anything as powerful as the combination of her own untried sensuality, Duncan's torrential need, and the fierce restraint he exercised on his passion. "But if you touch me," he said hoarsely. The words became lost in the ripple of sound Duncan drew from Amber as his teeth raked with exquisite delicacy over her nipple. Smiling darkly, he turned to her other breast and repeated the primitive caress. "If you touch me," Duncan whispered, savoring Amber's unbridled response to him, "I shall be much less certain of my own control." Beneath the words was Duncan's own growing doubt that his restraint was equal to Amber's sweet and abandoned response. He had never known a woman could want him so much, so deeply, without coyness or calculation. "Dark warrior," Amber said, "you would never break your vow to me." The certainty in Amber's voice was repeated in the clarity of her eyes watching him. Duncan saw himself reflected darkly in her luminous depths, and at the same time he saw her absolute trust in him. "You humble me," Duncan said. "Then don't raise me so high," she whispered, smiling. "Shall I free your arms?" Though Amber knew she could free herself if she had the patience, she wanted it to be Duncan who released her. She wanted him to understand the completeness of her trust as she understood the intensity of his promise not to take her. He was a man of honor. Honor was the very core of his pride and strength. Honor was what had made him the man he was. "Yes," Amber whispered. "Free me." Yet still Duncan hesitated. "I promise I won't be too forward," Amber said, trying and failing to hide her smile. The smile Duncan gave Amber then was the one that called meadowlarks from a midnight sky. "That would be very disappointing, sweet witch." Slowly Duncan lowered his head to Amber's breasts, tantalizing her with the warmth of his breath, while he teased her with silky touches of his mustache and tongue. His reward was a series of broken sighs and tiny sounds as she twisted against the cloth binding her elbows. "You tempt me," Duncan said, "and you torment me." "A sweet torment?" He cupped his hand around one of Amber's breasts, lifting and caressing, testing the tight peak. "Aye," she said, "very sweet." "Not as sweet as these pink buds." Amber drew her breath in swiftly. She could feel the passion sweeping through Duncan in hot pulses as he looked at his fingers on her breasts. "Nor as sweet as making you moan beneath my mouth," Duncan added, bending down to Amber once more. "My arms," she said. And it was all Amber could say, for Duncan's powerful forearm was beneath her shoulder blades, arching her back, and his mouth was on her naked breasts. With a ragged sound of pleasure, she gave herself to his caresses, hiding nothing of her own response. It wasn't until Duncan lifted his head that Amber realized he had unfastened her clothes completely. He sat up and pulled the long sleeves down over her wrists one at a time. Then he eased her clothing farther down her body, revealing more creamy skin and the long, inward curving lines of her torso. Though Duncan wanted to keep undressing Amber more than he wanted air itself, he forced his hands to stop at her waist. He needed her resilient flesh lately, hungrily. It wasn't enough for either of them. With a quick, graceful movement, Amber sat up. The rush of cool air made her shiver. Instinctively, she shrugged the folds of her mantle forward, covering her shoulders even as she reached for the laces at the front of Duncan's shirt. "Be as I am," Amber said, pulling laces free. "Naked but for the mantle." "And if I take chill?" he asked, smiling slightly. "Why, I will warm you, of course." Duncan's smile widened. He threw off his mantle. His shirt soon followed. With a slow care that was both torment and pleasure, Amber drew the mantle back around Duncan's shoulders and fastened it at the side. The amber talisman he wore shimmered with an uncanny light, as though infused with Duncan's own immense vitality. Amber bent her head and brushed her lips over the ancient talisman in silent greeting. Only then did she give in to the temptation that haunted her, running her fingers through the cloud of dark hair on his chest. Eyes closed, smiling, kneading him as a contented cat would, she tested the muscular flesh of Duncan's torso with fingernails like delicate, unsheathed claws. "I love the feel of you," Amber said softly. "When you slept so unnaturally, I spent many hours rubbing oil of amber into your skin to keep away fever." "Did it work?" "Of course. Amber is noted for its ability to take fire from a body." "It wouldn't work on me now," Duncan said. "Why not?" "Your hands bring me fever." Amber didn't doubt it. She could feel the passionate heat radiating from Duncan's body. And if that wasn't enough, she had the truth of his words pouring into her through the medium of touch. "'Tis like bathing in a magical fire," she whispered. "What is?" "Touching you, feeling your passion." The smile Duncan gave Amber was rather fierce, but she didn't care. She felt the truth of him, and that truth was his restraint. He had given his vow, and he was a man who would die before he was forsworn. "But I must confess something to you," she whispered. "Why? Do I look like a priest?" Amber laughed. "Nay, you look like what you are, a warrior both fierce and sensual." "Then why confess to me?" "Because I only now realize that I smoothed oil over you long after the danger of fever was past." Duncan's breath caught. "Did you?" "Yes," she admitted. "Why?" "For the forbidden pleasure of touching you." One of Amber's fingertips brushed over a male nipple. The sudden surge of pleasure that went through Duncan was as clear to her as a cry. Her fingers returned, lingered, and teased with a skill far beyond her experience, for his response was her unfailing sensual guide. "But touching me isn't forbidden now?" Duncan asked almost roughly. "No, 'tis foolish," Amber whispered, "but not forbidden." "Why not?" She bent her head and kissed first one, then the other nipple. When she drew her tongue slowly over him, his whole body tightened with pleasure that was nearly violent. "Because you promised that I would be safe here with you," Amber whispered. "Today," he said, doubting he would ever be able to withstand such temptation again. "Yes, today, now," she said, "in this place where ancient stones watch over the sea." Duncan framed Amber's face with his hands, then took her mouth with a hunger that was like nothing he had ever felt before. The kiss was deep and powerful, urgent with the rhythms of the joining that he would not permit, for he had given his vow. Amber yielded her mouth and took his at the same time, glorying in the heat and strength of the man holding her. The prickling of her nails against his skin made him groan with pleasure. Hearing his passion, feeling it, tasting it, Amber raked slowly over his muscular back again. "You will make me wild," Duncan said against her mouth. "I feel wild," she admitted, "but 'tis your doing." He bit her lower lip with savage care. "How wild do you feel?" he asked. "Enough to be naked to my hands and eyes, enough to let me caress you in new ways?" The violence of the hunger that went through Duncan as he spoke told Amber that he wanted her to say yes so much that he was shaking with it. Knowing that, touching him, trusting him, it was impossible for her to say no. "Yes," Amber whispered. Duncan's arms tightened until she could barely breathe. Slowly he pressed her back until she lay once more on the ground. Her mantle fell away, revealing the pale curves and pink buds drawn tight by his mouth. "Lift your hips." Duncan's voice was hardly recognizable. The anticipation pouring through him as he looked at Amber's half-nude body was so great that it almost overwhelmed her. She could barely breathe, much less move. Amber didn't know what Duncan was going to do next. She knew only that waiting for it was piling fresh fuel on the wildfire of his passion. "Duncan," Amber whispered. "Lift yourself," he said. "Let me see the flower whose heart I foolishly vowed I would not take. Today." Trembling with conflicting emotions, Amber did as Duncan asked. As her hips lifted, clothes slid down her body, urged by his strong hands. When he was finished, she was naked but for the mantle at her back and the bright stockings on her legs. The feeling was both shocking and erotic. "You are beautiful beyond words," Duncan said hoarsely. He was no longer touching Amber, leaving her suddenly vulnerable to her own innate shyness and unease. With a muffled cry, she reached beneath herself and jerked a corner of the mantle over her hips. When he moved to pull the mantle aside, she resisted. "Don't be shy," Duncan said. "You are more beautiful than any flower in a sultan's garden." As he spoke, his hand slid beneath the mantle. The instant Duncan touched Amber, his desire arced through her. It was like being ravished by lightning, both gentle and fierce. Fingers spread wide, he put his palm low on her body and spanned her pelvic girdle with a hand that trembled very slightly from passion and restraint. Then his hand turned, and his smallest finger eased through the silky warmth of her hair to find even warmer, silkier flesh beneath. The unexpected caress sent a cascade of heat through Amber. The ragged sound of her breath breaking made Duncan smile. Seeing the centers of her eyes darken and expand in passionate response made blood pool even more hotly between his thighs until his hardened flesh leaped with every beat of his heart. Feeling the tight, sultry petals brushing against his finger tempted him mercilessly. With every breath he took, he regretted the vow he had given. Duncan's hand shifted again. Tenderly, insistently, watching Amber's eyes, he caressed her. "Duncan," she said. "What?" Then Amber could say no more. He had discovered the sleek, sensual knot concealed within her closed petals. A sound of surprise was dragged from her as golden pleasure pulsed. As though Duncan felt Amber's pleasure as clearly as she did, he groaned. His finger teased the bud again, calling forth another shimmering pulse, then another. Each time he caressed her, the shivering, sultry heat of her response licked over his fingers. Yet when he tried to slide his fingers between her silk petals, her legs were too tightly held. "I won't force you," Duncan said in a low voice, "but I shall die if I can't at least touch you. Open your warm keep to me. I shall be a most gentle guest." "I shouldn't. We shouldn't. It is too much to ask of you," Amber said, "to come so close and yet not take me." "Yes, ask it, please." "But I'm afraid." Duncan laughed softly as he rubbed over the bud once more, drawing another pulse of pleasure. "Nay, Golden Witch, that isn't fear I feel licking over my fingertips. It's passion, hot and sweet and pure." Fingers plucked and pleasure surged. Amber's hips lifted in unwitting response. His hand moved again, sensual lightning stabbed. Another caress and another urgent movement, another fiery response. "Dear God," Amber whispered. Duncan wanted to shout his triumph as he stroked, and another wave of pleasure swept visibly through Amber. With a broken sigh, she closed her eyes and yielded yet more of herself to him, hot petals opening to his touch. By the time Duncan slid the mantle covering Amber aside, she no longer cared. All that mattered to her was that the sweet torment continue. When his hand pressed against her legs, she gave him what he sought, opening herself so that he could touch her in any way he pleased. Deliberately, Duncan drew his fingertips over the petals that were slowly opening to him. He caressed Amber in a taut silence that was heightened by the rapid, broken sound of her breathing. She no longer sensed his leashed passion, for her own had become overwhelming. Without warning, ecstasy burst, ravishing Amber's senses. Her shivering cry and the hot, helpless rush of her response told Duncan just how much she had enjoyed his caresses. Despite the savage thrust of his own unanswered need, Duncan smiled. Even after the last tremors of pleasure no longer shook Amber, he was reluctant to leave off caressing the sultry flower he had so recently coaxed into opening. But he knew he must stop. If he kept caressing her, he might very well throw his vow to the sea winds and sink his hungry flesh into the place that was so fully prepared to receive him. With a difficulty that was in itself a warning, he forced himself to release the tender flower. Yet even then, Duncan couldn't make himself retreat entirely. His hand remained between Amber's legs, close enough to feel her warmth, but not touching her. Amber's eyes opened, and she knew herself, naked with Duncan's hand lying intimately between her legs. She flushed and reached for the mantle to cover herself once more. "Nay," Duncan said thickly, "don't hide. You are even more beautiful in full bloom than you were unopened." As he spoke, his fingertip skimmed her still sensitized flesh. She cried out as the violence of his hunger and restraint poured through her, shaking her. "It isn't enough," Amber said. "You are in pain." "Aye, and this," Duncan said, caressing her slowly with his fingertip, "is salt in the raw wound of my need." With a harsh word he closed his eyes. Into the silence came a rustle and murmur, a whispering of wind, grass, and the distant voice of winter. The sound increased until it grew greater than the rush of breath from Duncan's harshly restrained body. A distant part of Amber's awareness registered the faint, growing sound, but she ignored it. Duncan was all of the world she cared about. And she had hurt him without even knowing what she had done. "Duncan," she said huskily. When Amber's fingers touched his bare flesh, he flinched as though she had taken a whip to him. "Nay," Duncan said in a raw voice, "don't touch me." "I want to ease you." "Breaking my vow won't ease me." Amber took a deep, shaken breath. What she was going to do was dangerous, 2 parts of the bleak prophecy fulfilled. Yet she could not endure Duncan's pain any longer, not when the means to banish it lay within her. "I release you from your vow," Amber whispered. Duncan surged to his feet. "Don't tempt me, Golden Witch. I already wear the fragrance of your passion. 'Tis like breathing fire. I can't take much more." The silence that followed Duncan's words was filled by distant rustles and murmurs and eerie cries that swelled until they were a breaking wave of sound pouring across the fen. Air whistled through thousands upon thousands of wings as skeins of wild geese spiraled down, their bodies dark against the falling sun, their voices calling in autumnal urgency, crying of untimely winter. Death will surely flow. Death will surely flow. Death will surely. Amber put her hands over her ears to stop the sounds of a terrible prophecy coming true. Chapter 9. Eric waited for Duncan and Amber in a chair of riven oak whose seat was softened by a loose cushion. Despite luxurious wall hangings and a roaring fire in the central hearth, the great hall of Seaholm's manor house was cold. Each time a violent gust of wind forced icy air through chinks in the manor's thick timber walls, the tapestries stirred. Though the carved wooden screens were placed so as to turn the drafts from the manor's main door, torch flames leaped and wavered when the door opened, as it just had. The flames of the central fire bent and whipped in the draught. Their dance was reflected many times over in the eyes of the rough-coated wolfhounds that lay at Eric's feet, in the peregrine's unflinching glare from the perch behind the oak chair, in Eric's own eyes, and in the ancient silver dagger that he was turning slowly in his hands. A door bar thumped home as the main door was shut once more. Moments later, the leaping flames shrank to their accustomed size. Sounds of hurrying footsteps accompanied the low urging of Alfred's voice as Eric's knight approached the great hall. Without a word, Eric stared at the three people who had barely beaten Moonrise back to the keep. Egbert looked sheepish. Amber appeared flushed with more than the cold wind that had sprung up. Duncan looked like what Amber had named him, a dark warrior. In the silence that stretched and stretched, Eric watched the three people, ignoring Alfred entirely. In defiance of Eric's usual good manners, he invited no one to sit on the chairs that had been dragged close to the fire for warmth and ease. It was very clear to Amber that Eric was holding on to his temper by a bare thread. "You seem to have brought winter with you," he said. Despite Eric's nearly tangible anger, his tone was mild. The contrast between his voice and the dagger gleaming wickedly in his hands was alarming. "The geese," Amber said. "They had just come to Whispering Fen." The news did nothing to soften Eric's expression, yet his tone remained the same, calm to the point of flatness. "Ah, the geese," Eric murmured. "Cassandra will be pleased." "By an early winter?" Duncan asked. "It must be reassuring to have one's every thought turned to truth," Eric said without looking away from Amber, "while mere mortals must depend upon such slender reeds as trust and honor." The blood left Amber's face. She had known Eric for her entire life, yet she had never seen him quite like this. She had seen him angry, yes, for he had a volatile temper. She had even seen him in a cold fury, but never with her, and never this cold. "You may retire now, Alfred," Eric said. "Thank you, Lord." Alfred vanished with the alacrity of a man fleeing demons. "Egbert?" Eric's voice was like the flick of a whip. The boy jumped. "Yes, Lord?" he said hurriedly. "As you slept the afternoon away, you will have guard duty tonight. Go to it. Now." "Aye, Lord." Egbert left with impressive speed. "I believe," Eric said thoughtfully, "that I've never seen the boy move so quickly." Amber made a sound that could have meant anything or nothing at all. She was still absorbing the fact that Eric knew Egbert had spent much of his time asleep. She wondered if Eric also knew that she and Duncan had ridden off alone. "He is frightened of you," Amber said. "Then he is smarter than I guessed. Smarter than you, certainly." Amber flinched. Duncan took a step forward, only to stop when Amber grasped his wrist in an unspoken plea. "How was your ride?" Eric asked silkily. "Chilly?" "Not at first," Duncan said. "The day was beautiful," Amber said quickly. "And how was your special place, learned maid? Was it beautiful too?" "How did you know?" she asked in a strained voice. Eric's smile was that of a wolf just before it leaps. Abruptly, Duncan wished he were wearing a sword or carrying the hammer, but he had neither weapon. He had only the certainty that Eric, for all his moments of charm and laughter, could be a deadly enemy. With careful movements, Duncan took off his mantle and draped it on a trestle table to dry. "May I?" he asked, reaching for Amber's mantle. "No, that is, I'm afraid your laces aren't fully tied," Eric finished gently. She gave him a fearful look. The expression that came over Eric's face didn't make Amber feel any more easy. He was in a savage humor. "What? No protestations of innocence?" Eric asked in a soft voice. "No reassurances that you didn't leave Egbert sleeping in a field while 2 horses cropped grass nearby?" Amber began, but Eric's voice overrode hers. "No soft cries that honor hasn't been outraged and trust breached, along with your maidenhead? No blushes? Nay, that's not, and stuttered little pleas that—" "Enough!" The flat promise of violence in Duncan's voice shocked Amber. The hounds around Eric's chair came to their feet in a bristling, snarling rush. The peregrine's hooked beak opened in a shrill, savage cry. Unknowingly, Amber's nails dug into Duncan's wrist. "Leave off harrying her," Duncan said, ignoring the threatening animals. He opened his mouth to add that discussing Amber as though she were a virgin was ridiculous, and nobody knew it better than Duncan. But a look at Eric's feral, wolf-like eyes convinced Duncan to be careful how he stated the truth. "Amber's maidenhead is as intact now as it was this morning," Duncan said flatly. "You have my vow on that." In a silence outlined by the leap of flames, Eric turned the dagger over and over in his hand while he studied the dark warrior who loomed in front of him, ready for battle. Yea, even eager for it. Abruptly, Eric understood. He threw back his head and laughed like a tawny devil. The hounds settled on their ruffs, stretched and sprawled at ease once more, yellow eyes reflecting fire. A sweet whistle from her master cooled the peregrine's ire. When quiet had been restored, Eric gave Duncan a look of masculine sympathy. "I believe you," he said. Duncan nodded curtly. "You don't have the relaxed air of a man who has spent the afternoon, and himself, lying between a woman's soft legs," Eric added. Duncan said something profane beneath his breath. "Come to the fire, warrior," Eric said, struggling not to show the smile concealed within his beard. "You must be stiff as a sword with chill, or is that the only part of you still warm?" "Eric," Amber said, embarrassed. He looked at her bright cheeks and smiled with a combination of affection and amusement. "Little learned innocent," Eric said gently. "There isn't a man or woman in the keep who doesn't know where Duncan looks, and who looks back at him." Amber put her hands to her hot cheeks. "'Tis a source of much betting among the men," Eric said. "What is?" Amber asked faintly. "Whether you or he will break first." "It won't be Duncan." Amber didn't understand how much the tartness in her voice had given away. Eric understood immediately. So did Duncan. While Eric gave in to laughter, Duncan went to Amber and hid her flaming face against his chest. The contradictory currents Duncan's touch revealed, prowling hunger, rue, laughter, were oddly comforting to Amber. But nothing was as reassuring as knowing that Duncan again welcomed her touch. He had all but turned himself inside out to avoid contact with her on the way back to Seaholm. With a sigh, Amber leaned against Duncan. Silently, she drank the heady wine of his presence, letting it drive out the cold that had come over her when she heard the geese descending. "Touching," Eric said dryly. "Literally." "Leave off," Duncan retorted. "I suppose I must, but I haven't been quite this amused since you accused me of wanting Amber for myself." Her head snapped up. She looked at Duncan, startled. "You didn't," Amber said. "Oh, but he did," Eric countered. Amber made an odd sound. "Are you laughing?" Eric asked. He frowned at her. "Do you think it's so unreasonable that a maid might be drawn to me?" Eric asked, offended. "Nay," Amber said quickly. Eric raised his eyebrows. After a moment, Amber lifted her head and looked at the dark warrior who held her quite gently. "But," Amber added, "'tis absurd to believe that this maid would ever allow any man to touch her, save one." "Duncan," Eric said. "Aye, Duncan." "That is to be expected between a man and his betrothed," Eric said matter-of-factly. As one, Duncan and Amber spun and stared at Eric. "My betrothed?" Duncan asked carefully. "Of course," Eric said. "We will announce it tomorrow. Or did you expect to seduce Amber with no thought to her honor, and mine?" "I have told you," Duncan said. "Until my memory returns, I can't ask for Amber's hand." "But you can take the rest of her, is that it?" Duncan's face darkened. "The people of the keep are whispering," Eric said. "Soon they will be talking openly about a foolish maid who lies with a man who has no intention of—" "She has not," Duncan began. "Leave off," Eric snarled. "It will come as surely as sparks fly upward. The passion between the two of you is strong enough to taste. I've seen nothing like it in my life." Silence was Duncan's only response. "Do you deny this?" Eric challenged. Duncan closed his eyes. "No." Eric looked at Amber. "I needn't ask you about your feelings. You look like a gem lit from within. You burn." "Is that such a terrible thing?" she asked painfully. "Should I be ashamed that I have finally found what every other woman takes for granted?" "Lust," Eric said bluntly. "Nay, the profound pleasure of touching someone and not feeling pain." Shocked, Duncan looked at Amber. He started to ask what she meant, but she was talking again, her words urgent, driven by the tension that vibrated through her. "Passion is part of it," Amber said, "but only part. There is peace as well. There is laughter. There is joy." "There is also prophecy," Eric shot back. "Do you remember it?" "Better than you. I remember that prophecy said he might claim rather than he will." "What are you talking about?" Duncan demanded. "A woman's heart and body and soul," Eric said, "and the catastrophe that will—" "Might," Amber interrupted fiercely, "come if she is foolish enough to give all three to a man with no name," Eric finished coldly. "You make no sense," Duncan said. Eric's smile was as savage as the yellow of his eyes. "Have you remembered anything more of your past?" he asked Duncan bluntly. "Nothing useful." "Are you the best judge of that? You who have neither memory nor name?" Duncan's mouth thinned, and he said nothing at all. "God's teeth," Eric hissed. For a time there was a taut silence. "What have you remembered, useful or not?" Eric asked Duncan. "You heard before I fought Simon." "Tell me again." "Green eyes," Duncan said curtly, "a smile, the scent of spices and herbs, hair the red of flames, a kiss and a wish for God to be with me." Eric glanced quickly at Amber, who was still standing close to Duncan, touching him. "Ah, yes," Eric said, "the Glen Druid witch who cursed you." "Nay," Duncan said instantly, "she didn't curse me." "You sound very certain." "I am." "Amber?" Eric asked softly. He is telling you the truth." Duncan smiled slightly as he smoothed a wisp of Amber's golden hair back from her face. "'Tis sweet to be championed by you," Duncan said, smiling down at Amber. "Your faith in my honesty is humbling." "What she has is more certain than faith," Eric said flatly. "Scrying truth by touch is Amber's gift." "And curse," she whispered. "What do you mean?" Duncan asked. "Just what I said," Eric retorted. "If I question a man while Amber touches him, the truth is clear to her no matter what lies he may speak aloud." Duncan's eyes widened, then narrowed thoughtfully. "A useful gift." "It is a sword with two edges," Amber said. "Touching people is uncomfortable." "Why?" "Why does the moon shine less brightly than the sun?" she asked bitterly. "Why is the oak mightier than the birch? Why do geese cry out the coming of winter?" "Why are you distressed?" Duncan countered, his voice gentle. Amber looked away from him to the hounds gathered with eyes of fire around Eric's feet. "Amber?" Duncan asked softly. I'm afraid you will be put off by what I am." He caressed Amber's cheek with the backs of his fingers, turning her face toward him again. "I told you once that I had a penchant for witches," Duncan said, "especially beautiful ones. You're touching me now. Have I told you true?" Amber's breath caught as she looked into the smoldering hazel of Duncan's eyes. "You believe what you are telling me," she whispered. Duncan's smile made Amber's heart turn over with joy. He saw the change in her expression and bent down to her without realizing what he was doing. "Eric is right," Duncan said. "You burn." Eric came to his feet in a surge that scattered hounds left and right. "It's a pity you don't remember your past," Eric said distinctly. "It will make life a foretaste of hell for Amber." "For Amber?" Duncan said. "How so?" "Do you think she will enjoy being your leman rather than your wife?" "She isn't my leman." "God's blood," Eric exploded. "Do you think I'm as big a fool as you?" "Eric, don't," Amber said urgently. "Don't what? Tell the truth. Your dark warrior won't marry you until he remembers his past, and he can't keep his hands off you longer than it takes to swallow. You'll be his whore before the first snow falls." Abruptly, Duncan dropped his hands to his side. Eric saw and laughed harshly. "That's fine for now," he said in a scathing voice. "But the next time she offers herself, can you promise you won't take what she is so willing to give?" Duncan opened his mouth to promise, but knew before the first word was spoken that he would be forsworn. Amber was a fire in his flesh, in his blood, in his very bones. "If I take Amber's maidenhead," Duncan said tightly, "I will marry her." "With or without your memory?" Eric demanded. "Aye." Eric sat back in his chair and smiled in the manner of a wolf that has just harried its prey into a trap. "I will hold you to your vow," Eric said softly. Amber let out a long breath and relaxed for the first time since she had seen the feral blaze of Eric's eyes. Then Eric fixed his gaze on Amber, and she wondered if perhaps she hadn't relaxed too soon. "This Glendruid witch," Eric said musingly. Breath held, Amber waited. She had wondered when Eric would connect Glendruid with Dominic LeSabre, and what he would do when he did. "Do we have one like her among the learned of the disputed lands?" Eric asked. With an effort, Amber managed not to show her relief. "Like her?" she asked. "In what way?" "Red hair, green eyes, a woman whose gift would tell her to send Duncan out with an amber talisman around his neck." "I know of no one like that." "Nor does Cassandra," Eric said. "Then no such woman lives among the learned of the disputed lands." Thoughtfully, Eric tested the edge of the silver dagger with his thumb. The runes inscribed in the blade rippled with each motion as though alive, restless. "Cassandra's prophecy at your birth is well known in the disputed lands," Eric said. "Yes," Amber said. Duncan looked at her in silent question. She didn't glance away from Eric. For the moment, she was focused entirely on the Golden Knight who had pulled his learning about him like a cloak of fire, giving him a power that transcended even his position as Lord Robert's heir. "Your affinity for Amber is also well known," Eric said. Amber nodded. "Glendruid's gift is that their women see into a man's soul," he continued. As Eric spoke, he looked at Duncan as though for confirmation. "Aye," said Duncan, "they are known for that very thing." "Indeed," Eric murmured. "Where did you learn this?" "'Tis well known. Where you came from, perhaps, but not here." Eric's dark gold glance flicked back to Amber. "So tell me," he said softly, "who among the learned of the disputed lands has Glendruid's gift of seeing into a man's soul?" "I do, in a small way." "Yes, but you didn't give Duncan that amber talisman to wear, did you?" "No," Amber said softly. "A Glendruid witch did," Eric said, looking to Duncan again. Duncan nodded his head. Eric flipped the dagger casually, sending the silver blade end over end into the air, then catching the haft with a deft movement before sending the dagger into the air again. Amber barely concealed a shiver. Like the sun after a winter ice storm, Eric burned. Coldly. "Where did you find this Glendruid witch you spoke of?" Eric asked Duncan. "I don't remember." "The Scots and Saxons are said to have a few such women," Amber said quickly. The knife spun with lazy grace before Eric plucked it out of the air with a speed that made Duncan blink. "Simon," Duncan said before thinking. "What?" asked Eric. "I believe you were as quick as Simon." Eric's golden eyes became hooded. He slid the dagger into its sheath with careless skill. "That won't be put to the test," he said softly. "Simon has left us." "But why?" asked Duncan, surprised. "Simon told Alfred that he felt he must resume his quest. He left immediately." Absently, Duncan rubbed his body, remembering Simon's blow. "Despite my aching ribs," he said, "I liked the man." "Aye," agreed Eric. "It was almost as though you knew one another." A chill went over Amber that had nothing to do with the drafts in the room. "He looked familiar to me," Duncan admitted. "Is he?" "If he is, I have no memory of it." "Amber?" Though Eric said no more, Amber knew what he wanted. She laid her fingers on Duncan's wrist. "Was Simon known to you?" Eric asked Duncan. Angrily, Duncan looked from Amber's hand to Eric. "You question my word?" Duncan asked savagely. "I question your memory," Eric answered. "An understandable precaution, surely." Duncan let out a long, hissing breath. "Aye, that is understandable." "And?" Eric prompted gently. Amber winced. She knew Eric was at his most dangerous when he appeared most gentle. "When I first saw Simon," Duncan said, "I sensed danger, like the shadow of a hawk." Swiftly, Amber drew in her breath. "In my mind, I heard voices chanting and saw candles," Duncan continued. "Church?" Eric asked. But it was Amber he asked, not Duncan. "Yes," she said. "It has the feel of church." "What else do you sense?" Eric asked curiously. Duncan's memories stirred, but not strongly enough to win free of the shades of darkness. "Interesting. What else?" Amber glanced sideways at Duncan. He was watching her with an expression of growing disbelief. "Think of the church, Dark Warrior," she said. The taut line of Duncan's mouth was his only answer. Amber took in a ragged breath. "I gather that whatever happened in the church was a special occasion rather than an ordinary mass," she said faintly. "Funeral, wedding, baptism?" Eric prodded. Amber simply shook her head. "He doesn't know." Duncan gave Amber a long look. Subtle tension overtook her, drawing her mouth into a taut line. "What is it?" Eric asked. "Duncan resents me," Amber said. "Quite understandable," Eric said in a dry voice. "I don't hold it against him." "But he holds it against me. It is like grasping nettles," Amber whispered. "May I release him?" "Soon. Until then," Eric said, switching his glance to Duncan, "you might consider that Amber is your best hope of piercing the darkness of your past." "How so?" Duncan asked coldly. "I should think it would be obvious," Eric retorted. "Apparently she can sense things in your thoughts that you miss." "Is that true?" Duncan asked Amber. "With you, yes. With others, never." Duncan looked down at Amber. The unhappiness in her expression told him that she disliked the process of questioning him through touch as much as he did. "Why am I different?" he asked. "Because I have no memory?" "I don't know. I know only that we're joined in ways I don't understand." For a long moment, Duncan simply looked at Amber. Then his breath sighed out. He picked up her fingers and gave them a kiss. Holding her hand between his own, he began speaking softly. "When I first saw Simon, I sensed danger, voices chanting, candles," Duncan said. "Then I remembered the feel of a cold knife blade between my thighs." Amber made a shocked sound. "Not a comfortable memory," Eric said, smiling thinly. "Aye." Duncan's voice was as sardonic as Eric's smile. "Go on," said Eric. "There's little more to it," Duncan said, shrugging. "I remember a man watching me with eyes as dark as midnight in hell." "Simon," Eric said. "At first I thought so, but now—" Duncan sighed. "Amber?" Eric asked. "Why did you decide it wasn't Simon?" she asked Duncan. "Because he didn't recognize me. If I had held a blade between a man's thighs, I would certainly recognize him and know the reason for our enmity." Amber stiffened. "What is it?" Eric asked softly. "The church," Amber said. "It was a wedding." "You're certain?" Duncan and Eric asked as one. "Aye. The feel of an embroidered shoe," she began. "In my hand, yes," Duncan interrupted triumphantly. "Her shoe was silver, as delicate as frost. I remember it." Tears stood in Amber's eyes, then slipped soundlessly down her cheeks. "Is there anything else, Amber?" Eric asked. His voice was truly gentle this time, for he had seen her tears and guessed the reason why. Abruptly, Duncan realized that he was holding very tightly to Amber's fingers. "Did I hurt you?" he asked. Amber shook her head, but would not meet Duncan's eyes. Long fingers tilted her face up to his with a strength that would not be denied. "Precious Amber," Duncan said, "why do you cry?" Her lips parted, but no words came out. Her throat was too filled with tears for her to speak. "Is it something in my memories you see that I don't?" he asked. Amber shook her head and tried to pull away from Duncan. His hands tightened, holding her. "Is it?" he began. "Leave off," Eric interrupted curtly. "Release her from your touch. Let her find what peace she can." Duncan looked beyond Amber to the man whose eyes were like those of his wolfhounds, gleaming with reflected fire. "What's wrong?" Duncan demanded. "Is it a learned matter? Is that why she won't tell me?" "Would that it were," Eric muttered. "Learned matters respond to intelligence. Matters of the heart do not." "Talk sense." "'Tis quite simple," Eric said. "You stood in church with a woman's shoe in your hand." "What has that to do with Amber's tears?" Duncan asked in exasperation. "She has given her heart to a man who is already married. Surely that is cause for tears." At first Duncan didn't understand. When he did, he gathered Amber into his arms and laughed. After an instant, so did she, sensing the truth that Duncan had just discovered. "I was giving the shoe to another man, not taking it from him," Duncan said. "It was he who married the shoe's owner, not I." The wolfhounds came to their feet, threw back their heads, and howled with an elemental triumph. Duncan stared at the hounds, wondering what possessed them. Amber stared at Eric, wondering why he felt a triumph so great that his hounds cried it to the night. Chapter 10. "You sent them alone to the sacred stone ring?" Cassandra asked, horrified. "Yes," Eric said. "Duncan wants to find his memory before he finds himself lying between Amber's legs. I would rather the reverse were true." "You take too much upon yourself." "As you taught me," Eric said softly. "Without risk there is no gain." "This isn't risk, this is madness." Eric turned away from Cassandra and looked out over Hidden Lake and its wild fens where myriad waterfowl glided and fed. A lid of clouds concealed the highest reaches of the fells. Below the clouds, the glen was tawny and black, evergreen and bronze, a painted bowl waiting to be filled with winter. Though Eric couldn't see the top of Stormhold, he knew that the high peak would soon be veiled with glittering snow. The geese and Cassandra had been right. Winter was bearing down on them, wearing a cloak of icy wind. The peregrine on Eric's wrist moved uneasily, disturbed by the currents of emotion seething beneath the man's calm surface. Warily, Cassandra eyed the falcon, knowing that only his wolfhounds were more sensitive to Eric's emotions. "This madness, as you call it," he said quietly, "is my best chance of keeping the southern estates until I can find more good knights to take service with me." "Your father has many other holdings," Cassandra countered. "Tend them instead." "What are you suggesting, learned? That I cede Stone Ring Keep to Dominic LeSabre without a battle?" "Yes." The peregrine flared its wings and uttered a sharp cry. "What of Seaholm?" Eric asked gently. "Shall I give that to the Norman bastard as well? And Winterlands?" "There is no need. Stone Ring was the only keep mentioned by the English king, and agreed to by the Scottish king, I might add. For the moment, yes. The moment is all we have." The falcon shifted restlessly against the leather gauntlet Eric wore. Wind tugged Eric's rich bronze mantle, sending cloth swirling, revealing the indigo wool tunic he wore beneath. The pommel of his sword gleamed like silver lightning. "If I hand over Seaholm like a woman's shoe at a marriage ceremony," Eric said finally, "then every outlaw in the disputed lands will descend in hope of spoils." Cassandra shook her head. "I've had no vision of such a thing." "Nor will you," Eric retorted. "I will fight to the last drop of blood before I hand Stone Ring Keep over to Dominic LeSabre." Unhappily, Cassandra looked down at her hands, which were all but hidden by long, full scarlet sleeves. Rich embroidery in blue and green glistened like water threading through fire. "I have dreamed," she said simply. Impatience showed in Eric's glance. "Of what?" he asked in curt tones. "Battles and blood and keeps falling stone by stone?" "Nay." Eric waited. Cassandra looked at her long, carefully tended fingers. A large ring set with 3 gems shone as brightly as the embroidery. Sapphire for water, emerald for living things, ruby for blood. "Tell me," Eric commanded. A red bud, a green island, a blue lake, together as one, and in the distance, a potent storm waiting. The peregrine opened its beak as though the day were too hot rather than decidedly chill. Absently, Eric soothed the bird without taking his eyes from Cassandra's ageless face. "The storm swirled out and touched the red bud," she said. "It bloomed with great beauty, but it bloomed within the storm." Eric's eyes narrowed. "The green island was next to be touched," Cassandra said. "The storm surrounded it, caressed it, possessed it." tawny eyebrows lifted, but Eric said nothing. He simply continued stroking the restless falcon with slow, calming sweeps of his hand. Only the deep blue water of the lake remained untouched, Cassandra said. But it yearned toward the storm, where the flower bloomed in scarlet riches and the island glowed in shades of green. The wind flexed, tugging at Eric's mantle and the long red folds of Cassandra's clothes. The falcon whistled and resettled its wings, watching the sky with hungry eyes. "Is that all?" Eric asked. "Is that not enough?" Cassandra retorted. "Where the heart and body go, the soul will soon follow. Then rich life might come, but death certainly will flow." "The amber prophecy," Eric said beneath his breath. "Always that cursed prophecy. You should have left Duncan to die in the stone ring. Then the bud would never have bloomed, and the island would never have glowed in shades of green, of life. But that's not— Your dream describes rich life, not death," Eric continued ruthlessly. "Is that not worth a few risks? You are risking catastrophe." "Nay," Eric said savagely, "catastrophe is already upon me. My father is so tangled in clan rivalries that he refuses to spare warriors for his outlying estates." "It was ever thus." "I must have warriors," Eric said, "powerful warriors. Duncan is such a man. With him I can hold Stone Ring Keep. Without him, it is lost. Then let it go, and Duncan with it. Whoever holds those estates holds the key to the disputed lands. But whoever holds the disputed lands," Eric continued without pause, "holds a sword at the throat of the northern lords from here to Dunedin's stony knobs. I have dreamed of no such war." "Excellent," Eric said softly. "That means great risk will indeed be rewarded by great gain." "Or great death," Cassandra retorted. "It takes no prophetic gift to see death. 'Tis the common end of living things." "Stubborn lordling," she said angrily, "why can't you see the danger of what you're doing?" "For the same reason that you can't see the danger of doing nothing." With a muscular thrust of his arm, Eric launched the falcon. Her painted jesses gleamed, and her elegant wings beat rapidly. She mounted the wind with breathtaking ease, riding the wild, transparent beast higher and higher into the sky. "If I do nothing," Eric said, "I will surely lose Stone Ring Keep. If I lose Stone Ring Keep, Seahome becomes as exposed and naked as a newly hatched chick." Silently, Cassandra watched the peregrine. "Winterlands will be little better off," Eric continued relentlessly. "What the outlaws don't seize, my cousins or the Norsemen will take. Do you deny this?" Cassandra let out a sigh. "No. A weapon has been given to me. Double-edged. Aye, the weapon requires careful handling, but better it be in my hands than in Dominic Saber's. Better you had left Duncan to die." "Hindsight or prophecy?" Eric asked sardonically. Cassandra said nothing. "He wore an amber talisman and slept at the foot of the sacred rowan," Eric said after a moment. "Would you have left him to die?" Again Cassandra sighed. "No." Eric narrowed his eyes against the brilliant silver of a cloud chasm where the sun threatened to burn through. The peregrine was well up into the sky, scouting the marshy edges of the lake with matchless eyes, questing for waterfowl. "But what if he remembers before he marries?" Cassandra asked quietly. "That isn't likely. The storm is as hungry for the possession as the bud, the island, and the lake put together. He will have her before the week is out." Scarlet sleeves whipped in a burst of wind, revealing Cassandra's tightly clenched hands. "It won't be rape," Eric said. "In Duncan's presence, amber burns as though lit from within." For a time, the only sound that came was the muted rattle of marsh grasses combed by the wind. "But if Duncan remembers first," Cassandra repeated, "then he will try his strength against my quickness, and he will lose, as he lost to Simon, but with a difference. Duncan will die." Eric nodded slowly. "It is the only defeat he would accept." "What, then, of Amber?" A falcon's wild, mournful cry keened through the wind, answering Cassandra before Eric could. She turned, saw his face, and knew why the falcon had screamed. Cassandra's eyes closed. For long moments, she listened to the inner silence that spoke most clearly of crossroads and coming storms. "There is another possibility," she said. "Aye, my own death. Having seen how Duncan fared against Simon, I don't hold it likely." "Would that I had met this Simon," Cassandra said. "Any man who could defeat Duncan easily would be a warrior worth knowing." "It wasn't an easy victory. Despite Simon's cat-like speed, Duncan nearly caught him twice." Cassandra's eyes darkened, but she said nothing. Eric drew his bronze mantle more closely around his shoulders. Through long habit, he made certain that the folds of cloth didn't foul the sword he wore along his left side. "If truth be known," Eric said, smiling slightly, "I'm hoping not to face Duncan over drawn swords. He can be devilish quick for a man his size." "You're hardly smaller, nor was Simon." Eric said nothing. "If you die on Duncan's sword, "You won't go into the darkness alone," Cassandra said softly. "I will send Duncan after you with my own hands." Startled, Eric looked at the serene face of the woman he thought he knew. "Nay," he said, "that would bring a war Lord Robert couldn't win." "So be it. It was Lord Robert's arrogance that caused much of what might come. He is overdue to sleep on a bed of thorns and regrets. He wanted only what all men want, a male heir to hold his lands undivided. Aye, and he would have set aside my sister to achieve it." For a moment Eric was too surprised to speak. "Your sister?" he asked. "Aye, Emma, the Baron." "Why wasn't I told?" "That I'm your aunt," Cassandra said. Eric nodded curtly. "It was part of the bargain Emma and I struck," she said. "Lord Robert fears the learned." Eric wasn't surprised. The breach with his father that had come over Eric's pursuit of learning had never been healed. "Once Emma married Robert," Cassandra said, "he barred me from her presence. He lifted the ban only once, when she came to me as Emma the Baron." "And went home to conceive soon after," Eric said dryly. "Yes." Cassandra's smile was as chilly as the day. "It was my great pleasure to give Robert the Ignorant a learned sorcerer for a son and heir." The smile changed as Cassandra looked at Eric, permitting herself to show the love she always felt and rarely revealed. "Emma is dead," she said quietly. "I owe nothing to Robert but my contempt. If you die at Duncan's hands, I will declare a blood feud." For once Eric didn't know what to say. Of all the patterns and possibilities he had foreseen, this hadn't been one. Wordlessly, he opened his arms to the woman who had been his mother in spirit, if not in flesh. Cassandra returned the hug without hesitation, savoring the strength and vitality of the man whose birth wouldn't have been possible without her learned intervention. "I would prefer a different monument to my passing than the beginning of a war only my enemy can win," Eric said after a few moments. "Then examine your enemy with an eye to future good. Dominic LeSabre might make a better ally than your cousins do." "Satan himself would make a better ally than my cousins." "Aye," Cassandra said ironically, "it is a thing to think upon, is it not?" Eric gave a crack of laughter and released Cassandra. "You never give up," he said, smiling, "yet you call me stubborn." "You are." "I am merely following my gift." "Stubbornness?" she asked dryly. "Insight," he retorted. "I see the means to success where others see only the certainty of failure." Cassandra touched Eric's forehead with her fingertips as she looked into his clear, tawny eyes. "I pray that clarity rather than arrogance will be your guiding star," she whispered. Distant thunder rumbled over Duncan and Amber as they rode their horses towards Stone Ring and the sacred, unblooming rowan. Uneasily, Duncan turned toward the grumbling sound and wondered if the storm would break near or far away. The clouds that had formed a lid over the fells were flowing lower and lower, dragging a thick mist with them. Yet it wasn't the damp weather that prickled coolly down Duncan's spine. He sensed the possibility of danger, yet all about him seemed safe. Absently, he checked that the hammer he had taken from the armory lay ready to hand. "Stormhold," Amber said. Duncan turned toward her quickly. "What?" "'Tis just Stormhold purring like a great, contented cat now that winter is on the way." "Then you think the fells love the storms?" he asked. "I think they were born for one another. The storms reach their greatest glory in the fells. The fells are never more magnificent than in the fierce grasp of a storm." "Dangerous, too," Duncan muttered. The whisper of peril came again to him. Again he looked around, but saw nothing moving except the silent, sweeping veils of mist. "Danger whets beauty," Amber said. "Does peace dull it, then?" "Peace renews beauty." "Is that part of your learned teachings?" Duncan asked dryly. "'Tis part of common sense, and well you know it," she retorted, rising to the bait. Duncan laughed, enjoying Amber's quickness, even though it made him ache to touch her again. Despite his hunger, he made no move to reach for her. He wasn't certain why she had carefully avoided touching him since Whispering Fen, but he was certain that she had. Smiling, Amber turned her face to the wild, seething sky. Against the violet folds of her cowl and mantle, her skin had the glow of a fine pearl. The deep rose of the mantle's lining was repeated in her lips. When the cowl fell back, it revealed the circlet of silver and amber holding her loosely braided hair. Gems of amber were everywhere on her. Bracelets of clear, golden pieces of amber circled her wrists, gleaming with every movement she made. The silver dagger at her waist was set with a single red amber eye. The hand-sized silver pin that fastened her cloak was set with translucent amber gems in the shape of a phoenix, symbol of death and rebirth through fire. A necklace of amber pieces hung around her neck, as did the pendant in whose golden depths Amber could sometimes see shadows of the past. Yet as Duncan watched her, it wasn't the fortune and costly gems he saw. He saw the thick fringe of her eyelashes and the wild roses blooming in her cheeks. He ached to taste the chill of the wind on her skin, and then to drink the warmth behind her rosy lips. He wished she were riding in front of him rather than on her own horse. If she were in front of him, he could gather her close, slide his hand into the opening of her mantle, and caress the soft warmth of her breasts. Then he would feel the softness change as her nipples tightened, pouting for the heat of his mouth. Duncan's thoughts had an immediate effect on his body. The rushing, flooding heat and the hardening of his flesh was something he was becoming accustomed to around Amber. What he wasn't accustomed to was a small, quiet voice warning him that he must not take her. It would be wrong. Yet as soon as the thought came, Duncan disputed it. She isn't betrothed. She isn't married. She isn't virgin, despite Eric's protestations. She and I have known one another. I'm certain of it. And she is willing. What can be wrong with that? Nothing answered Duncan's inner questioning except the stubborn silence of the darkness where memories lay beyond his reach. Am I married? Is that what the cursed silence is trying to tell me? No memory came, yet Duncan felt certain he was not married. He couldn't say why, but the feeling remained unshakable. Duncan? He turned toward the girl whose eyes were even more beautiful than the amber gems she wore. We are nearing the stone ring, Amber said. Does the countryside look familiar to you? Amber reined in her horse at the top of a low rise. Duncan urged his horse alongside before he stopped and stood in the stirrups to get a better look at the land. It was a glorious, hushed country of mist-wreathed trees, random outcroppings of stone, and steep-sided hills whose tops were lost in silvery cloud. A brook gleamed darkly among mossy rocks and fallen leaves, its voice hardly greater than that of the water drops slowly sliding from naked oak branches to the ground. Anxiously, Amber waited, watching Duncan's face for the recognition she both feared and prayed would come. The fear was for her own happiness. The prayer was for Duncan's. It looks much like the trail to Ghost Glen, Duncan said finally. Would that Whispering Fen lay beyond. A small smile played beneath his dark mustache as he spoke. Color that had nothing to do with the cool day rose in Amber's cheeks. When Duncan saw her blush, his smile widened into a frankly sensual grin. Are you remembering what it was like to feel my mouth upon your breasts? He asked. The color in Amber's cheeks deepened. Or are you remembering the lush blooming of the flower? Duncan asked. Her breath hesitated. Watching Amber, Duncan added softly, I dream of the flower's sleek, hot petals and wake up in a fever. Amber could no more conceal the sensual shiver that went through her body at Duncan's words than she could take the high color from her cheeks. Tell me you remember, Duncan coaxed in a low voice. Tell me that I'm not alone in my fever. I'll die remembering, Amber said, her eyes half closed. You gave me paradise. The sensual catch in her voice sent a stroke of heat through Duncan's body. You delight and tempt me beyond endurance, he said huskily. A sad smile curved Amber's lips. I don't mean to, she said. I've tried not to, now that I know. Know what? The power of what draws us together. Is that why you've avoided touching me as though I were somehow unclean? Amber gave Duncan a quick, sideways look. I thought it would be easier for you that way. Is it easier for the falcon to have broken wings? Duncan, she said, stricken, I never meant to hurt you. I thought if I weren't always in your sight or within your reach, you would want me less. Do you want me less now than yesterday or the day before? Her eyes closed as she made a despairing sound. Amber, Duncan pressed. I want you more, not less, she said in a low voice. Duncan's smile flashed. Then he saw the tears slipping from beneath Amber's closed lashes, and the smile vanished as though it had never been. He urged his horse closer to hers. Why do you cry? He asked. Slowly, Amber shook her head. Warm, hard fingers tilted her chin up. Look at me, precious Amber. A torrent of Duncan's emotions poured into Amber with his touch. Even as she drank them, she knew she must stop. The longer she knew Duncan, the more she understood what taking her would cost him. His honor. Won't you tell me why you cry? Duncan asked. Amber's tears simply fell more rapidly as she sensed his concern. Do you feel I dishonored you with my touch? He asked. Nay, she said. The sound of Amber's voice was thinned by the restraint she had to exert to keep herself from fleeing Duncan, or from throwing herself into his arms. Are you afraid I will take you? He asked. Yes, she whispered. Would giving me the paradise within your body be such a terrible thing? No. Amber took a deep, aching breath and opened her eyes. Duncan was watching her with such tender concern that she longed to reassure him. For me it would not be a terrible thing, she said in a shaking voice. For you, Dark Warrior, for you I fear it would be the beginning of hell rather than paradise. Duncan smiled. Fear not. You will please me to the soles of my feet. I know it as surely as I know the hammering of my own blood at the thought. The sound Amber made was half laugh, half cry of despair. And then what? She asked. What if I am the maiden you don't believe I am? I will keep my vow. We will marry? Aye, he said. Amber took another deep breath. And in time you will hate me." At first Duncan thought she was teasing him. Then he realized she was not. "Why would I hate the girl who is sweeter to me than I ever dreamed a woman could be?" he asked. "Dark warrior," Amber whispered. Her voice was so soft he could barely hear it, just as the brush of her lips over his hand was so light he could barely feel the caress. "Tell me," Duncan coaxed, "what saddens you so?" "I feel the restlessness in you," Amber said simply. He smiled. "The cure for it lies within your warmth." "For the prowling hunger, yes. For the part of you chained within shades of darkness, unsettled, troubled, hungering for a life that is no more. I have no cure for that." "I will remember someday. I'm certain of it." "And if we are married before that day, what then?" "Then you'll have to call your husband by another name in public," Duncan said, smiling. "But in the bedchamber, I will remain your dark warrior, and you will be my Amber Witch." Amber's lips trembled in an attempt to smile. I fear you would be my enemy if you remembered." "And I think you are a girl who fears that I will force the gates of paradise." "'Tis not—" Amber began. Her words ended in a startled sound as Duncan lifted her from the saddle and settled her across his lap. Even through the thickness of her mantle, she felt the hard, blunt ridge of his desire pressing against her. "Fear not," Duncan said. "I won't take you until you ask for it. Nay, until you beg for it. Bringing you to that pitch will be a sweet, agonizing delight." Duncan's smile was both tender and hot with sensual anticipation. It made Amber's heart turn over with emotions she was afraid to name, much less to speak of aloud. "I have neither family nor high station," she said desperately. "What if you have both?" "Then I shall share them freely with my bride." Hearing her dream spoken aloud did nothing to stem the hot glide of tears down Amber's cheeks. "Is it possible? Can Duncan come to love me enough to forgive me if his memory returns? Can such a rich life come from such a dark beginning?" Duncan leaned forward and caught tears from Amber's eyelashes with tender kisses. Then he brushed his lips across hers in a kiss that was surprisingly chaste. "You taste like a sea wind," he said, "cool and faintly salt." "You taste the same." "'Tis your tears on my lips. Will you let me taste your smile too?" Amber could no more help smiling than Duncan could keep from sealing his mouth over hers in a kiss that was as deeply seductive as his first kiss had been restrained. When he lifted his head, she was flushed, trembling, and her mouth followed his blindly. "Aye, lass, that is how it will be. Your lips parted, full, flushed with hunger for me." Duncan was bending down to Amber again when the outlaws struck from all sides. Chapter 11. The men were armed with knives, wooden staves, and a makeshift pike. Hampered by having Amber in his lap, Duncan wasn't able to fight effectively. Leaping and snarling like wolves, the outlaws dragged Duncan from the horse, and Amber with him. When one of the outlaws' hands closed around Amber's arm, while he clawed at her valuable necklaces, she gave a terrible cry. Part of her hoarse shout came from pain at being touched. Much of it came from pure rage that an outlaw would dare to take the sacred amber pendant from her neck. The flash and slice of Amber's dagger drew an answering scream from the outlaw. He jerked his hands away from her, but only for a moment. She saw his fist coming and managed to turn aside as it struck. Despite her quickness, she was so dazed by the blow that she fell full length on the ground. The second time it was a dagger rather than a fist that the outlaw raised against Amber. Even as she gathered herself to turn aside from the attack, she heard the eerie steel moan of a war hammer slicing circles from the air. There was an awful crack as steel met flesh. The outlaw fell like a stone. When his limp hand touched Amber, she felt nothing at all. The man was quite dead. She jerked her hand back and began scrambling to her feet. An unexpected shove kept her flat, but no pain came from the contact. It was Duncan's hand that had touched her. "Nay," he ordered, standing astride Amber. "Stay down." She needed no explanation of why the ground was safer for her at the moment. The hammer's deadly humming had begun once more. Through a veil of her own hair, Amber watched outlaws surge forward again in a ragged charge, their staffs held like lances. Stout wood splintered as though it were charcoal. The single pike was destroyed. Another outlaw fell. He neither moved nor made a sound. The heavy warhammer was a lethal steel blur circling Duncan's head. The remaining outlaws hesitated, then gathered themselves for another overwhelming rush, such as they had used to drag Duncan and Amber to the ground. With no warning, Duncan leapt forward. The hammer became a lightning bolt, striking in the blink of an eye. The outlaws yelled in outrage as another of their own fell and didn't rise again. Duncan leaped back, standing astride Amber once more, protecting her in the only way he could. "Get behind him," shouted one of the outlaws. "He won't leap so high and mighty with his hamstrings cut." 3 outlaws broke from the pack and began moving to Duncan's rear, careful to remain beyond the deadly reach of the hammer. Duncan couldn't watch the circling outlaws and the men in front at the same time. "Duncan, they will—" Amber began. "I know," he interrupted roughly. "By all that's holy, stay down!" Amber clenched the dagger in her hand and prepared to defend Duncan's back as best she could. The dagger's red eye glowed balefully as she shifted the blade, following the progress of the closest outlaw. As the hammer wailed of coming death, Amber's voice rose in eerie consonants, cursing the outlaws in a language forgotten by all but a handful of learned. One of the outlaws stared at Amber in sudden horror, understanding too late whom he had dared to attack in his greed for wealth. He dropped the splintered end of his staff and ran. The remaining outlaws paused in their ragged charge, but only for an instant. The men standing in front of Duncan feinted with staffs, seeking an opening in the deadly circle made by the hammer's swift, vicious flight. Other men moved well away from Duncan, angling toward his back. Suddenly, 2 men rushed in from the rear. "Duncan!" Even before Amber's cry left her lips, Duncan leaped and turned about in midair. So great was his strength and his skill with the hammer that the weapon's deadly hum never hesitated during his turn. The hammer swept around in a savage arc, bringing death to the 2 outlaws who had thought that Duncan's back made a safe target. Before the other outlaws could take advantage of his turn, he had leaped and faced about to confront them again. The hammer hummed once more its song of death, whipped in circles by Duncan's tireless arm. His shocking skill with the weapon broke the outlaw's will. One of the men made a lunge for Whitefoot, but gave it up when the mare shied violently away. The remaining men turned and ran for the cover of the surrounding mist and forest, leaving their dead behind. Duncan watched for the space of a few more breaths before he allowed the hammer to fall silent. A flip of his wrist slackened the chain. Instead of flying in deadly arcs, the hammer came obediently to rest. He slung it over his shoulder, balancing the weight of the ball in back with that of the chain in front. Should he need the weapon again, it would instantly be ready. And deadly. With shadowed golden eyes, Amber watched the man with no name who had come to her in shades of darkness, and whose true name she had just discovered, her greatest fear come true. Duncan of Maxwell, the Scots hammer. "Are you hurt?" Duncan asked. "Did those carrion eaters touch you?" The caress of his fingers on Amber's pale cheek made her want to weep for all that could never be. Soulmate and enemy in one. Her beloved foe kneeling next to her, concern darkening his eyes while currents of warmth and pleasure coursed through her at his simple touch. Amber. The last frail reed of hope was splintering in front of her eyes. Though Duncan had shown traits of learned schooling, and the Scots hammer had never been learned, she could hardly deny the deadly skill with which Duncan had wielded the hammer. There could be no more doubt, no more denial, no hope of error, no excuse not to tell Eric that he had saved the life of his greatest enemy and brought that enemy to Amber, who had then betrayed Eric by keeping her deepest fears of Duncan's identity secret. I can betray Eric no longer. But how can I betray Duncan, my love, my enemy, the very blood in my veins? Powerful arms lifted Amber. Gentle lips brushed her cheeks, her eyes, her mouth. Each caress was a separate knife turning in her soul. "I am unhurt," Amber said raggedly. "You're very pale. Have you never seen battle before now?" She fought for breath, saying nothing. "Dinna worry, precious Amber," Duncan whispered against her cheek. Unable to speak, she simply shook her head. "You aren't frightened, are you?" he asked. "I can protect you from worse than that worthless lot of outlaws and thieves. You know that, don't you?" Amber laughed almost wildly. Then she turned her face into Duncan's chest and wept. "Duncan of Maxwell, the Scots hammer. I know all too well that you can protect me," she thought bitterly. "From everything except the prophecy. And from myself. That, most of all. How can you protect the heart from the very flesh surrounding it? Soulmate. Foe." Lightning split the day from sky to ground. A savage peal of thunder came right behind. "The horses," Amber said. "Stay here," Duncan said, setting her down. "I'll get them." As Duncan turned away, Amber saw a patch of red on his tunic. "You're wounded," she said. He kept walking. "Duncan!" Heart beating frantically, Amber ran after him. "Easy, lass," he said, catching her up in his arms. "You'll scare the horses. Put me down, you'll hurt yourself more." Duncan's smile flashed whitely beneath his mustache as he saw the concern in Amber's eyes. He set her on her feet, took a few steps, and grabbed Whitefoot's rein. The mare minced nervously, but didn't fight Duncan's hand. He turned, lifted Amber, and set her astride her mare in a single easy motion. Then he smiled up at her. "Simon's blow hurt more than—" Duncan began. "But you're bleeding," Amber interrupted. "I've led more blood to a leech than to that outlaw's pig sticker." Before Amber could say anything more, Duncan turned, caught up his own horse, and mounted it with muscular ease. His actions belied the red stain on his tunic. "Which way to the stone ring?" he asked. "Yonder?" Amber didn't even look which way Duncan was pointing. Her only thought was to get his wound cared for. "The keep is that way," she said, pointing. Lightning cracked and thunder shook the earth. "The storm is that way too," Duncan said. "Is there any shelter nearby?" "Stone Ring has a mound at the center and a room inside." "Lead us there." For a moment longer Amber hesitated, watching the sky with uneasy eyes. The sense of imminence that she had often known in Ghost Glen or other sacred places was growing within her now. Yet she wasn't standing within an ancient place where stones had been placed by hands long since dead. "Amber, what is it? Don't you know the way?" A dazzling bolt of lightning sliced through the day, brighter than 100 suns. Thunder split the sky and rolled like an avalanche through the glen. The hairs on Amber's nape stirred. The lightning had struck near the path back to the keep, as though in warning against going back. "But we must go back. Duncan is hurt." Another bolt lanced down, closer this time. Amber felt hurted, harried, prodded like an animal into the mouth of a funnel whose narrowing walls she could sense but not see. The feeling of imminence grew and grew in her until she felt she would burst. "We must run for the keep," Amber said, setting her heels to Whitefoot. Lightning lanced down directly ahead. Whitefoot took the bit in her teeth and bolted in the opposite direction while thunder rolled behind. At first, Amber fought the horse for control. Then she gave in to the animal, accepting what she couldn't change. A glance over her shoulder told Amber that Duncan's mount was following at an equally frantic pace. Stone Ring was upon them before there was any chance to turn aside or choose another path. Whitefoot raced between the outer ring of stones, not slowing until the inner ring was reached. There the horse calmed immediately, as though flight was suddenly the last thing on its mind. Amber dismounted in a rush, picked up her skirts, and ran back to the outer ring. As she had feared, Duncan's mount had balked at the ragged outer circle of stones. He spurred the horse once, then again with greater force, but the animal only backed away more urgently. "Wait!" Amber called. "He can't see the way." "What are you talking about?" Duncan shouted. "There's enough room between these stones to run 5 abreast." "Aye, but he can't see it." Cowl awry, hair disheveled, Amber ran to the outer ring. There she took the horse's bridle and spoke soothingly to it. When the animal was calmer, Amber put one hand on the horse's muzzle and the other on the rein. A gentle tug, a low word of encouragement, and the horse stepped forward. The mincing wariness of its gait told how little the animal liked the place. Ears flicked nervously in all directions until the inner ring was reached. Then the animal snorted and let down its guard, visibly at ease again. Duncan looked around, wondering what the horse sensed that told it safety lay here. "What did you mean that my horse couldn't see the way?" Duncan asked. "Your mount has never been into the stone ring before," Amber explained. "Why should that matter?" "In order to enter sacred sites, Whitefoot had to learn to trust my guidance rather than her eyes in certain places." "Such is the way to Ghost Glen?" Duncan asked. Amber nodded. "But your horse hasn't learned to trust you in the same way, nor has it ever been inside Stone Ring before, so it couldn't find the way by itself." Thoughtfully, Duncan looked around the ancient ring. Like the horses, Duncan's senses told him there was more to the place than his eyes could see. And like the horses, Duncan's inner sense of danger no longer stirred. Rather, it slept, as though certain of safety. "Remarkable," Duncan said. "The place is enchanted." "Nay, it is simply different. There is peace here, for those who can see through the stones." "Learned." "Once I would have said aye, but now—" Amber shrugged. "What made you change your mind?" "You." "Maybe I was learned in the time I don't remember," Duncan said. Amber's smile was bittersweet. She knew that the Scots hammer wasn't learned. "Maybe," she said quietly, "you were simply a man with an unused gift for learning." Duncan smiled slightly and began reconnoitering the haven that lay within Stone Ring while a wild storm broke over the trail they had just ridden. The central mound of the ring was fully 30 strides in length and half that in height. The mound itself had once been completely surfaced with a paving of stones. Time, storm, and sunshine had changed all that. Now the mound grew a veritable garden of plants, both common and rare, between widening cracks in the stone paving. Other than the mound, the circle was much too open to suit Duncan. There was no place to hide, much less a place suited to defense. Though there was a forest just a few yards away from the outer stones, the interior of the circle was like a meadow. Only one tree grew inside, and that tree was hardly sturdy enough to provide shelter from a storm. Despite that, Duncan's eyes kept coming back to the tree. Graceful, elegant, the rowan stood like a dancer at the highest part of the mound. "What is it?" Amber asked, seeing Duncan's stillness. "That tree. I feel that I know it." "You may. Eric found you beneath the rowan." Duncan turned and looked at Amber with eyes in which both shadows and memory stirred. "It guarded me while I slept," Duncan said slowly. "I'm as sure of it as I am that you are standing there. The rowan guarded me." Duncan dismounted and strode up the mound toward the rowan. Fear squeezed Amber's heart. Not wanting to, knowing that she must, she followed him. By the time she caught up, he was already standing beneath the tree, fists on his hips, studying the rowan as though it might be either foe or friend. "Are you remembering?" Amber asked quietly. At first Duncan didn't answer. Then he slowly uncurled one fist and held his hand out to her. "Am I remembering?" Duncan asked. The instant Amber's hand rested in his, the complex emotions, dreams, fears, and hopes that were Duncan of Maxwell poured through the touch. Never had the contact been so vivid. Exhilaration after the victorious battle, fear for Amber's safety in the coming storm, determination to remember the past, rage at whatever had taken his memory. And then, when the warmth of her flesh registered on his, there came a wave of desire so great that it all but brought Amber to her knees. She could feel nothing but Duncan's passion for her, see nothing, sense nothing. He flooded her mind and body with a sensual hunger that was like nothing she had ever felt before. Duncan. Though Amber hadn't said the name aloud, he opened his eyes and looked at her with eyes that blazed. Duncan's fingers circled Amber's wrists like steel bands. He pulled her closer with a force that would have been impossible to resist, nor did she want to resist. She wanted only to answer the elemental need that cried out to her from every fiber of her dark warrior's being. When Duncan's arms wrapped around Amber, she made no objection, even though he held her so tightly she became lightheaded from lack of breath. Though she said nothing, Duncan knew. "I'll breathe for you," he said in a low voice. He brought his mouth to hers in a kiss that would have been harsh had she not been fighting to get even closer to him, to taste him more deeply, to get inside his very skin. It was the same for Duncan, fighting to get closer to Amber, to feel yet more of her sweet flesh against his, to slake the savage hunger in his body for her in the only way possible. Distantly, Duncan realized that he had dragged Amber down to the ground, and that her hands were struggling against him. "Please," he said, "I need you." A sound that was neither aye nor nay came from Amber's throat. With an effort that left him shaking, Duncan managed to let go of her. The instant Amber was free, she cried out as though at a blow. Duncan reached for her to comfort her, but realized he didn't trust himself. "Duncan," Amber said. Her voice trembled, as did the hand she held out to him. "You're a fire in my blood, in my flesh, in my soul," Duncan said savagely. "If I touch you again, I'll take you." "Then touch me. Amber, take me." For a long moment Duncan looked at the golden eyes and outstretched hand of the girl he wanted more than he wanted life itself. Then he touched her, felt her burning, saw the wildfire of his own need blaze in her eyes. Duncan's torrential male hunger poured over Amber in a river of fire. She was a spark caught in a whirlwind, recklessly burning, helplessly spiraling upward to an unknown destiny. With a woman's instinct, she sought Duncan's flesh both as haven and as fuel for an even greater fire. Duncan pulled Amber close with a strength he could barely control. The feel and taste of her mouth made him groan with redoubled need. His body chained hers to the ground as his tongue shot between her teeth, claiming her mouth in urgent, elemental rhythms. With a wildness that equaled Duncan's, Amber fought to get closer to him, to ease the torment of his arousal and her own, a suffering that was also a savage pleasure. Her hands searched over his body, seeking ways through and beneath his clothing. The feel of Amber's hands on his face, his chest, his breeches, was heaven and hell combined for Duncan. When she found the aching source of his need, the pleasure nearly undid him. His hips thrust suddenly against her, once, twice, thrice, and a groan was dragged from the depths of his passion. Amber felt both Duncan's pleasure and his driving, unfulfilled need. However great his enjoyment of her hand caressing him, it wasn't enough. She could feel the savage heat of him, taste the salt of his passion on his neck, and she knew that she was pouring oil rather than water on the fire of his need. "Show me how to ease you," Amber said urgently. "I can't bear the hunger tearing at you." The sound Duncan made then was indeed that of a man in torment. His hand swept down Amber's body to her hips. Strong fingers clenched there for an instant, sending pleasure lancing through her. Before she could do more than take a swift breath, his hands were sweeping down her legs to her feet and then back up again. Amber hardly noticed the cool bite of autumn on her legs, for the anticipation in Duncan was spinning through her, driving out all else. When his hand pressed between her legs, tested the liquid heat of her body, and found it ready, his wild elation speared through her. With it came a piercing pleasure that was hers, for in the act of withdrawing his touch, he flicked over the aching nub of her own need. Instinctively she sought another such caress, twisting beneath Duncan in silent demand. "Aye," he said savagely, "I can wait no longer either." His hands clamped on Amber's thighs, stilling and opening her at the same instant. In the next instant, he drove into her. A searing pain clenched Amber's body, only to be burned away by the fierce pleasure that pulsed through Duncan as he felt himself fully sheathed in her. Then came a moment of utter stillness and disbelief. Duncan struggled to control the wildness hammering in his blood, but it was impossible. Amber was a velvet fire surrounding him tightly, caressing every bit of his aching length. With a broken sound, he began to move, driving for completion within her body. His release broke over Amber like a storm. She let out a long, ragged sigh and closed her arms around him, feeling both the ecstasy and the wildness pulsing through him into her. Yet as soon as the last pulse was spent, there came not peace, but unhappiness. Duncan rolled aside and saw what he feared he would, his lover's blood bright on his body. "I hurt you," Duncan said through his teeth. "God's wounds, I never meant that. What is wrong with me? I've never been like that with a woman." "Nay," Amber said, touching Duncan's cheek. "I'm not hurt." "You're bleeding." "Of course. 'Tis the nature of virgins to bleed when they first take a man into their body." The look on Duncan's face would have been amusing if he hadn't been so clearly horrified. "You were a virgin?" he asked roughly. "How can you doubt it?" Amber asked, half smiling. "You wear the truth of it like a crimson banner." "But you responded so quickly, so wildly, like a falcon that has been flown many times." "Did I? God's teeth, yes." "I wouldn't know," Amber said simply. Duncan closed his eyes and measured the extent of what he had done. She had been a virgin. She had given herself to him, and he had given her nothing in return but pain. He was certain of it. He had felt the tearing instant as clearly as she must have, but he had denied it even as he had felt it. "If I take Amber's maidenhead, I will marry her. With or without your memory? I will hold you to your vow." With fingers that trembled, Duncan pulled Amber's clothing into place so that she was fully covered. She watched with troubled eyes, not understanding. His touch told her that he was angry and sad and disgusted all at once, but touch alone couldn't tell her why. "Duncan," Amber whispered, "what is wrong?" He looked at her with eyes that were more dark than light, more shadowed than she had ever seen them. His mouth was twisted with the same dark emotion. "You were untouched," Duncan said harshly, "and I rutted on you like an animal. God's teeth, I should be whipped." "Nay, you didn't force me. I didn't pleasure you either. What do you mean?" Amber's look of confusion did nothing to restore Duncan's self-respect. "The pleasure you knew in Ghost Glen," he said. "You knew none of it today." "I knew your pleasure most keenly today. Is that wrong?" Duncan made a growling sound of disgust and turned away, unable to bear the sight of himself reflected in her anxious golden eyes any longer. "Dark warrior?" Amber whispered. The raggedness of her voice haunted Duncan. The merest touch of her fingers on his wrist chained his great strength. "Tell me what I've done wrong," she said. "You've done nothing wrong." "Then why do you turn away from me?" "It is myself I turn away from," Duncan said savagely. "But wherever I turn, I find I am already there. Leave me be." When Amber lifted her hand, Duncan surged to his feet. He arranged his clothing with a few curt motions and stood with his fists clenched at his sides. "Can you sit a horse?" he asked through clenched teeth. "Of course." "Are you certain?" "Duncan," Amber said in exasperation, "I rode here with you, remember? And then I tore at you until you bled. I ask you again, can you ride?" "And I say again, I." "Good. We must go quickly to the keep." "Why?" No answer came. Amber looked up at the sky. What had once been wildly threatening and riven by lightning was now the pearly gray of a dove's breast. "Look," Amber said wonderingly, "the storm has fled." Duncan gave the sky a single savage glance. Broodingly he turned and looked at the rowan that stood guard over the mound's eternal sleep. "Are you pleased, Rowan? Better that you had let me die than live to become a warrior with no self-control, a defiler of virgins." The bitterness of Duncan's thought wasn't lessened by the realization that he would have to endure Eric's displeasure that his vassal was a virgin no longer. Duncan had taken that which was clearly forbidden. Now he must bear the consequences. And he must pray that in keeping one vow, he would not forswear another, unremembered vow. "Come," Duncan said flatly, starting toward the horses. "There is a wedding to be arranged." Chapter 12. "Lord, a weasel-eyed pilgrim demands to see you," Alfred said. Eric looked up from his contemplation of a manuscript that consisted largely of enigmatic, elegant runes. The large, rough-coated wolfhounds at his feet looked up as well. The orange flicker of hearth-fire leaped redoubled in their eyes. "A pilgrim," Eric said neutrally. "Aye, so he says." If the knight's words hadn't made his contempt clear enough, his voice and posture did. He fairly vibrated with disdain. With a last, lingering glance, Eric set aside the parchment he had been studying. "To what purpose does he wish to see me?" Eric asked. "He claims to have knowledge of the Scots hammer." The falcon above Eric's chair sent a sharp cry through the room. "Does he really?" Eric murmured. "How intriguing." Alfred looked sour rather than intrigued. "Where?" asked Eric. "When? Under what circumstances? And is he certain the man was indeed the Scots hammer?" "The churl said only that he must speak to you alone, in a privacy greater than that of the confessional." Eric leaned back in his riven oak chair, picked up his silver dagger, and began running his fingertips over the flowing runes inscribed on the blade. "How odd," Eric said. Alfred grunted. The falcon's hooked beak followed each motion of Eric's fingers, as though in expectation of blood sport at any moment. "Bring him." "Yes, lord." As Alfred turned to leave, he eyed the peregrine warily. She had been known to fly at men rather than at feathered prey, and she suffered no leash such as other falcons wore while on their household perches. A soft whistle from Eric's lips soothed the fierce bird. She flared her wings, folded them neatly at her sides, and resumed watching with unblinking intensity as Eric's fingers caressed the dagger's gleaming blade. A distinct odor preceded the pilgrim's arrival to Stonering Keep's great hall. The smell was a compound of greed, fear, eagerness, and a body that hadn't known the kiss of water since baptism. "Did you find it in a hen roost?" Eric asked idly of Alfred. "Or was it buried beneath a pile of dead fish, perhaps?" Alfred snickered. "No, lord. It came walking up to me all of its own." "Ah, well," Eric murmured. "Not everyone has a learned appreciation of the solace of a warm bath." The pilgrim shifted uncomfortably. Though the clothes he was wearing were made of fine cloth, they fit badly, as though cut for another man, or several men. His hair would have been flaxen, if clean. He took in the great hall with pale, darting glances, as though afraid to be caught looking at the gold and silver plates displayed in their accustomed tiers near the Lord's dais. Eric caught the direction of the pilgrim's glance. The Lord's mouth curved. It wasn't a pleasant smile. When the pilgrim saw Eric's expression, the odor of greed gave way to the acrid scent of fear. The hounds stirred and snarled softly among themselves. The biggest of them stood and stretched, yawning widely, giving the nervous guest an excellent view of teeth sharply gleaming. "Stag killer," Eric said. "Quit teasing it." The hound's jaws snapped shut. He scratched at the fragrant rushes with long, strong nails, turned around 3 times, and lay down. "Great lord," the pilgrim said, stepping toward Eric. The hounds came to their feet in a single lithe rush. "Come no closer," Eric said calmly. "They smell fleas on you. They can't abide the creatures." Alfred began coughing, only to stop at an incisive glance from Eric. "Speak," Eric said to the pilgrim. "I hear there be a reward for knowing of the Scots hammer," the man said. Eric nodded. The pilgrim darted a quick glance at Alfred. "You may leave," Eric said to his knight. Alfred, on the edge of objecting, caught a slight motion of Eric's dagger. "Yes, lord." When the sound of Alfred's boots had faded from the great hall, Eric gave the pilgrim a hooded glance that was chillingly like that of the peregrine. "Speak quickly and to the point, pilgrim." "I be in the forest and hear a scream," the man said in a rush, "and I run to see what passes, and—" "In the forest?" Eric interrupted. "Where?" "Yonder a few hours' walk." Eric followed the direction of the man's dirty finger. "Near the stone ring?" Eric asked. The pilgrim crossed himself nervously and started to spit on the floor, then thought better of it. "Aye," he muttered. "What were you doing on my estate? In the forest? Have you a taste for venison, perhaps?" The smell of fear redoubled, making the hound stir. "I be a pilgrim, lord, nay, a poacher." "Ah, you are on God's mission, then," Eric said gently. "Aye," the man said, obviously relieved. "I be a right reverent son." "Excellent. I'm always pleased to have reverent pilgrims on my estates rather than poachers or outlaws." As Eric spoke, the falcon cocked her head and watched the man with unblinking, predatory eyes. "Continue," Eric said. "You were in the forest, heard a scream, and ran to see what was happening?" Yes." "And what was happening?" "Some ruffians came upon a man and a maid. They be checking the fit of the other stockings, if you take my meaning." Tawny eyebrows lifted. "Aye." "The ruffians seized the maid's amber gems all shiny, and God's bleeding wounds!" The peregrine's shrill whistle had cut off the pilgrim's words and brought the hounds to their feet. "The maid," Eric said very gently, not looking away from the dirty guest. "Was she hurt?" "Nay, lord," the man said hurriedly. "'Tis what I've been trying to tell you." "Did an outlaw lay hands upon her? Was she touched?" The man swallowed. "She be dragged from her horse, and cuffed a bit for sticking a dagger in the one what be taking her jewelry, 'tis all." Eric closed his eyes for an instant, afraid that the false pilgrim would see what lay inside and flee before he finished his tale. "She was dragged from her horse," Eric said with great gentleness. "And then?" "The man be dragged with her, but he lands on his feet and starts to swinging a hammer." cold smile etched the line of Eric's mouth. "God blind me, but he is a wizard with that hammer," the false pilgrim continued. "I sees right soon that the ruffians, be overmatched no matter that they be 10 to as 1. Eric's smile widened, but became no warmer. "Then the maid sets to cursing in a heathen way, and I sees that the ruffians got themselves that amber witch I hear talk of, the one that lives nearby this keep." A nod was Eric's only response. The outlaw let out a silent sigh of relief that the Lord wasn't going to ask any more uncomfortable questions. "Some of the ruffians goes around the man's back to get under the hammer," the false pilgrim said quickly. "Just before they has him, the witch yells and the warrior give a great leap up and turn around in the air and come down facing what his back be facing before, and the hammer keep humming without a hitch, and it all happened quicker than I be able to blink twice." Eric waited. "Only one man be able to do that," the outlaw explained. "Aye," Eric said. He knew from experience that the particular fighting maneuver was more often talked about by knights than done successfully. In fact, Eric knew of only one warrior who could be depended upon to show such a combination of strength and skill. It was how the knight had received his name, the Scots Hammer. "I would like to have seen that," Eric said, and meant it. The false pilgrim grunted. His expression suggested that he could have lived and died very well without seeing the Scots Hammer at work. "Then what happened?" Eric asked. "The ruffians that still be able, they run like deer. The witch and the Scots Hammer rides off at a gallop." "Toward this keep?" "Nay, away from it. I run here quick as I can, to tell you I see the Scots Hammer and get the reward." Eric looked at the blade of his dagger and said nothing. "Do you nay believe me?" the outlaw said anxiously. "It be the hammer, bigger by half than most men, dark of hair and light of eye, strong as an ox." The dagger glinted as it turned idly in Eric's long fingers. "It be not the first time I see the hammer," the outlaw said quickly. "I be in Blackthorn on my, pilgrimage, when the hammer be fighting Dominic LeSabre. I be as certain as sin of it." "Yes," Eric said. "I believe you saw the Scots Hammer." "The reward, Lord?" "Aye," Eric said very gently. "I shall give you a suitable reward for your day's work." The peregrine's wings flared abruptly, startling the outlaw into backing up. His sudden motion brought the heads of all 7 wolfhounds around to watch him. The outlaw froze. "Alfred," Eric said, pitching his voice to carry down the length of the great hall. "Aye, Lord. Bring 30 pieces of silver." "At once, Lord." Eric watched the outlaw with an unblinking gaze. The man shifted unhappily. "One small thing, my good pilgrim," Eric said softly. "Aye?" "Empty your purses." "What?" "You heard me. Do it. Now." The gentleness of Eric's voice never varied, but the outlaw finally understood what lay behind the fine manners. It was no precious lordling he confronted, but a warrior in whose yellow eyes the fires of hell burned. With jerky motions, the outlaw began emptying the purses he had tied beneath his clothing. The tip of Eric's dagger pointed to a table standing near the man. Sullenly, the outlaw put the contents of the first purse on the table. 2 daggers with silver handles and steel blades. The stain on the blades spoke silently of blood. The next purse revealed 3 combs of silver whose delicate design suggested that they had once adorned the heads of fine ladies. A long, pale lock of hair was tangled in one comb, as though it had been ripped from a woman's head. Eric watched with apparent indifference, but his eyes missed nothing. Bread, meat, cheese, and a handful of copper coins appeared on the table. The outlaw looked up, saw Eric's baleful eyes, and cursed beneath his breath. Another purse spilled its contents onto the table. This time there was a gleam of silver and a single flash of gold. "That be all," the outlaw muttered. "Not quite." "Lord, I be empty as a widow's womb." Eric came out of his chair with a speed so great that the outlaw had no time to flee. One instant Eric was sitting at ease. The next instant he had one hand buried in the outlaw's filthy hair and the point of the silver dagger resting against his dirt-caked throat. "Do you wish to die unshriven with a lie still fresh on your lips?" Eric asked gently. A single look into Eric's eyes convinced the outlaw that he would rather trade glances with Satan himself than with the sorcerer who was watching him right now. "Aye," stuttered the outlaw. "The amber. Fetch it out." "What amber? I be not rich enough to—" "Ah!" The lie stopped as the dagger's tip bit delicately into flesh. The outlaw's hands dug frantically beneath his mantle. A purse appeared. A string was yanked. A broken bracelet fell out onto the table and gleamed in shades of gold. Amber, pure and transparent, valuable beyond the means of any but a wealthy lord. Into the silence came the sounds of Alfred hurrying up the great hall. There was a hesitation in his steps when he saw the point of Eric's dagger pricking the outlaw's throat. An instant later, a large battle dagger flashed in Alfred's hand. "Have you the silver?" Eric asked. The gentleness of Eric's voice made Alfred wish to be elsewhere. Instantly. "Aye, 30 pieces. Excellent. Give them to this pilgrim." Alfred dropped the coins into the outlaw's shaking hand. "Do you have a name?" Eric asked the man. "Bob." "Bob the backstabber, perchance?" The outlaw went pale. Sweat stood visibly on his face. "It is known throughout the disputed lands," Eric said softly, "that the maid from whose wrist that bracelet came is under my protection." "She be safe, Lord, I swear it on my mother's soul." "It is also known what punishment will come to any man who lays hands upon Amber the Untouched." The outlaw started to speak, but Eric was still talking softly, implacably. "Alfred, take Bob to a priest. Shrive him. Then hang him." The outlaw turned and tried to flee. Eric's foot lashed out with the speed of the snake striking. The outlaw sprawled in a smelly heap at Alfred's feet. "Do not make me regret my mercy," Eric said. "Mercy?" the outlaw asked, dazed. "Aye, creature, mercy. Under the law, I could have your hands, your testicles, and the skin from your back before I drew your guts through your navel, quartered your body, and left your sorry, unshriven soul for the devil to feed on until the second coming of Christ." The outlaw made a low sound. "But I am merciful," Eric said distinctly. "I will see you shrived and hanged with a shrewd knot, which is more decency than you showed the maid whose hair hangs from a silver comb and whose blood lies black upon yon dagger." Fear shook the outlaw. "Ye be a sorcerer. Not but such a man can know that." "Give the silver and the rest of this creature's goods to the chaplain for the poor," Eric said to Alfred. "Aye, Lord." Alfred bent and began dragging the outlaw away. Just before they reached the doorway out of the great hall, Eric called out, "Alfred!" The knight stopped and looked over his shoulder. "Aye, Lord." "When it is done, burn the rope." Amber dismounted before Duncan could come around his horse to help. Her knees gave a bit, then took her weight without further protest. Duncan's mouth flattened beneath his mustache at the evidence that Amber no longer sought his touch. Not that he blamed her. What should have been a sweet initiation into the mystery of sex had been accomplished with all the finesse of a bull mounting a cow. "Thank you, Egbert," Amber said when the squire stepped forward to take the reins. "Has Eric returned from Seaholm?" "Aye. He is waiting for you in the Lord's Solar. Do hurry, maid. He is in a rare mood." Duncan turned and regarded the squire with speculative eyes. "How so?" Duncan asked. "He had a man hanged not an hour ago." Amber turned toward him so quickly that her cowl fell away, revealing her disheveled hair. "Why?" she asked starkly. "The fellow had an amber bracelet in his purse. Rumor says it's yours." A quick glance at her left wrist confirmed Amber's fear. Where 3 strands of amber had been, now there were only 2. In the turmoil of the battle, and at what followed, she hadn't noticed the bracelet's loss. "I see," Amber said in a low voice. She picked up her skirts and began walking quickly across Stone Ring Keep's small bailey to the forebuilding. The door stood open, as though someone inside were impatient to see her. Duncan caught up with Amber before she reached the entrance to the great hall. They entered the Solar together. The sight that greeted them wasn't reassuring. Though only 1 wolfhound and the peregrine were permitted into the Solar's warmth, their restlessness boded ill for Eric's temper. "What is this I hear about an outlaw being hanged?" Amber said before Duncan could speak. After a moment, Eric set aside the manuscript he had been reading. He looked first at Amber, then at Duncan. "Hanging," Eric said distinctly, "is the punishment for any man who dares to touch that which is forbidden." Amber's breath was drawn with a soft, ripping sound. Duncan had done a great deal more than touch her, and somehow Eric knew it. Eric reached beneath the manuscript and pulled out an amber bracelet. He held the gleaming jewelry out to her. "Yours, I believe?" he asked. Amber nodded. The enigmatic, tawny eyes switched to Duncan. "I hear you fought well," Eric said. "You have my gratitude." "They were but ruffians," Duncan said. "They were 10 to your 1, Eric said, with wooden staffs and daggers and the cunning of wolves. They have defiled and killed at least 1 gentlewoman and overcome 3 lone knights. Again, I thank you." "May I speak with you alone, Lord?" Duncan asked. "The last man who made that request came to an unhappy end," Eric said, smiling slightly. "But I hold you in much higher regard. Warriors of your skill are very rare." Duncan turned and looked at Amber, plainly expecting her to leave. She looked back at him and moved not 1 step toward the door. "Amber," Eric asked calmly, "will you leave us?" "I think not. What will be said here concerns me as much as anyone." Eric raised his eyebrows and looked at Duncan, who didn't notice. He was watching Amber with unhappy hazel eyes. "I want to spare you this retelling," Duncan said in a low voice. "Why? It was a thing done by two, not one." "Nay," he said bitterly, "it was done by one to another." Before Amber could open her mouth to argue, Duncan turned to face Eric. "I ask for the hand of your vassal in marriage," Duncan said grimly. The peregrine gave an odd, trilling cry. The joyous sound rippling from the raptor's hooked beak was quite startling. "Granted," Eric said immediately. "Am I not to be asked?" Amber said. An amused smile softened the line of Eric's mouth. "You have already given your permission." "When?" Amber challenged. "When you lay with Duncan," Eric retorted. She went pale, then flushed. Duncan stepped forward, standing protectively between Amber and Eric. "It was none of her doing," Duncan said. The smile vanished from Eric's face, as though it had never been. "Amber," he said distinctly, "did Duncan force you?" "Nay." "She was innocent," Duncan said. "I wasn't. The blame for what happened lies with me." Eric hid a smile behind his beard as he made an unnecessary production out of replacing a loose manuscript page. "I will hear no talk of blame," Eric said after a moment, looking up once more. "I will make no recriminations." "You are generous," Duncan said. "You want Amber. Amber wants you." Eric shrugged. "There is no reason against the match and a great deal to recommend it. You will be married immediately." Shadows shifted and writhed within Duncan. Half-remembered voices calling, telling him that he must not, he could not, he would be forsworn if he married Amber. And he would be forsworn if he did not. He had given his word to Eric. "If I take Amber's maidenhead, I will marry her." Duncan closed his eyes, fighting against the part of himself that insisted there was an urgent reason not to marry. A name formed like bright, moon-washed water in his mind, glittering in the darkness of his memory, shining among shades of darkness that flowed and shifted, concealing and then revealing. Ariane. Just that, no more. A name from his cursed, unremembered past. A name, an urgency, a reason not to marry. But it was a reason and an urgency and a name from the time before Duncan had taken Amber's innocence and given her only pain in return. Fingers cold with more than the autumn chill fastened around his wrist. Amber's hand. Duncan looked down into her shadowed eyes and felt a chill condense along his spine. She was frightened. Of him? "Amber," Duncan said in a low, ragged voice, "wed or not, I won't touch you again until you ask me plainly. I swear it." Tears stood in her eyes, magnifying their sadness and beauty. When she shook her head slowly, the tears spilled in brilliant silence down her cool cheeks. Amber wanted to tell Duncan that she welcomed his touches, but she couldn't. If she opened her mouth, she was afraid all that would come from her throat would be a keening sound of sorrow. She had heard a woman's name whispered in the shadows of Duncan's mind, an echo turning and returning from an unremembered past, tearing at her heart. Ariane. "Amber," Eric said. He was watching her with an intensity that burned as clearly as the hearth fire. Amber closed her eyes and released Duncan's wrist. Yet in the very act of letting go of him, her fingertips caressed the veins where the force of his life surged just beneath his skin. Eric sensed Amber's sorrow as clearly as he sensed her love for the dark warrior who watched her with haunted eyes. "Duncan," Eric said, "leave us." "Nay," Duncan said savagely, "I'll not have you shame Amber for what wasn't her fault." Eric looked directly into Duncan's eyes and knew that the other man was walking on a knife edge of control. Eric wondered what memories were returning, how quickly, and how much time he had before Duncan awakened and knew himself as the Scots Hammer, Eric's enemy, Amber's lover, betrothed to a Norman heiress whom he had never seen, vassal to Dominic the Sabre. A savage impatience flattened Eric's mouth as he thought of how little time remained, how much could go wrong, and how great the stakes were. They must wed immediately. "I would no more humiliate Amber than I would my own sister," Eric said carefully. "She is much cherished by me. She is also well known to me." He turned to Amber. "Do you wish Duncan to stay while we talk about wedding arrangements?" Amber's smile was even sadder than her tears. Slowly she shook her head. Without a word, Duncan turned on his heel and left the Lord Solar. Eric waited until the last harsh echo of Duncan's footsteps had faded into the hiss of the fire. But even then, Amber didn't speak. She simply stood, unmoving, slow tears turning her pale cheeks to silver. Uneasiness rippled through Eric. He had seen Amber many ways, in many moods, but never had he sensed such unremitting sorrow in her, as though something cherished had died. "If it wouldn't cause you pain," Eric said, "I would take you onto my lap and rock you like a child." Amber's laugh was little different from a sob. "There is only one person who can hold me thus without discomfort," she whispered. "Duncan." A look of profound loss shadowed Amber's face. "I," she whispered, "my dark warrior." "You will be wed to him before the chaplain chants morning mass," Eric said. "Why, then, do you grieve?" "I cannot marry Duncan." "God's blood, was he that great a swine with you?" At first Amber didn't understand. When she did, a blush tinted her pale cheeks. "Nay," she said. Her voice was so soft that Eric could barely hear it. "Are you certain? Some men are vicious when lust takes them," Eric said bluntly. "No matter how badly I need Duncan as my own, I'll not condemn you to spend your life lying beneath a rutting beast who is twice your size." Amber put her hands to her suddenly hot cheeks. "Stop!" Eric cursed beneath his breath, stood abruptly, and came to stand as close to Amber as he could without touching her. "Look at me, Amber." A combination of regret, tenderness, and concern was mixed together in Eric's voice and in the expression on his face. "Did Cassandra never talk to you about the ways of men and maids?" Eric asked. Amber shook her head. Eric sighed. It must be that she believed you would never be able to touch a man's hand without pain, much less hold part of his body within you in the marriage bed. A small sound escaped Amber as she looked away from the tall lord she had known all her life. Yet never had they talked like this. "Nay," Eric said, "there is no need to be embarrassed about the way in which men and women unite. It is a gift of God. Did you find it distasteful?" Amber shook her head. "Hurtful?" he asked. She shook her head again. "Then he didn't take you too quickly?" Eric pressed. "He's not unskilled." "Eric," Amber said faintly, "we should not talk of such things." "Why not? You have neither mother nor sister, and Cassandra has never experienced a man. Or would you rather talk about such things with a priest who has never experienced a woman?" "I'd rather not talk about it at all," Amber muttered. The returning life in her voice sent a surge of relief through Eric. He didn't know what would happen to Amber if she believed Duncan lost to her. Nor did Eric want to know. "You must talk about it," he said, "if only this once." A sideways look convinced Amber that Eric wasn't going to be turned aside. Reluctantly, she nodded. "If Duncan is unskilled in the arts of love," Eric said matter-of-factly, "it can be remedied. If he is a brute, there is no remedy." "He is neither unskilled nor a brute," Amber said. A long breath of relief was Eric's first response. Then he smiled. "I begin to understand," he said. "I'm glad one of us does." Eric hid his smile. "I'm told that a maid's first time is rarely her most, memorable," he said. "Nay," Amber said huskily, "I shall remember it until the day I die. Feeling ecstasy pulse through my dark warrior into me was extraordinary." A hint of color that had nothing to do with the hearth fire showed on Eric's high cheekbones. Then he tilted back his head and laughed. "You give as good as you get, lass," Eric said. At first Amber didn't understand. When she did, she laughed despite the color burning on her cheeks. "I didn't mean to embarrass you," she said. "I'll survive," he said dryly. "Now set your hair and clothes to rights before I call the priest to the solar. You will marry at a midnight mass." Amber's smile faded. "That cannot be." "Why?" "Duncan has remembered a woman's name." "Ariane?" Eric asked casually. For a moment, Amber was too shocked to say anything. "You knew?" she asked, whispering. Eric nodded. "How?" she demanded. "Because your dark warrior is Duncan of Maxwell, the Scots hammer." Amber swayed as though she had been struck. "You knew?" she whispered. "I wondered, then I hoped, then I knew." "Then you also know why I can't marry Duncan," she said. "I know no such thing. Duncan is married to this Ariane, despite his certainty that he has never married. Nay, he is betrothed to a Norman heiress whose face he has never seen and whose name he has heard but once, when Dominic LeSabre informed Duncan of the arrangement." "Duncan is vassal to Dominic LeSabre," Amber said in a shaking voice. She closed her eyes. "To marry me would be a betrayal of his vow of fealty." "God's wounds," Eric snarled, his voice like a whip. "How can you be so blind? Wipe the tragedy from your eyes and look at me." The cold authority in Eric's voice shocked Amber as nothing else could have. "God has sent you the one man whom you may touch without pain," Eric said. "God has sent me the one man whom I need to hold on to Lord Robert's besieged estates." And God has sent the means of transforming a foe into an ally," Eric continued relentlessly. "Wed to you, Duncan will be my vassal, not Dominic LeSabre's." The silence stretched until it vibrated like the string of a bow too tightly drawn. "It is wrong," Amber said. "Duncan came to the disputed lands a knight with wealth of his own, a promise of an estate, and a noble wife to bear him heirs." "Not so," Eric countered savagely. "Duncan came to Stone Ring Keep more dead than alive, with no more memory than a babe, and you saved his life. He is newly born, and he is mine." "His memory is returning," Amber said unhappily. "Piece by bright piece, the shadows are diminished." "Aye." Eric's smile was grim. That is why you will marry by midnight. Nay, the prophecy, hammer the prophecy, Eric said harshly. You've made your bed. Now you will lie in it as Duncan's wife. Cassandra will accept what she can't alter, Eric said ruthlessly, cutting across Amber's protests again. 2 parts of the prophecy have been fulfilled. Does that mean nothing to you? It means you had better guard your soul most carefully. There was a taut silence before Amber shook her head. I cannot, she said. I cannot betray my dark warrior thus. Eric's face changed, all softness gone. The topaz blaze of his eyes was colder than a winter's sunset. You will marry the Scots hammer at midnight, nay, or before the 12th hour is struck. You will see Duncan hanged. Chapter 13. You look downcast for a maid who just became her lover's wife, Cassandra said, pitching her voice to be heard above a feast noise. Amber said nothing. Her golden eyes were fixed on Duncan, who stood on Eric's right, receiving the congratulations of the assembled knights. Even among fighting men, Duncan stood out, taller than most, harder, yet with a laugh that no one could hear without laughing in return. Many toasts had been drunk, many stories told, and much food eaten. Now jugglers and rhymers moved among the people, entertaining them with clever hands and ribald verses on the subject of wedding and bedding. Eric's wolfhounds foraged in a furry-toothed turmoil beneath tables that were all but sway-backed from the burden of food, silver and gold plates, and goblets set with precious stones. Prized hawks sat above the party on wall perches, watching every motion with unnerving interest. Cassandra watched Amber with the same kind of interest. No sooner had the wise woman returned from a birthing than she discovered a keep, seething with excitement. A man hanged, a maid to be wed, Norse raiders rumored at Winterlance, and perhaps the memory of a great warrior stirring, waking, looking around at a world with the eyes of a bird of prey. There had been no time for Cassandra to protest, to agree, or to do anything except witness a marriage that never should have taken place. There certainly had been no opportunity to talk to Amber in private, to ask her why she was risking so much when the gain was so unlikely, to ask her why she had allowed her body to follow her reckless heart, given over to a man who had come to her in shades of darkness. Would that he remained that way. But Cassandra's runestone said that he would not. Duncan would awaken, and then death rather than life would flow. Have you told Duncan yet? She asked. There was no need for Amber to ask what Cassandra meant. Amber knew. She had spent the hours before her marriage in solitude, asking questions of her amber pendant. The answers that came back to her were always the same. A choice of evils. No, Amber said. Soon or late, someone will recognize him, Cassandra said. Yes. What will you do then? Whatever I must. It would have been better to let Eric hang him before the third aspect of the prophecy is fulfilled. The look Amber gave Cassandra held the same tawny fires of hell that Eric's eyes sometimes did. I see. Cassandra's smile was real and sad. Heart and body are his. The soul is swiftly following. Other than see my dark warrior hanged, Amber said coldly, what would you have me do? A toast was shouted by one of the knights. Long life, wealth, and many sons. Goblets were lifted high. Amber smiled as was expected and saluted with her own goblet before she took a sip. Guard your soul, Cassandra said. How? As Amber spoke, she watched Duncan's hand. Strong, scarred, it made the heavy goblet he held appear almost delicate. After he set the goblet down, his fingertips roamed lightly over the gold design, testing its variations and textures. Amber would have given a great deal to have his hand caressing her rather than cold metal. She longed for him in a way that frightened her even as it set her afire. Then Duncan turned and saw Amber watching him. In the candlelight his eyes appeared more gold than hazel, and like candles, they burned. Stay out of his bed for one, Cassandra said dryly. What? Amber said, looking at the other woman. Each time you touch Duncan, you give him more of yourself. If you wish it to stop, then you must withhold yourself from the marriage bed. That is against God's law, and your own desire. Amber didn't bother to deny it. Eric knew the risk, she said. I wonder, Cassandra muttered. Be at rest, Amber said dryly. Eric's gift is kin to yours, but is done without scrying stones. He sees opportunity for gain where others see only defeat, Cassandra interrupted in a cold voice. He is, however, human. So are all of us, even you. In any case, Eric believed the gain to himself, the vassals, and the land was worth it. To himself. Yes. Why do you think he made Duncan steward of Stone Ring Keep? To give you a husband of reasonable wealth, Cassandra said simply. That is a result, not a reason. Cassandra gave the younger woman a look from clear, rain-colored eyes. Eric knows Duncan will be able to hold the keep, Amber said, freeing Eric to fight the Norse raiders at Winterlands. Ah, yes, the Norsemen. Death will surely flow. Cassandra closed her eyes. The Norsemen, too, know that a harsh winter is coming. Yes, Amber said. The messenger from Winterland said that the raiders were but 2 days away. Did he say how many ships were sighted? One vassal saw 4, Amber said. One saw 2, one saw 7. Another toast was shouted. Again Amber raised her smile and her goblet, sipped, and returned to watching her husband. When does Eric leave? Cassandra asked. At dawn. How many nights is he taking? All but one, Amber said. Alfred? Nay, Duncan. Even the Scots hammer can't defend a keep by himself, Cassandra muttered. 4 men-at-arms will remain. A risk, nonetheless. Amber's mouth turned down in a melancholy smile. Is it? She asked. Duncan of Maxwell, lord of an unclaimed keep and vassal of Dominic LeSabre, was Stone Ring Keep's greatest threat. And now Duncan is its seneschal, vassal of Eric the Undefeated, Cassandra said. Is that how Eric's reasoning goes? Yes. The older woman shook her head with a mixture of rue and admiration for Eric's boldness. Still, 'tis an appalling risk, Cassandra said. When Dominic LeSabre hears, and be certain that he will attack Stone Ring Keep himself. There is no time to mount an attack before winter itself defends the land. There is always spring or summer, Cassandra said simply. By then, the Norse raiders will no longer threaten Winterlands. Eric can concentrate his nights here. Cassandra let out her breath in a long, hissing sigh. She had never seen Amber like this, both sad and fierce, haunted and bold, vibrant and shuddered. Or perhaps by next spring or summer, Amber said, watching Duncan, Lord Robert will finally realize that Eric must have more knights, or perchance Eric will arrive at some understanding with Dominic LeSabre. 'Tis said he prefers peace to war, a true Glendruid wolf. 'Tis also said he asks no quarter, and gives none. The same has been said of Eric. Sometimes it's true, Cassandra said, and sometimes it isn't. Laughter erupted from the knights at some sally neither woman had heard, nor could anyone overhear them. The babble of festivities provided a haven for private conversation. Cassandra meant to take full advantage of the opportunity. She had cast the stones for a fortnight, and for a fortnight the answer had come back the same. A choice among evils. What, Cassandra asked carefully, does Eric believe will happen when Duncan discovers his true name? If Duncan is simply told, he will know it, but he won't feel it. He will be angry, but his feeling for me will outweigh his anger. Amber's words were uninflected, the monotone of someone repeating an answer that was memorized rather than understood or believed. Do you think that? Cassandra asked. No answer came from Amber. What do you believe? Cassandra asked in a clipped voice. I believe I love the man who came to me in shades of darkness, she whispered. I believe he desires me all the way to his very soul, and I hope... Amber's voice faded. Tell me, Cassandra said, but her tone was as compassionate as it was insistent. Long, dark gold eyelashes swept down, concealing eyes that held more shadows than light. When Amber spoke, her voice trembled with the force of her tightly held emotions. I hope and I pray that Duncan will learn to love me before he knows his true name, she said. Then, perhaps... Amber's voice splintered. Hidden beneath a table, her nails dug heedlessly into her palms. Perhaps, Cassandra asked. A visible tremor went through Amber. Perhaps he will be able to forgive me for not telling him, she said. That is why you will go to the marriage bed, Cassandra said, understanding at last. You hope to win him there. Yes. You go knowing that you will give more of yourself each time he touches you. Yes. You go knowing that you will likely wake one day and find yourself hated by the very man to whom you gave your heart, your body, and your soul. Yes. Do you know what will happen then? Yes. You agree so easily, Cassandra said. Look at me. Do you truly know? Slowly, Amber's eyes opened, and she turned to face the woman who was watching her with learned eyes. The turmoil of the wedding feast receded as gray eyes searched golden ones for the space of 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3, 4. Abruptly, Cassandra looked away, for her learned discipline was being eroded by the bleakness that lay within Amber's eyes. Aye, Cassandra said raggedly. You know. I salute your courage. While you deplore my common sense, Amber asked. Cassandra looked back at the girl who was her daughter in all but birth. Tears glittered like ice in Cassandra's eyes. Amber was too stunned to speak. Never had she seen the learned woman weep. "I deplore only that God has asked this of you rather than of me," Cassandra said in a low voice. "I would rather the suffering be mine." Before Amber could answer, another toast came from the knights. She raised her goblet, smiled rather fiercely, and drank a small swallow. When she put down the heavy silver goblet, Duncan was standing in front of her. He held out his hand. She rose as gracefully as flame and went to him, putting her hand in his. The moment Duncan's flesh met Amber's, pleasure rippled through her. The lines of strain that had drawn her smiles as fine as a knife's edge vanished like mist beneath a fiery sun. Her mouth softened, shadows retreated from her eyes, and she gave Duncan a smile that squeezed Cassandra's heart. "Now do you understand?" Eric murmured in Cassandra's ear. "She needs her dark warrior even more than I do." "I understand everything save what you will do when he awakens Duncan of Maxwell and kills her." "Nay," Eric interrupted in a low voice. "Touch by touch, her heart bleeding." "Silence," he hissed. "From 10,000 cuts no one else would have felt," Cassandra finished relentlessly. "What will you do then, mighty lord?" "Duncan will love her in spite of all. How could a man not love a maid who looks at him with such transparent joy?" "He will love her in spite of all," Cassandra mimicked with icy sarcasm. "This from the sorcerer who believes only in lust between a man and a woman? I would laugh at you, but I fear my soul would break at the sound." "Duncan will love her. He must. Could you love a woman who had betrayed you?" "I'm not Duncan." "You are a man. So is Duncan. When he understands how much Amber has cost him, he will hate her." "What would you have done in my place?" Eric demanded in a low voice. "I would have surrendered Stone Ring Keep to Dominic LeSabre." "Never," Eric said flatly. "That is pride speaking. What good is a man with no pride?" "Ask Duncan," Cassandra said scathingly, "for you seem to believe he has none." A chorus of shouts made Eric turn toward the revelers. Amber had one hand around Duncan's neck, and she was whispering in his ear. Whatever she was saying made Duncan smile with a sensual heat that blazed as brightly as the fire. Then Duncan lifted Amber's hand from his neck, kissed her fingers tenderly, and smiled at her once more. It was a different smile, for it promised safety as well as passion, caring as well as burning, peace as well as ecstasy. "Look at them," Eric demanded in a low voice. "Look at them, and tell me how I could have kept them apart short of death." There was a savage silence followed by a sigh. Cassandra's fingers touched Eric's clenched fist. "I know," she said softly. "That is why we rage at each other. It gives us the illusion we were once in control of Amber's destiny, and we chose wrongly, when in truth we never had that kind of control at all." Hand in hand, Duncan and Amber approached Eric. "We ask your leave, Lord," Duncan said, "to seek our rest." A roar of laughter went up from the knights. "Rest?" Eric asked, covering his smile by smoothing his beard with his hand. "By all means, Duncan. If you aren't to bed soon, the cock will be up well after dawn." More laughter gusted through the nights. Eric's smile changed as he looked at Amber. He reached out to her, but stopped just short of touching her cheek. "Be joyful in your marriage," Eric said. Amber's smile was incandescent. It didn't dim even when she deliberately turned her head so that her cheek brushed against Eric's fingers. The surprise that murmured through the gathered knights was reflected in Eric's expression. "Thank you, Lord," Amber said softly. "Your kindness to me has been that of Amber itself, pieces of sunlight shining no matter how dark the day." Eric's smile was both sad and so beautiful that Cassandra felt pain twist through her. The love Eric had for Amber was as clear as the tawny color of his eyes. Yet it was a love that held no sexual desire, despite Amber's beauty and Eric's forthright masculinity. Abruptly, fear replaced pain in Cassandra. "He knows. By all that's learned, he knows. Is that why he risked so much? Is he trying to repay her for what was taken from her at her birth?" No answer came from within the well of serenity that held Cassandra's learning. "Will you give me your good wishes?" Amber asked, turning to Cassandra. "You are my daughter in every way that matters," Cassandra said. "I would give you paradise if I could." Smiling, Amber glanced at her husband from beneath her long lashes. Though she said nothing, the fire reflected in Duncan's eyes burned higher. "Thank you," Amber said, looking at Cassandra again. "Your good wishes mean a great deal to me. I love you as a daughter would." With her free hand, Amber touched the other woman's cheek. The murmur of surprise was repeated throughout the gathered knights and ladies. Despite the clear affection between Amber, Eric, and Cassandra, Never had the people of the keep seen Amber touch the Lord or the learned woman. Tears glittered once more in Cassandra's eyes. She turned to look long and hard at the dark warrior whose fingers were interlaced with Amber's. "You have been given a gift beyond price," Cassandra said distinctly. "Few men are privileged to know its like." The splinters of darkness that lay deep within the clarity of Cassandra's eyes made coolness ripple down Duncan's spine. His instincts stirred, warning him that danger lay within this woman, as surely as night lay within sunset's vivid colors. Then realization came. It wasn't menace that lay darkly within Cassandra. It was knowledge, and it was dangerous. "May I embrace the husband of my daughter?" Cassandra asked. If Duncan was surprised, the rest of the people were shocked, including Eric. "Of course," Duncan said. Cassandra stepped forward. Full scarlet sleeves rippled and flared over the forest green of Duncan's shirt as she placed her hands on his shoulders. Though Cassandra was a tall woman, she had to stretch on tiptoe in order to bring her face close to Duncan. "This is the truth of the past," Cassandra said, kissing his left cheek. A moment later, she kissed his right cheek. "This is the truth of the present," she said. Then Cassandra's palms rested on Duncan's cheeks, holding him as surely as chains. "Your life lies stretched between past and present," she said in a low, distinct voice. Intently, Duncan watched the learned woman, feeling her cool hands like brands on his face, while her silver eyes compelled everything within him to listen to her, even the shadows, especially the shadows. "To deny the truth of the past or the present will destroy you as surely as cleaving your head in two with a sword," Cassandra said. A ripple of movement went through the knights as they crossed themselves. "Remember what I have said when the past returns and seems to make a lie of the present," Cassandra commanded. "Remember it." When she would have withdrawn, Duncan's hand chained one of her wrists. Instantly Eric stepped forward, only to be warned off by a glance from clear silver eyes. "What do you know of my past?" Duncan asked in a low voice. "Nothing that would bring you ease." Duncan glanced toward Amber. Though he said not one word, she put her hand on Cassandra's captive arm. "What do you know of my past?" Duncan demanded again, softly. "Nothing that would bring you ease," Cassandra repeated. Duncan waited. "She speaks the truth," Amber said. Duncan's hand opened, freeing Cassandra. The smile she gave him was both compassionate and coolly amused at his arrogance in questioning a wise woman's honesty. "You are canny to listen to your wife," Cassandra said bitingly. "See that you remain so when past and present are both known." Cassandra looked at Eric. "With your permission, Lord," she said, "I have a newly born babe who needs me more than a newly-wed couple." "Of course, learned one," Eric said. "You need not ask my permission." "Ah, but I enjoy doing so." "Do you?" "But of course," Cassandra said dryly. "'Tis the only time you listen to me." Laughter rose like a shout, for it was well known among the knights that their young lord was as headstrong as an unbroken stallion. Eric laughed the loudest of them all, for he knew himself better than they did. Under cover of the laughter, Duncan bent down and spoke for Amber alone. "Do you know what Cassandra knows?" he asked. "Of your past?" "Yes." "I know that she is rarely wrong." "Meaning?" Duncan asked. "Meaning there is nothing in your past that will make you happy in the present." "Are you certain?" "Ask yourself, not me," she said. "But I know nothing. Nor do you wish to, not now, not when you are married." Duncan's eyes narrowed, but before he could speak, Amber did. "Do you want to spend your wedding night asking questions whose answers are sure to make you unhappy?" she asked. "Are they?" "Aye." The bleak certainty in Amber's eyes sent another wave of coolness washing over Duncan's spine. "Amber." She put her fingertips over his lips, sealing in all the questions he hadn't asked and she didn't want to answer. "Instead of asking questions neither of us wants to hear," Amber whispered, "wouldn't you rather take your bride to the privacy of the bedchamber and begin our future?" Chapter 14. When Duncan led Amber into the room that had been hastily yet thoroughly arrayed for their wedding night, she made a sound of pleasure and surprise. "It is quite wonderful," she said. The chamber had been built for the lady of the keep and never occupied, for Eric had yet to take a wife. The exotic fragrance of myrrh pervaded the room, rising from the oil lamps whose bright, unwavering flames turned darkness into golden light. The hearth along the far wall burned with wood so hard and dry that there was barely any smoke to curl upward into the clever, narrow vent behind the logs. "And quite grand," Amber added. Laughing, she turned around swiftly, making her gold dress lift and ripple as though alive. With an effort, Duncan didn't reach out to the graceful amber girl who burned more brightly in his blood than any fire. He knew he shouldn't look at her, much less gather her close and bury his hard flesh within her softness again. It was too soon. He was too harsh, too much a warrior for Amber's delicate flesh to take. If he took her again, and again saw her blood bright on his body, he didn't know what he would do. Duncan's silence and grim expression dimmed Amber's pleasure in the luxurious room. "Do you dislike it?" she asked anxiously, waving her hand around. "No." "You look so harsh. Are you remembering?" "Aye." A lance of fear impaled Amber. "It is too soon. If he remembers now, all will be lost, and I will be lost with it." "What are you remembering?" she asked in a low voice. "The sight of your blood on my body." Her relief was so great that Amber felt dizzy. "Oh, that," she said. "It was nothing." "It was your maidenhead." "I've given more blood to a leech," Amber said, smiling as she remembered Duncan's dismissal of his own wound. "And so have you, dark warrior. You told me so yourself." Unwillingly, Duncan smiled in return. Saying nothing, he looked around the room, but his eyes kept returning to the marriage bed. It was big enough for a man of Duncan's size, or Eric's. The bed was canopied and curtained with rich cloth in shades of gold, green, and indigo. A luxurious fur blanket lay over the sheets of linen so fine they were softer than the down that filled the mattress. The border of lace on the sheets was extraordinarily fine, as though countless snowflakes had been woven into a pattern that no hearth fire could melt. "Have you ever seen such finery?" Amber asked, noting that Duncan was looking at the bed. The instant the words were out of her mouth, she wanted to call them back. The last thing she wished to discuss now was Duncan's memory, or lack of it. "'Tis very rich," Duncan agreed. "Eric is a generous lord. This room is more suited to the lord's quarters than those of his seneschal." "Eric is pleased by our marriage." "Aye, 'tis a good thing." "Why?" she asked, startled by the threat of steel in Duncan's voice. "Because I would have married you with or without his leave, with or without my vow concerning your maidenhead. And he knew it. He could fight me, or he could give you into my care." Duncan turned away from the bed in time to see the stricken look on Amber's face. The pallor of her skin was such that not even golden lamplight could disguise it. "You must not even think of fighting Eric," she said. "Do you believe me such a poor warrior, then?" "Nay." Eyes narrowed, Duncan waited. "I love both of you," Amber said. "If you fought one another, nay, it must never happen." Duncan closed the distance between himself and his bride with a swiftness that was startling. He stood so near that he could smell the unique fragrance of resin and roses that was hers alone. "What did you say?" he asked in a deep voice. "If you fought—" "No," Duncan interrupted. "Before that, I love both of you." "Closer, but not quite." For an instant, Amber was confused. Then she understood. "I love Eric," she said, hiding her smile. Duncan grunted. "And," she whispered, "I love you, dark warrior. I love you so much I am full to overflowing with it." The smile Duncan gave Amber made her knees weaken. He lifted her up in his arms, hugging her close. The relief that swept through her was her own and his combined. But the surprise her words had caused was Duncan's alone. Amber pulled back far enough to see his eyes. "Why are you surprised?" "I didn't think an innocent maid could love a man who was so clumsy with her body," Duncan said. "You aren't clumsy." I was whatever he meant to say was lost in the sudden pressure of Amber's mouth over his. The fierce, unschooled kiss sent a torrent of fire through Duncan. For a hungry instant he permitted the sweet taste of Amber to fill his senses. Then he gently, implacably, separated his mouth from hers. "Duncan?" Amber asked. "Don't you want me?" He let out a harsh breath. "You're touching me," Duncan said ironically. "You tell me. Do I want you?" Amber closed her eyes as she felt the desire in him drench her senses. "Aye," she whispered. "It is a river of fire pouring through me." Duncan's eyes closed as a shudder of response shot through his whole body. "Yes," he said roughly, "a river of fire." His eyes opened, but even before Amber saw their darkness, she felt his icy restraint freezing the hot flames of desire. "And you," Duncan said, "are a delicate amber fairy who hasn't even healed from the first time I held you down and ripped through your maidenhead." "It wasn't like that," Amber protested. "You didn't force me to—" "I know what I did and didn't do," Duncan interrupted ruthlessly. "God's blood, my palms can still feel the heat and softness of your thighs as I spread them and thrust into you as though you were an enemy to be killed. Stop! I wanted you just as much as you wanted me. Why can't you believe that?" Duncan's laugh was as rough as his eyes were bleak. Why? Because I've never wanted a woman like that. I didn't even know such passion was in me. How could an innocent feel anything close to it? Duncan, Amber said, kissing his chin, when I touch you, I feel what you feel. Her teeth closed delicately on his neck. Dear God, yes, she whispered. I feel your breath break even as I hear it. I feel your heartbeat speed. I feel your blood rushing and quickening your flesh, making you ready to lie within me. With a groan, Duncan pushed away the fine cowl that framed Amber's face. He fitted his hands against Amber's cheeks, savoring the smooth, soft heat of her skin. The leap of his hunger was like wine to Amber. While she shivered beneath the claiming of his hands, her soft words incited him, pouring fire over him even as the heat of his desire poured over her. I can feel your hunger gathering like a storm, she whispered. I can't feel the sword emerging from its sheath, but I can sense you feeling your own maleness sweep through you. Amber, Duncan said hoarsely, and I can feel my own body crying out to know the sweet stabbing of the sword within the sheath. No more, witch, Duncan said heavily. You have me full to bursting already. I know. A look into the golden fire of Amber's eyes told Duncan that she did indeed know what her words had done to him, and she liked it. Can I undo you with only my words? Amber asked. The combination of curiosity and sensuality in her eyes almost pushed Duncan over the edge. Enough, he said in a hoarse voice. Why? 'Tis unseemly for a man to lose control. Even in the marriage bed? We're not in bed, he retorted. Aye, and you have no intention of lying there with me, do you? 'Tis too soon. 'Tis a great pot of slops, Amber retorted. Well, sir, if you won't take me, I shall just have to take you. Duncan gave Amber a shocked look. Then he laughed at the thought of such a slender girl physically besting a man of his size and strength. Are you going to hold me down and ravish me, little fairy? I don't think he would lie still for it. Not tonight, he agreed, but the thought appeals. 'Tis deeds I want, not thoughts. As I am weaker than you, I must use the only weapon I have to ravish you. And that is? My tongue. The surge of fire that hardened Duncan's whole body was transmitted to Amber so clearly that she stiffened as though a whip had been laid across her back. An image condensed in her mind, a beautiful girl whose golden hair seethed in a fragrant burning cloud over Duncan's loins as her tongue brushed fire over his rigid sword. Ah, Amber said, does my hair truly burn you so sweetly? Then I give it to you, husband. Before Duncan could say anything, her hands lifted quickly and bright combs scattered to the floor. Knowing he shouldn't, unable to stop himself, Duncan thrust his hands deeply into Amber's hair until cool, soft strands caressed the sensitive skin between his fingers. A shiver of pure pleasure cascaded through Amber. Watching Duncan's eyes, she moved her head slowly, increasing the beloved pressure of his hands. Do you like that? He asked, or is it my pleasure you're responding to? Both, she said huskily. I like your hands caressing me. I like knowing that caressing me gives you pleasure. Amber, Duncan said, but he could say no more. Would it truly give you such great pleasure to feel my tongue tracing your sword? Duncan's hands clenched in Amber's hair. It would have been painful to her had she not felt his violent response to her words burn through her like wildfire. You are unraveling me, he said hoarsely. Where did an innocent like you learn the tricks of the harem? From you. Nay, I've never known a woman's mouth in that way. Yet when I said I would ravish you with my tongue, you saw my hair all wild over your naked loins, and my tongue was a pink flame licking over you. The desire that hammered through Duncan nearly brought both of them to their knees. Amber, you must stop. The roughness in Duncan's voice was another rush of desire through her. Nay, she whispered. I find I am most curious to know what it is like to ravish you with my tongue, and perhaps my teeth. Duncan groaned, and his fingers clenched again. Amber made a ragged sound of pleasure as her words returned to her in an outpouring of his passion. Don't say such things, he muttered. You will make me lose all control. But I like feeling fire sweep through you. Abruptly, Duncan let go of Amber and stepped back so that he wasn't touching her. That's just it, he said, his voice tight. The fire is going through me, not you. The lack of Duncan's touch was like being dropped into an icy stream. Amber staggered, off balance, lost. Duncan, she said, reaching for him. No, he said, stepping back even farther. I don't understand. Exactly. All you have ever known is a warrior's hunger hammering you until you bled. You've never known your own sweet desire. That's not true. Your desire and mine are different faces of the same coin. Duncan raked his hand through his hair, then unfastened his rich mantle and tossed it aside. No, he said, turning back to her. My desire drowns yours. It would be the same for you with any man. At first, Amber didn't understand. When she did, she was furious. Her eyes narrowed to slits. You believe I have no passion that isn't second-hand, is that it? She asked carefully. He nodded. You believe that any man who touched me with passion would set fire to me. Duncan hesitated, then nodded again. You shame both of us, Amber said icily, making no attempt to conceal her rage. He started to speak, but she overrode him, clipping each word as though it were a thread in a finished weaving. Thrice in my life I have felt a man's passion. The first time I ran like a deer until I was safe. Then I knelt and vomited until I was too weak to stand. How old were you? 9. Duncan said something vile beneath his breath. At that age you were too young to respond to passion, he said. But now that you are old enough, the second time, Amber interrupted, I was 19. More than old enough to respond to passion, wouldn't you agree? Duncan shrugged. Wouldn't you agree? She persisted. Yes, he said, his voice harsh. And you did, didn't you? Respond with passion? He nodded curtly. Oh, yes, Amber said. I was consumed by passion. Duncan's mouth flattened. If you concede that anger and loathing are passions, she said sardonically. I drew my dagger, stabbed the hand that was groping under my skirt, and ran until I was safe. Then I vomited until I was too weak to swallow. Who were those animals? Duncan demanded. The third time I felt a man's passion, Amber continued, ignoring Duncan's question. A stranger's hand was tangled in my hair, and chills of golden pleasure coursed through me. A stranger? You. I don't understand, Duncan said. Neither do I, but 'tis true just the same. The first time I touched you, I felt a pleasure so keen that I cried out. It was my desire you were feeling, not your own. You were senseless at the time, Amber retorted. Duncan's eyes widened. The reflected leap of candle flame made them appear almost as golden as Amber's eyes. What are you saying? He whispered. I touched you. I knew you. And I wanted you. You were senseless, knowing nothing, remembering nothing, and fire curled through me when I ran my hands over your chest. The sound Duncan made could have been Amber's name or a low sound of hunger, or both urgently mingled. I was made for you, Amber said, unfastening her mantle. You and you alone. Won't you take what is yours and give me what is mine? And what is that? Duncan said. But his smile and the thickening of his voice told Amber that he knew very well what was hers. We are joined in our souls, she said softly. Can our bodies do less? Turn around, precious Amber. Uncertainly, she turned her back to Duncan. The feel of his fingers on her laces sent both desire and relief through her. For a time there was no sound but the whisper of candle flames and the sigh of clothing as it was smoothed down warm flesh to fall in bright pools on the floor. Finally, Amber wore nothing but her own warmth and firelight flickering over her skin. Duncan's finger traced the length of Amber's back, from nape to the shadowed cleft at the base of her spine. She held her breath. Do you like that? He asked. Yes. His fingertip traced again, sliding slowly down until it must stop or be caught between lush, alluring curves. The trembling of Amber's body and the raggedness of her breathing told Duncan that she did indeed enjoy the caress. Because I like it? Duncan asked. Is it my pleasure that makes your breath break, or is it yours? Both, Amber said in a husky voice. Your pleasure and mine combined. Again Duncan caressed the feminine line of back and hips, sliding more deeply into the shadow that tempted him mercilessly. He knew if he followed that dark curve he would find a place that was even softer than his dreams, hotter than his desire. I would like to feel that, Duncan murmured. What? He smiled slightly. My desire and yours combined. Then take the gift of my body. Give me the gift of yours in return. You have the poorer of the bargain, only because I am naked and you are clothed. The combination of tartness and passion in Amber's voice made Duncan laugh softly. I will stay clothed for a while yet, he said. Why? Because that way I might be able to keep from taking you like a green squire who can't hold his seat long enough to see his partner's pleasure. Amber made a startled sound as Duncan bent and lifted her into his arms like a child. For one searing moment, she felt the depth of his hunger. The next thing she knew, the fur bed cover was sleek and cool against her naked body, and Duncan was no longer touching her. When Duncan stretched out beside her, he was careful to ensure that there was no contact between them. Yet the fire in his eyes made Amber's heart turn over. She became intensely aware that her nakedness was beautiful to him. You have me at a disadvantage, Duncan said in a low voice. How so? You are clothed and I am not. Ah, but you touch me and you know how I feel. I touch you and know only how I feel. His hand reached out. A single fingertip circled one of Amber's breasts at the exact point where smooth, pale skin gave way to velvety pink. Her breasts tightened, sending streamers of fire to the pit of her stomach and beyond. Smiling, Duncan watched Amber's body change to meet his touch, her nipple gathering into a peak that was as tempting as wild strawberries to his tongue. I know how that affects me, he said, but I don't know how it feels to you. A shiver of pleasure was Amber's only answer. "Tell me, Golden Witch, tell me what my touch does to you." "It casts a net of fire over me." "It hurts you, then?" "Only when you look at me and I know what we both want and you withhold it," Amber said. "What do we both want?" Duncan said. "This." He bent forward until his mustache almost grazed the tight crown of her breast. Almost, but not quite. The difference was a lightning stroke of hunger going through Amber. "Why do you tease me so?" she whispered. "When I touch you, you feel my desire. If I'm not touching you, the only desire you feel will be your own." The warmth of Duncan's breath washed over Amber's sensitive skin. She arched upward only to have him evade her. "Lie still, precious Amber. Or shall I do as you once did to me?" "What?" "Bind you with cords so that you can't move." "You wouldn't." Duncan's smile was dark and a bit wolfish. "I am your husband. Under the law of God and man, I may do as I wish with you." "And you wish to torture me," Amber muttered. "Very sweetly," he agreed, "and very thoroughly." Amber was smiling as she settled back onto the fur cover. The leashed passion in her husband's eyes intrigued her, as did the heightened awareness of her own body. Saying nothing, Duncan gathered a handful of Amber's long hair. Letting it trail like a scarf from his hand, he teased her breasts until both nipples were drawn into tight buds. "Beautiful," he said softly. "I ache to taste them, to feel them change with each stroke of my tongue. Do you remember how that felt?" Fire splintered through Amber. She moved restlessly, wanting more than Duncan's words and the tantalizing caresses that weren't quite his flesh on hers. "Do you remember?" Duncan asked again. "Aye," Amber whispered, "like fire and warm rain together." Hair slid and stroked and teased Amber's breasts until she made a small sound with each breath she took. Smiling, Duncan caressed down the center line of her body until long golden hair met hair that was darker, a warm thicket protecting the vulnerable flower within. When the caress moved on, teasing the pale curves of her thighs, Amber's fingers curled deeply into the fur. A tremor went through her, followed by another and another, until one knee flexed in helpless response. "What do you feel?" Duncan asked. "A chill that is hot rather than cold," she whispered. "It makes me want to—" Amber's voice broke as the caress moved back up to the apex of her thighs, ruffling the hair so tenderly that she wanted to cry out her frustration. "What do you want to do?" Duncan encouraged. "Bite your hand for teasing me." He laughed and bent down, blowing against her belly and then her loins, teaching her that she hadn't known what teasing was until that moment. The warm wash of his breath between her thighs sent flames searching through her body. "Duncan, please." "Please what?" "You have to tell me, precious Amber. I'm not a sorcerer to know your soul at a touch." "I ache," she said. "Where?" "Where you are teasing me." "And where is that?" he asked. "Between my legs." "Ah." Smiling, Duncan shifted down the elegant length of Amber's legs until his breath bathed her ankles. "Better?" he asked. Amber made an inarticulate sound that still managed to convey a resounding negative. "No," he smiled secretly. "Maybe it is here you ache." The warm, teasing exhalation of Duncan's breath caressed Amber's knees. "There?" he asked. "No," she said huskily. But Amber, too, was smiling, for in shifting position, Duncan had brushed accidentally against her. Though the contact was barely more distinct than a breath, it swept through her like dawn through night, touching every part of her, teaching her about her husband and herself. Duncan was enjoying his bride in ways that surprised even him. Though his hunger was a savage ache, it was chained by a greater need to explore the sensuous witch who lay watching him with smoldering eyes. Knowing that, Amber felt less anxious about playing a lover's game whose rules were unknown to her, nor did she fear any longer that Duncan wouldn't take her. The need in him was all the greater for being so fiercely chained. "Are you certain this isn't the place?" Duncan asked. "I'm told a woman's knees are quite sensitive." The words were accompanied by another immaterial caress that made Amber gasp, for she distinctly felt Duncan's mustache as well as his breath between her knees. "Did you like that?" he asked. Amber nodded, making candlelight twist and twine like a lover in her long hair. "I can't hear you," Duncan said. "And I can't feel you," she said, watching him through half-lowered eyelids. "Are you bargaining with me, wife?" "Aye." "Then tell me precisely where you ache, and I shall soothe you." Amber started to speak, but her voice dried up. "I cannot," she whispered. Duncan saw the color rising from her breast to her cheeks and understood. "I keep forgetting," he said in a low voice. "You fly so high so quickly, yet you were a virgin only hours ago. Forgive me." "Only if you touch me." Duncan's head came up. He looked into his bride's eyes and saw his own hunger reflected. Yet he wasn't touching her. "You want me," he said. The surprise in Duncan's voice made Amber want to laugh and pummel him at the same time. "Haven't I been telling you just that?" she asked. "But I thought it was my desire coursing through you. Sometimes, Dark Warrior, you have a very thick skull." Duncan smiled and skimmed the back of his hand lightly over the triangle of dark golden curls. "Is this where you ache?" he asked huskily. The sound Amber made was ragged. The flexing of her knee was a silent invitation for greater intimacy. Yet Duncan wanted more. He needed it. He had to be certain to his very core that Amber was seduced by her own desire rather than overcome by his. "If you want me within your warm keep, you must open the gate yourself." There was a hesitation, a broken sigh, and Amber shifted her legs. Duncan unfastened his mantle and cast it aside. "More," Duncan whispered. Amber moved again, though a flush of color was once more climbing up her cheeks. With swift, impatient movements, Duncan undid his shirt and dropped it onto the floor. The hungry, approving look he received from his bride did nothing to cool the hot race of blood through his body, nor did the sight of his bride lying half open before him, her skin gleaming like a pearl against the fur. But it wasn't enough. "Still more," he coaxed. "Duncan!" The word was half protest and half demand that he cease teasing her. She shifted slowly, legs pale and elegant, trembling as she felt herself becoming more and more vulnerable with each motion of her legs. Just as Duncan bent down to caress Amber, he saw faint marks on the otherwise flawless skin of her inner thighs. When he realized how she had come by those marks, his mouth flattened into a bitter downward curve. "Your keep is still too well defended," Duncan said. "The gate must be open wide, very wide." Amber's cheeks were fiery now. "Why?" she whispered. "Last time I forced your legs apart," Duncan said in a low voice. "Nay," she said. "Aye," he countered savagely. "I can see the marks left by my hands. But if you would have me lie between your legs, you must make room for me willingly, knowing only your own desire." Passion raked over Amber at the idea of once more having Duncan lie between her legs, of feeling ecstasy ravish him as he spent himself inside her. A pulse of pleasure leaped and burst within Amber at the thought. Heat radiated up through her whole body as a secret rain softened her. With an inarticulate sound, she opened herself fully, knowing only her own desire. The blaze of Duncan's eyes was an intimate caress. She made an odd sound as the net of fire tightened throughout her whole body, changing it to receive him. Her legs moved again, as though Duncan were inside her, sharing his body with her. "You are more beautiful than I have words to tell you," Duncan whispered. "Then touch me, and I shall know." "Aye, and so shall I." As Duncan spoke, his hand moved and a long finger slid smoothly, deeply inside Amber, testing the truth of her desire. She stiffened and whimpered as though he had taken a whip to her. But it was pleasure rather than pain Duncan had called from Amber, and he knew it as surely as she did. A delicious heat welled up around his caressing finger and spilled into his palm. Her desire, her response, her need. Hers, not his. Duncan made a hoarse sound of hunger and relief. Slowly he withdrew from Amber's willing body. "No," she said. "Duncan, I—" Her voice broke as he traced the soft petals that were no longer concealed by golden curls. She had opened for him like a flower, and like a flower she was beautiful to him. The scent and textures of her desire enthralled him. He probed again, and again knew the liquid fire of her response. Then Duncan's touch was gone, and Amber was alone, drawn on a rack of unfulfilled desire. She cried out in protest. "Patience," he said in a low voice. "I want to be as naked as you." But Duncan's hands showed little patience as they stripped away his remaining clothes, watched by eyes as yellow as flames. Amber's eyes widened as he turned back to her. He was fully aroused, overwhelmingly male, and his powerful body gleamed with hunger for her. "Amber, were you like this in the stone ring?" she asked faintly. "Aye." She let out a breath she hadn't been aware of holding. "I see. Then we shall fit together very well this time, too." Then Amber added beneath her breath, "Though I don't see how." With a sound that could have been a laugh or a groan, Duncan lowered himself to the bed. "I shall see to the fit," he said. "'Tis a poor warrior who can't slide a sword properly into its sheath." As Duncan settled between Amber's legs, brushing up against her, the heavy currents of his passion poured over her, making her tremble. "Are you frightened?" he asked. "Touch me and find out." Duncan reached down between their bodies, but it wasn't his hand that parted the soft petals of Amber's desire. The sleek heat that he discovered made his heart beat double. "You must tell me if I hurt you," he said huskily. The only response possible to Amber was an upwelling of heat, a bud of passion swelling until it burst. Liquid fire washed over him, telling him silently of her welcome. Duncan let out a breath that was also a groan and eased into her a bit more. Amber's breath tore. The feel of her own body stretching to accept his presence was exquisitely exciting. The feel of Duncan's harshly leashed passion was a sweet torment. He was taking her so slowly, as though to assure her and himself that there would be no pain in this joining. "Am I hurting you?" Duncan asked as he pressed just a bit more deeply into Amber. "Nay," she said raggedly. "You are killing me so sweetly." "What?" "Dear God," she whispered. Duncan felt the sensuous shivering deep within Amber, knew the hot rain of her passion licking over him, and fought not to lose control. Sweat gleamed from his forehead to his heels, yet he did not speed his slow claiming of her body by one whit. Another delicate shudder took Amber, giving her to the dark warrior who was seducing her into a passion she hadn't believed possible. Yet even that wasn't enough. She needed Duncan, all of him, and she needed him right now. Heedlessly, her nails dug into his hips, demanding a deeper joining. "Do you want more of me?" he asked. "Yes," she said. "Yes, and yes, and yes. Duncan, please." He smiled darkly and pressed deeper. Slowly, a low moan was torn from Amber's throat. Her hips moved in a seeking as old as Eve. The scent and silky fire of her passion caressed Duncan. He could not contain a single burning pulse of response. She was so hot around him, so welcoming, so tight. And he had not yet finished his claiming. "Are you certain I'm not hurting you?" Duncan asked hoarsely. A broken sound of pleasure was the only response Amber could make. "Look at me," he said. Amber's eyes opened slowly. They were golden, smoldering, almost wild. The sight of them drew another hot pulse from Duncan. She felt it as clearly as he did. "Can you take more of me without pain?" Duncan asked. "There is no pain when you lie within me, only pleasure." The husky whisper of Amber's voice was as sweet to Duncan as the secret movements of her body and the heady scent of her passion, more exotic than sandalwood and myrrh. "Lift your legs and wrap them about me," he said in a low voice. When Amber did, the pleasure heightened. "Hold on to me," Duncan said. "Hold tightly and hard." Amber started to ask why, but the feel of him slowly, completely filling her body took away words, took away thought, took away everything but piercing ecstasy. With a shivering, broken cry, she gave herself to the pleasure of being fully joined with her dark warrior. "Can you feel how much I want you now?" Duncan asked through clenched teeth. "I can feel you within me, all of you." "Is there pain?" "Nay, 'tis a pleasure so intense it's frightening, your desire and mine together." Smiling rather fiercely, Duncan slowly began to withdraw from the silken depths he had taken with such excruciating care. "Nay," Amber said almost frantically, "I need you." "No more than I need you." Her breath broke as Duncan returned, sliding deeply into her, filling her once more. He repeated the movement with a restrained power that was all the more exciting because Amber so clearly knew the wildness of his desire. A strange, face shimmering spread out from their joined bodies. Amber's eyes widened as she felt herself being consumed by a fire both tender and fierce. She began trembling helplessly. "Duncan, I am coming undone. I cannot—" Amber's voice splintered. Her body convulsed delicately, repeatedly, and each motion served only to draw him more tightly to her, increasing the ravishing fire. Duncan drank the rippling cry from Amber's lips as her release washed over him, caressing him with each deep hidden pulse of ecstasy. Every breath he took was infused with her passion. For sweet, agonizing moments, Duncan held himself motionless above Amber as he savored the certainty of the pleasure he had given to her. When he could bear no more, he began to move with increasing power. Every motion he made within her brought forth more silky pulses.